Luciano Martini. I'm with RSC. RSC is a national research center in Italy, and I have a pleasure and the honor to be fully engaged in both ISGAN and the Green Power Future Mission. Okay, today we have prepared for you a quite interesting agenda. I hope you can read it from far. It's a small screen, but this agenda is really based and rely on the strong contribution from distinguished speakers and distinguished panelists. So thank you for being with us today. We will go through important aspects, and you know the main title of this event is that how we can collaborate to accelerate the power system transformation, and today we will have a special focus on policy and private sector engagement. So we will have a nice panel. We dedicate 45 minutes of our time to this panel to really explore possibility to learn more the vision from experts in the field and people that can also take a decision in that respect. So before further ado, I think I would like to invite our special guest for the opening remarks. So I would like to invite Rosalind Valdelis, that is a Mission Innovation Steering Committee Vice Chair and also Director of the DG ENER of the European Commission. So please, Rosalind, address your word to all the participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luciano, and dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a real pleasure for me to be here with you today at this very important event, and I'm very happy to address a few opening welcome words to you this morning. And I think we can really, first of all, congratulate both the Mission Innovation Green Powered Future Mission and the CEM International Smart Grids Action Network for the enormous concrete progress that has been made since the signature of the Memorandum of Understanding in Pittsburgh. And I think this is really already underlining the power of Mission Innovation and the Clean Energy Ministerial, and that is to translate commitments into concrete action. And I think for me, this is really a very, very concrete and inspirational example of collaboration between Mission Innovation and the Clean Energy Ministerial driving towards concrete results and concrete impacts. So why this particular collaboration is very important? As you all know, we have set ourselves very ambitious objectives with our Paris Agreement, and we can really conclude, if we look at the latest IPCC report, that it is code red for humanity. We have no time to lose, and we really need to accelerate. And IRENA has basically made projections that by 2050, we will need to have 85 to 90% of renewable energy as our main energy sources. But of course, in order to deliver on this, we need to make sure that our infrastructure, our grids, are prepared for this. And this is why this collaboration on the two initiatives of CEM and MI are so important. And I think you can really say that, you know, the collaboration between these two initiatives is basically two sides of the same coin. Through the Green Powered Future Mission, we are focusing on research and development, really developing the technological solutions in order to make our grids more smart and make sure that we have resilient, reliant, and smart grids that can deliver the variable renewable energy. But this is only one side of the coin, because we also need to make sure that we can scale up and deploy these solutions. So I believe that this collaboration between the Green Powered Future Mission and ISGAN is indispensable, not only to make sure that we prepare the solutions for the future, but also that we could attract private and public investments into these solutions for scaling up and deploying them. I also believe that not only with these two initiatives we will be showing that we can deliver concretely on the political objectives, but also through this collaboration we can identify further policy bottlenecks, provide advice to governments to make sure that the regulatory framework is conducive for making sure that we will indeed have these smart grids available in all countries across the globe in order to deliver on our very ambitious climate objectives. So let me conclude by saying that I think that this collaboration is a source of inspiration of how we can further strengthen the commitments and the synergies between the Clean Energy Ministerial and Mission Innovation. And I really hope that also all the other initiatives can draw inspiration from this to make sure that we collaborate closely, to accelerate and make sure that we deliver clean energy for all. So let me congratulate you again for the great achievements, and I wish you a very fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rosalind, for your very kind words. We fully agree that CEM and MI close collaboration is really vital to accelerate the clean energy transition. In particular, a special focus on the power sector, as you pointed out, is really relevant to us, and this is what we are going for. Thank you. It's now my pleasure to invite the head of CEM Secretariat, Jean-François Gagné, that I have a pleasure to know since the past, and please come on the stage for your opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luciano, and let me echo Rosalinda in terms of the congratulations. I think this event is probably philosophically one of the key events happening this week, because Rosalind said it's critical that we collaborate. I actually think it's more than critical, it's almost organically impossible not to collaborate. Throughout my career, I've had kind of the weird circumstances of being involved both in the multilateralization of the CEM and in the initial creation of the MI. And I would say that the thought process in my mind is, how are we separating the two sides? Innovation is actually a continuous cycle that goes from having an idea to somebody actually using it. But the problem is, if you use that thinking, then you'll never be able to break down things and be able to do anything, because there's always going to be a link somewhere. So the key to be able to successful is to really identify how do we work and create some mechanisms to work, but making sure we keep the ties between the links. And so a workshop like was initiated in Pittsburgh was essential to start bringing the two sides together and making sure that there's an understanding of how things fit together. And I'm very happy to see today that we're taking that now to the steps and saying, okay, we agree, we know what we need to work on. Now, how are we going to do it? What are the details of how we're going to link the different pieces together? So for that, very grateful to both ISGAN and GPFM to kind of basically leading the way in that. And I would say the value of that effort is actually twofold. First, we need to be able to make sure that we map the entire series of challenges that need to be addressed to achieve, as Rosalinda said, a huge and very complicated set of issues and challenges, because the future of the world pretty much depends on it. And so working with experts from all areas and all stages of the innovation chain will allow us to make sure that there are no gaps that are left unchecked. At the same time, it also helps develop a concrete and coherent narrative in terms of the importance of addressing those challenges, and helps us report back to ministers in terms of, this is why this work is important, and this is what we hope will be the outcome of our work. And by doing this together, we actually don't ask ministers to think in two different ways, trying to break their mind. You actually come up with, we know you want this end result, and here's everything that needs to happen to get that end result. And so it is mutually beneficial in terms of being able that we address the right aspects, but also that we get the right support to be able to do that. And so for that, again, congratulations. We at the CEM Secretariat really are looking very closely at how this collaboration has taken place, seeing how maybe we can learn from it and make it become a general practice. And I would even go maybe a step further than Rosalinda. I think what you said is also important. Grids are one issue, but they're not the solution we need. The solution that we need is decarbonized power. And maybe the bridges that we build between ISGAN and the Green Powered Future mission can then be emulated between the grids and the renewables and the demand side and all the other initiatives and missions to make sure that we kind of map out the whole series of issues and can demonstrate to our ministers the extreme value of the work being done in the work streams. So I want to thank you, but I also want to challenge you to really think about how you can be the forerunners in terms of creating a culture of collaboration, both within mission innovation and CEM, but also between the work streams. So we'll be very, very much looking forward to the outcomes of today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jean-Francois, for your very inspiring words, also pushing us to do even more and to come to some concrete outcome from this collaboration. We do believe CEM and MI at really the right space to open like a new venue for collaboration. So this is our expectation. Since Rosalind and Jean-Francois will be leaving before the end of this event, why we don't come on stage, Ras, Aaron, and we take a picture with them with the report that we are releasing today, please. So we will be releasing soon a couple of reports, and so we would like to have you handy and holding our report with us. And we have also this report from ISCAN, so Ras, Aaron, and Dr. Nico, please. I don't know if I forget. I don't want to speak in the center, but you can be in the center.
You're the link between the two sides. You have to be in the center.
I will keep it. Okay?
Yep.
Very good. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for everything. Congratulations. It is a good start.
Absolutely. Good luck.
Okay, so let's move on with the next session after the very, very good start. So we would like exactly to start showing you why this collaboration is very much needed. And so I would like to invite Arun Mishra, that is ISGAN Vice Chair, and also Dr. Ibo, that is from Chinese Academy of Science, and also co-lead of a Green Power Future Mission, to address a few words to show which is the impact and the synergy that we can leverage by working together, ISGAN and GPFM. So Arun, the floor is yours.
Good morning. I think the collaboration part is there is a long stint in ISGAN that we try to reach out. I'll just walk you through what has been the background of this collaboration. If I start with ISGAN, which was launched in the first CEM 13 years back, July 2010. And of course formalized as IATCP in 2011. So we have two heads, and now we have 26 member countries plus European Commission representing European Union. And what we focus on is advancing smarter and cleaner grids. And of course Mission Innovation, which was launched in 2015. And of course they have 23 members. Now Mission Innovation 2, they focus on the technologies part of it and catalyzing action for investment as well as solutions for smarter grids. And we know the challenges with the renewables and the way grid has been conceived and honed and made efficient machine which is available for energy transactions. So currently ISGAN has presence on all the continents with top, population-wise, covering both China, India, and other countries, and of course, the economy-wise, all the 5 major economies. ISGAN, in a nutshell, what we are doing is, we started with defining and creating the basic know-it smart grid projects. That was our working group 1. Then, of course, we are organized for communicating, making it available widely to the practitioners, because what we know isn't sufficient. If the grid owners know, if the practitioners know what we can do through smart grids. So those are the specific group on the left-hand side, working group 1, 3, and communication working group. Then on technology side, we have research and innovation as well as the grid. And their focus is transmission and distribution, bringing them together, making it one, look like a smart grid, slowly, definitely, that's the way to go. And bringing it up to the policymaker through our working group 7. And of course, what we need through and through is flexibility. So that has been the focus area for us. Why we focus is the value proposition for ISGAN is the community of the international community and creating a platform for expert that is where not only developing but testing as well as distributing the knowledge on a smart grid through our communication working group. That's the key differentiation we bring to the overall ecosystem where we want to do 100%, close to 100% renewable energy through the grids. Mind you, we are not saying that you will not have clean energy. We say clean energy through the grids. That's what is GAN's value proposition. And as has been deliberated, grid has a 24/7 and continuously operating machines. We have honed it over hundreds of years, and it is quite an energy infrastructure for society, economy, and the modern life. That has technical applications of those technologies, non-technical, as well as supporting through policy and business. What you find is mission innovation focusing on one quadrant, mainly on hundreds of research priorities, with the storage integration, the newer one, demand response. Of course, there has been demand response that was more on the flip side of 5–10% sometime. Now we are looking for 100% of the time, close to 60–70% demand response. That will need smart buildings, that will need electricity highways, newer ones, of course the new uses with EVs, and advanced power electronics for all, supporting all this, and new grid architecture. Flexibility options are built in. We are also focusing on them. So that's where the mission innovation, the smart grid piece is. And grid, where we are focusing is, we know the grid, but do we know it when it comes to renewables? What we need to change? We need to change. It's a machine which is continuously operative, and it will have to continuously operate while it gets transformed. So you need all the policy, business, and non-technical knowledge for skill development, as well as timely tweaking of policies and becoming the newer ways to run, operate grid. So may I ask my colleague, Dr. Ivo, to walk us through for the rest of the presentation, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Aaron Marshall, to give a very quick introduction for mission innovation in the ISGAN. And I'm Ibo Wang from China, China Academy of Science and Institute Electrical Engineering. And I worked with Luciano for many years under mission innovation at a very early stage. The first stage, we are working on the IC1 smart grids, and after that time, and we work together in mission innovation, the second stage, GPFM, and we show very closely collaboration between mission innovation and ISGAN. I think, as we know, GPFM and sorry, I think next slide, please. So how to show this? To show these slides, next slide. Yeah, which one is next? This one. No, that side. Yeah, that's right side. Yeah. As we know, GPFM and ISGAN share the common interesting fields, but emphasize on different aspects, especially for green power system. And we know that GPFM focus on much more focus on the future innovation, like innovation priorities are mainly leveled from TRL 1 to TRL 6. But ISGAN much emphasize on deployment of smart grid. Most of topics are leveled from TRL 7 to TRL 9. And the common field of GPFM and ISGAN are testing and demonstration. So in the history, India, Italy, and China were joint effort under MI-IC1 smart grids before GPFM, and we also collaborated closely with ISCAN and got many outcomes. I would like to show several outcomes in briefly to show the efforts. First one in 2018, the first collaboration was conducted in deep dive workshop in Rome. I think there's more than 16 countries, member of countries, and international organization join us in Rome. Both sides signed a letter of intent and agree on actions, including joint workshop and joint fact sheets. Next outcome I think we can share with you is the in Vancouver, GPFM and ISCAN has held a CEM and MI joint site on May 29 in 2019. Sorry. And in the second stage of the mission innovation, we launched the GPFM at a very early stage. And GPFM has a stretch goal that by 2030, up to 20 pilot power systems have proven capacity to run efficiently and securely with up to 100% of variable renewable energies. That's a very ambitious goal, and there are more opportunity to push forward the collaboration during feasibility studies, large-scale demonstrations, or knowledge sharing than before between two mechanisms. So in order to strengthen the collaboration between ISCAN and GPFM in the second stage, the MOU was signed on MI-7, CEM-14 in Pittsburgh in 2022. Scope from long-term collaboration in field of smart grids to broad activities like joint workshops, policy messengers, and etc. was planning in the next steps. So MI and GPFM, MI, GPFM, and ISCAN joint site event was held in Pittsburgh in order to explore the challenge and the solutions in future collaboration. In the near future, we also believe there's many opportunity to promote the collaboration and the synergy between two mechanisms, such as the deep dive workshop can facilitate in-depth knowledge sharing. The joint strategy research will to address common challenges, and the joint report release will widely communicating findings, best practice, and policy recommendations. We also believe all these practices will enable to accelerate GPFM and ISCAN towards their respective goals and enhance the global influence. So I think we can join together to work to the stretch goal of GPFM and both ISCAN in the next few years. So that's my short speech to us. Thank you for attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Thank you very much, Ibo, for making such a clear view how we start already collaborating since the past few years and where we want to go with this very inspiring slide about the activities. So thank you. We move on with the next session. So it will be my pleasure to introduce to you the Green Power Future Mission and also to make some announcement that is relevant to us. So we are now together, and today we will be releasing our national pilot reports. But first, I would like to start by saying what we have done in the past few years after launching. So the Green Power Future Mission has been launched in June 2021, but at COP26, the same year, November 21, we were able to release a joint roadmap that has been prepared by working together all the the coalition member from the different mission innovation country, international organization, and the private sector members in order to identify what we believe are the 100 top 100 innovation priority for making the power system modernization and transformation possible. So we developed these 100 priorities, and then 1 year after, we were able to release in Pittsburgh at the Global Clean Energy Action Forum our action plan for 3 years, 2022-2024, where we decide to concentrate, to focus our effort on the subset of these 100. So we pick up the 50 most urgent innovation priority in order to make a dedicated activity in order to resolve those innovation priorities. At that time, we also launched 2 very ambitious flagship projects. Flagship project 1 is about launching 5 demos in 5 different continents. And the second one, flagship project 2, is to launch a multilateral research program to support additional activities. You see here like a scheme that explains you how we want to organize this FP1 related to 5 demos in 5 continents. So we want to make one step before our final target, that is to demonstrate that by 2030 we are able to run power system around the globe on variable renewable energy up to 100%. But the intermediate step is to prove that there are already solutions viable for reaching 80% DRE in our energy mix. So this is our primary goal for these 3 years. So we collect information from all members in a way that we promote some bottom-up approach in order for them to promote which are the projects, which are the pilots that they believe are fully in line with our mission, and also reply or address at least one of these innovation priorities. So altogether, we collected more than 75. Recently, we put all of them together. There are actually 80 national pilots that address all the 50 innovation priorities we identify. So we are on a very lucky situation in this case. And what is important is that we would like to collect all the information about the progress of this national pilot in what we call Green Power Future Mission Toolbox, that will be on internet and will be available not only to Mission Innovation members, but also beyond. So I think this national pilot report is really a vital response to our action plan. It's fully in line with our action plan. It's also relevant because it's collecting and showcasing key information about these national pilots that have been provided by 25 members out of 28. So nearly all of the members contributed to this work, and they are representing 12 different countries' activities. So it's worldwide, and 6 continents, not 5, because we have also a couple of projects that are insisting on Africa. So I think this is an important moment for us. We would like really to show our report that will be released today. It's already available on Mission Innovation website on the dedicated Green Power Future Mission page. And it's really something that we believe could be really an important milestone for us. And it's just a start, of course, but it's already a good compendium of what we can do by working together. So thank you very much for this, and I think I will just end my short presentation with some figures about the report. 80 national pilots, 62 of them are ongoing, and 18 are planned to be launched soon. Soon means before Q3 2024. The 12 countries that contribute by providing information, relevant information about budget, international cooperation, about the innovation priority address. And then you see that 50 out of 50 of innovation priority are already covered. So thank you to all the members for this strong contribution. I see some of the members in the room, and they will be also engaged in some of the panel discussions. So I would like to stop here and to give the opportunity to our colleague to also present what we are releasing today from ISGAN. So it's my pleasure to invite Jong-Chong Son, we call it Sky, to come on stage and please present what ISGAN recently achieved and is going to release today as well. Thank you very much, Sky. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Luciano. Good morning, everyone.
My name is Jongcheon Son, Head of International Cooperation Team at KSGI and Co-Secretary of ISGAN. I'm very happy and I'm very pleased to introduce our policy brief from the ISGAN work. Especially, this is organized and drafted by the Communication Working Group and Working Group 6. To begin, I will just introduce background of the ISGAN knowledge sharing project on network planning under uncertainty, and then we'll just brief policy message to the Clean Energy Ministerial and any sector stakeholders here. So the first, the fundamental of this network planning under uncertainty project is included more than 10 countries in 3 continents and arena. So for example, the Sweden and UK and Italia, and include policymakers, transmission system operator, and also distribution system operator, and the researchers. And also, it's ninth project of the Smart Grid Knowledge Platform. So they're engaging several ISGAN working group. The knowledge sharing and the co-creation in several steps and to produce this quality policy guidance for the energy transition. And the fundamental, the reason of the importance of network planning and the challenges and in details is that the network planning process of grid development are very complex. So involve multiple stakeholders and depend on several inherent uncertainty factors. So the ISGAN, the project has focused on identifying and proposing a solution to very fundamental and basic cause of complexity and uncertainty. Then also grid development is also directly and indirectly contribute to the transformation toward the zero emission energy system, and also its most sustainable development goals. So to build this the grid, the future-proof grid, in line with this, supporting to SDGs, the planning process need to efficient and also the transparent and estimate, and also the guided by sound principles is very important factors. So now I will just briefly introduce to you our result of policy messages. This is included 7 factors. First, develop cohesive scenarios. It's very important. And for the electric sectors, they show the necessary electrification, the measures required to achieve net zero emissions. And then the second, ensure the grid development plan enable decarbonization in the line of the developed scenario. Then third, update existing cost-benefit analysis to properly capture the value of sufficient grid capacity and account for the social, environmental, and also the religious metrics. And the fourth, ensure that regulatory framework they foster both conventional and smart grid the solution contributing to the clean energy transition. Fifth, develop strategies to recruit and train skilled workforce to the long and short-term competitive the needs. And then sixth, promote stakeholder the interaction in all level of grid planning process. Seventh, and increase awareness and understanding of the role of the electric grid for the meeting sustainable development goal. So these 7 brief the policy. I just bring you the very short and brief policy brief, but you can find more information on our ISCAN website, and you can directly connect to the ISCAN Working Group 6 and ISCAN Communication Working Group leaders. And I would like to express my sincere thank you to our team and our ISCAN family to draft this the very wonderful policy brief. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Sky. I think it was very properly done. So you present the report that has been made with all the detail, all the policy messages. Thank you so much. I can surprisingly say that we are perfectly on time. That is not usually the case, especially for Italians. Sometimes we are a few minutes late, not many. So thank you, Sky. I think we are ready to move. And as I said at the very beginning, we dedicate a quite decent amount of time to this roundtable. So we want really to engage with different stakeholders, policymakers, high-level representative from the private sector, but also academia, to really talk what is needed in order to advancing power system transformation. And today we will have a special focus on policy and private sector engagement. So I would like to invite Amanda Wilson, Director General Air Resources Canada, Chair also of AI-CERT, to come on stage. Please join us. Thank you for being with us. And also I would like to invite Mr. Siva Gundan, Vice Chair for California Energy Commission. Please take a seat not next to each other, because you will be the very first and then I will come with the other. We have 7 chairs, so we have space for everyone. But I would like to start with you first, maybe to address a few of the questions that I already put forward. So what is important to elaborate on is the policy we need. But the first question that will be applied to all of you, all the panelists, is do you see that the collaboration between CEM and MI is needed, is welcome, is something that we really need to pursue? So this is the first question to all of you. And then in your case, we would like to know which are maybe the policy that you think are important and the priorities in order to facilitate and to make the power system transformation possible. Please refer to your own experience, to your own policy, and then we will share globally. So first of all, I would like to start with Amanda. The question is clear. CEM and MI, what do you believe?
Well, that's an easy question, but let me give a bit of a longer answer. So first of all, congratulations, Luciano, to you and to the members of the Green Powered Future Mission and the ISGAN collaboration. Rosalinda and JF said it really, really well this morning, but what you have managed to accomplish here is truly a model for the international energy community to emulate and to follow. You have so successfully demonstrated why these international collaborations are important and the key role that CEM and MI can both play in the international energy architecture. I think the ability to work seamlessly sort of through the RD&D and innovation space with an eye toward deployment, leveraging other players such as the IEA, such as IRENA, and others. I don't mean to leave anyone out. Really, it is a true accomplishment, and you should all be very proud of what you've done. I should also say I had the pleasure of traveling to Goa with Luciano all the way from Frankfurt. Imagine my surprise when I went to seat 5C and who was seated in seat 5A, but Luciano. So that was a pleasure. So Luciano and I are now much closer than we used to be before. Not that we weren't close to start with, but once you sleep on a long haul flight with someone, or next to someone, I should say. Sorry. Okay, let's move on from that. So I do think obviously that CEM and MI have a key role. I think increasingly policymakers are understanding that RD&D and innovation isn't just about the technical side, but it truly is a policy in and of itself, and that if you are not looking at the barriers and the challenges that exist toward achieving your ultimate outcome, not just from a technical perspective, although that's key, but from a regulatory and from a policy and from a market perspective, we don't stand a chance of actually not just developing but deploying the technologies at the scale that we need to reach the incredible goals that we have for our own countries and for the world. I don't have to tell you all that non-emitting non-emitting electricity generation is really the backbone of decarbonization. And so all the spaces are important, but this one is particularly key, and I'm so pleased with the way this community has responded to the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So thank you for the kind words. I think I will say the same to our other guests. So please make your comment about CEM-MI and also the policy you are facing. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Luciana. Thank you so much for inviting California to be at the table here. Just an incredible pleasure to be at the CEM, and the collaboration, as many of the speakers already laid out, is extremely important part of making and realizing the future as we all plan to. So I want to just set the context at a very high level for California first, and then kind of try to bring in the need for collaboration. So California, as a state, is about 1% of the global emissions today, and it's slowly inching towards the fourth largest economy in the world. So I think both from the emissions perspective, but given the incredible resources California has, and it could really help mobilize some of the resources needed for both collaboration, but also testing some innovative solutions as we move forward. So for California, at a 30,000-foot level, the basic climate policy is to electrify large swaths of the economy and then really underpin the economy with clean grid, right? So that's kind of what we're working on. So from electrification's perspective, transportation is our biggest challenge. So as we move forward, 50% of the emissions in California are from transportation sector. The power sector is very small. Today we're about 60% carbon-free, and we are marching towards the goal of carbon neutrality by 2045 and a clean energy grid by 2045 as well, 100% clean energy grid. So in terms of collaboration, just bringing that in, we completely recognize in California that many of the solutions that we need to use to deploy are going to come from the global community. And it's important to have forums that are created by ISCAN and the speakers earlier, Mr. Arunji, who spoke. It's really important points that were made in terms of key policy agenda that's very similar to what we're trying to do in California. So one of the core issues that will be important from a collaboration standpoint is to think through how do we provide markets clear certainty so that the investments actually take place. So from the point of that, it's important to have a collective, collaborative planning process with all stakeholders, which is the essence of what has been said already. So for California, we're looking at, we're about 80 gigawatts of generation today. For clean energy goals and decarbonization goals, we need to hit about 160 gigawatts of clean energy peak. But given that much of our resources are going to come from solar and wind, which are intermittent resources, we're looking at about 300 megawatts of installed capacity in California. So we have had a lot of success in solar and a lot of success in wind, and we really are trying to move towards a large deployment of storage. So we went from about 200 megawatts of grid bulk level storage to 6,000 in the last couple of years, and we're going to continue to do that. But another important element of collaboration that would love to talk to colleagues today is around demand flexibility. So a huge part of the planning is really future-proofing the extreme weather events. So what we're observing from the grid planning side is, for most part, we are able to 95% of the year, the grid is pretty normal and we can have clean energy, no problem. But about 5-10% where you have this extreme weather is when you need several thousand megawatts of additional resources just for a few hours. So the best way to do that is through demand flexibility. So having highly interconnected transportation sector and building sector to optimize the grid during those extreme situations. So from our perspective, forums like this are key to unlocking the pathways for the global collective. And we're here to both offer lessons that we're learning the hard way, but also learn. And Luciano, again, congratulations on all the work and look forward to further engagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you touched many important aspects, electrification of transport, intermittency of the variable renewable energies. And as you know, we know very well that California has been always a front runner in this clean energy field, as well as Canada, of course, that you are fully hydro. So thank you very much for this start. I think I would like now to invite all the panelists on stage. So please join me, Reena Suri, as Executive Director of the India Smart Grid Forum. Please come on board stage. Thank you. Then Yungo Lee, Vice President from KEPCO, Korea Electric Power Company. Then also Venu Nuguri, Managing Director of Indian Head South Asia from Hitachi Energy. And then Dr. Professor Paddy from IT. Sorry, I didn't see you. I was scared. Sorry. And also Pradeep Kumar, Managing Director from Longi Solar India. Thank you so much. As you can see, we have to squeeze this chair because we have many panelists, but this is a very healthy situation, I guess. So we can really exchange view and have your expertise for us. So I think I would like to start with the similar questions before. The importance of SEM and MI, the combination of research and innovation and implementation, rollout of the solution that have been proven viable and successful. So I would like to start with this question, and then maybe I would like to ask to Reena first, what do you believe are the policy and priority for advancing power system transformation, maybe with a special focus. We are in India, you are an expert in India, so please tell us what India is doing at this time. Thank you. Yeah. Your mic.
Thank you so much, Luciano, for having me here, and it's a pleasure to be part of this collaborative workshop. As like we have heard from other colleagues or speakers, experts here already, that collaboration is key to successful success and to the targets which each of the countries has set. And particularly talking about India, we have different challenges that we face, even though we have set a very huge ambitious target for India and for decarbonization and bringing the clean energy into the grid. We definitely are looking for collaboration towards bringing the best practices from around the world. Like, as they say, why reinvent the wheel when we have some of the success stories, and we can leapfrog from the learnings that we can bring through these collaborative forums and learning from each other. And again, going back to research and development, that is one area we are really looking forward to collaborating and doing some research on the new technologies, how they can help us with this transformation journey together, and investments. So I was going through the Indian International Energy Agency report, and which mentioned that India requires more than $190 billion per year for the kind of transformation and the targets that we have set. So definitely we are looking towards collaboration between countries and public and private partners, bringing them together to be able to have the right funding in place to be able to take up the innovative technologies and the targets that India has towards greening of the grid, modernizing the grid, having the right infrastructure in place, the green transportation that we are looking for, not only that we need for the energy sector, but for general living conditions in India, we are looking this is a key priority because of the pollution that we face in India. So definitely, to expedite the transformation and meet the targets set, we need to collaborate, and I'm very glad that MI and CEM are working towards this target. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rina. As always, the number in India are always impressive. A huge system, a huge population, and a lot of challenges that you are facing, and the large investment you need in order to transform your own system. Thank you very much. This was just the first slide of a set of questions, but we have a second slide, plenty of questions about how to engage the power sector, the importance. We are entering the demonstration phase. We have solutions that are ready maybe to be implemented in the real grid. So we need the companies, we need a system operator, we need the private sector engaged totally with us in order to make this demonstration possible and then the real application in the field. So it's my pleasure to raise the question to our representative from KEPCO. Was a large company like KEPCO, a utility working with the government of Korea, which are the innovation you are aiming to, and which are the possibility for you to innovate the system in this period? Thank you.
So, sorry, maybe you can come back to me for what we are doing in India after
of course.
maybe the
of course.
Korea
We make a
experiences.
first round, and then we come back for a second one.
I'd like to ask, what was the question? Sorry.
Yeah, one of the questions is how you make innovation in the power system in Korea, and which are maybe the dialogue you have with the government in order to reach the target in integrated renewable, making the system greener, let's say.
Yes, and in Korea, Korean government have a target net zero in 2050, and then NDC will in 2030 is 40% the decrease of carbon emission, but in energy transition sector we have 45.9% the target. It's very huge, and then anyway we need to install renewable energy. So because of the intermittence, so we need to control renewable energy. So the Korean government have a kind of law and institution, and they gave us the KEPCO to monitor or control of the renewable energy, and then they made another action. It's sorry. Korean government made a law. It's the small scale solar power plant can have a generation business using aggregator.
Yeah.
And then anyway, as a power company, KEPCO followed the government cooperation, and we KEPCO made a system, advanced distribution management system. It's brand new, and originally we used all the distribution management system. It can only operate remotely switch gears, but now the new one can predict and forecast, and then the remote control of the renewable energy, because sometimes renewable energy over demand, it can be a big problem in power system. So we have the ADMS. It can curtail renewable energy, hundreds and thousands of renewable energy at once. It's another function, but we need the energy storage system too, but it's too expensive anyway. And then CAPCO and government made standardization of inverters. Inverter of photovoltaic has sometimes a problem. The most important function of a smart inverter is LVRT, low voltage right through, and some problem when it occur on some problem in the power system, the inverter had if the inverter has done LVRT function, the problem another one. So the CAPCO and the government is making standardization of inverter of photovoltaic, and then CAPCO installed the smart metering. AMI. We installed 11 million customers AMI out of 15 million. So we can gather information from the smart meter, the energy usage information, and the voltage control, voltage monitoring system, and it can helpful for the distribution operation and customer service. And yeah, I used too much time.
No, thank you very much. The important topic you touch upon, like PV inverters and demand response. And I believe AMI, smart meter, are really a building block to know which is the consumption, how to improve it, to make it. Thank you so much. I think we can move on and come to Professor Paddy. You can tell us which are the priority of the topic your PhD students are working on in order to support the evolution of the power system in India, all the activity you are behind on, and thank you for the former collaboration we had and the present collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Luciano, for a wonderful moderating the event. First of all, India is a co-partner to the IC1 Smart Grid in the early days. We were very excited to be partnered to international collaborations, and to be very honest, the previous IC1 Smart Grid collaboration has led to many international collaborations starting from US, UK, almost across the world. You name a country, we are there. Okay, so India, along with other international collaboration through demonstration of R&D projects on power sector become a prominent phenomena today. And happy to conclude that just last week we concluded the Indo-US project collaborative meeting. And if you talk about the students, let me get into the laboratory scale. Currently across the nation, because I belong to Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, but however, all the institutions in this country are currently devoting at least 5 to 7% of their energy into power sector. So that is for sure that the programs on power engineering, the minors in power engineering, and also the job opportunities in power engineering is very significant in this country. Now the second important part, the international collaboration has not led to better learning, but also a wonderful exposure. If you talk to my lab, actually for last 10 years, I have produced, let's say, around 10 students, and they are in 10 different countries today. So that shows the kind of collaboration we do strengthen. Coming back to Indian power system at large, the government is very, very positive. And the very important part here, that any amount of penetration, renewable penetration to this Indian grid is acceptable. I always tell in my name, in my term as professor, Indian grid is very, very hungry to accommodate renewable energy. And there is no doubt that we can continue to do the same business for next 1 or 2 decades. The only issue, if you look into the green corridors and the focus on wind energy penetration in the offshore, as well as solar, which is certainly natural, I think we are into all segments. And now we are looking into hydrogen as an alternative, electric vehicle as a, especially for bus services, become a potential opportunity for India to grow. So to me, academia and government in this country is completely intact to support the power engineering to grow. There is no doubt about it. And that is prominent through the job opportunity, the kind of graduates we produced, and also the institutions with new programs, okay? So I'm very happy the way we are progressing, and I'm very confident that with the similar platform of collaborations, we look forward to more opportunities in next decade to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paddy. I think clever, well-prepared PhD student Indian are everywhere. You told me that one of your students is now enrolled in the US and many others around the world. So this is already a good start for a collaboration. You have people that exchange view and work
and
together.
And I like to add, the person who is going to join on 24th of this month in NREL is produced from a small lab supported by Mission Innovation. So thank you very much.
So we have some input on that. Okay, thank you. Okay, now we move with important manufacturer. So we need to build a new infrastructure, you need a component, you need devices. And we'd like to ask you, since your experience on the AC-DC converters, also the HVDC, these are really important topics, especially when we want to ship long distance, enormous amount of energy. Can you tell us your experience, your activity, your innovation in a few words? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. You're doing a wonderful job, huh? So maintaining the time exactly on dot, it's a really, really great job. So Hitachi Energy, if I give a 30-second speech, our technology, be it a product, system, services, and software, it's a bridge between the generation and the consumption. So enabling the generation to the grids, transmitting to over a long distance or wherever it is, and also distributing, and finally, and the consumption, whether it is the industries or utilities or buildings, etc. So our technology play in those areas in that. So when we're talking about the energy transition, in our view or in my view, so this challenge is huge, and this challenge is bigger than an individual, an organization, and if I say so, it is more than one nation as a whole. And since that is a huge challenge, the collaboration and co-creation is extremely important in navigating this. It's not only bringing the technology at a scale, but also required to be deployed at a speed that is required for this energy transition in that. In addition to the scale and speed, what's important is to ensure that these technologies are affordable at certain geographies of the world, because it's not possible to deploy same technologies at a same cost per unit, right? So that's not possible. Then we will not able to reach the energy transitions which we really wanted to do at a scale in that. And the third point where we really wanted to stress that the whole of our focus on the energy transition is extremely important. If you miss the key link, that is the transmission or the grids, then we will never able to reach. Without the transmission, there is no energy transition. So we need to invest at a scale and speed that is required for this energy transition in the technologies which is required in the transmission, and especially on the grid standpoint in that. So one is the technologies. The technologies alone will not be get us there. What we need is, because these technologies are evolving we need a huge amount of skill sets, right? The whole ecosystem has developed because of our historical power system evolving over hundreds of years. Today, the power system is taking a huge step up in the transitioning into variable, renewable, so on and so forth. The grid behavior is a one aspect. That on top of that, we also have a different varieties of the loads. For example, electrical vehicles in the decarbonizing the transportation is another forms of a loads which were not there in the system previously, right? So how this whole grids behaving to these kind of scenarios is extremely important to devise the technologies, and that's where the digitalization, the smart grid of the grids are extremely important. And we see a huge amount of things. If I add another 60 seconds about India, as India has a huge ambitious target of 2030. By 2030, a country of 1.4 billion population wants to meet its energy requirement, 50% of energy requirements through the renewable. 50% of 1.4 billion people, and the energy demand is growing. in the last several years. And to reach that, we need to do at least 2 to 3 times more than what we have been doing now, whether it is addition of capacities or in the grids, grid modernization, or the distribution, etc. in that. And that needs a huge amount of a collaboration across all the stakeholders, whether it is the private sector, public sector, government, and agencies like IEA, CEM. All these things have to come forward to bring the technology which is affordable and at a scale and speed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent message. Yes, huge challenges call for strong collaboration. That is clear. Thank you so much. And I remember in Pittsburgh there was a nice motto that was no transition without transmission. So that's why we need also your technology. Thank you so much. But then no transition without solar. So I would like to give the floor to Longi as an important manufacturer of PV and PV solution and panels. So tell us which is the innovation you are working on and why PV will be important for the transition. Thank you. Is important already.
Yeah. So good morning. I am Pradeep. I represent Longi, a major PV manufacturer in China, and I am responsible for the Indian business. So I typically represent both the countries, which is the 2 countries having the highest population across the globe. So I am the a kind of a right candidate probably to understand how we can implement these kind of the issues, or how we can collaborate and come together for enhancing the green energy acceptance across the globe. Yes, we are a company who have a capacity of almost like 80 gigawatt of solar module manufacturing, 120 plus gigawatt of solar wafer manufacturing, and around 50 gigawatt of solar cell manufacturing. And we have manufacturing facilities in China, Vietnam, Malaysia, and probably in few other parts of the world as well very soon. Now coming to 2022, this is one year which had a major energy crisis, maybe because of several reasons, but the major reason was the geopolitical issues between a few countries. And this has shown that the clean energy acceptance or the transformation of the power sector is not just an option, but an essential thing which has to happen across the world. Yes. 2022 is a learning. I mean, probably every big country will start implementing clean energy in a big scale, because that's when we have to reduce our dependency on the fossil fuels, because fossil fuels are mostly regional in nature and it's not evenly distributed across the countries or across the nations. Clean energy is something which we can reciprocate across the globe in a uniform manner if needed. Yes. There are a lot of challenges. We have gone through several. Now we are somewhere at 300 to 350 gigawatt of solar every year now across the globe in terms of the requirements. And if that transition has to happen, there are a lot of initiatives which has to come from the macro scale as well as the micro level scale. I mean, the transition has to happen in both the ways. Let me take an example of the micro scale. Probably Longi is one of the first companies in China which signed all the 300s, what we call EP100, EV100 and RE100 initiatives, wherein we are committed to go 100% solar for all the production facilities. And taking an example of one of the factories in Boston area, it's already at 90.1%. So we will achieve 100% very soon. So for any module manufacturing company, going full factory with 100% renewable energy is a big thing, because it's a huge facility which we have. Similarly, on a macro scale, I think developing countries like India, we have an ambitious target of reaching around 280 gigawatt of solar by 2030. We are at almost like 100 gigawatt now, implemented and under implementation projects. But again, if we see the new technologies getting accepted, the EV is coming into picture. As sir mentioned, the hydrogen is also picking up in a big space. So if you technically see, we have like another 100 to 150 gigawatt of solar which has to be implemented soon to achieve the annual target, I mean the target set by India to reach, say probably 280 gigawatt of solar or 500 gigawatt of renewable energy in total, including EV and hydrogen. Now, with this scenario, I think with the current state, we are bound to do at least like 45 to 50 gigawatt of solar every year. And that's when the huge policy intervention has to happen, because without policies, even if we have technologies across the globe, it will be slightly difficult for any project developer or anybody to import, say, modules, inverters, or any other equipment required for any solar project, or even other like wind projects or any other components which is needed for a green energy project. And that's when the enabling has to happen from the government side in terms of policies, wherein we can start a kind of a free trade zone between all the countries, which can enable implementation of large scale projects, because 40 to 50 gigawatt is not a small number, and it's a big number to achieve. So the transition has to happen on a macro scale, like each and every small industry or even the household has to happen, and the policies has to be favorable for that. And at a macro scale, the policies across the country for any developing or a developed nation has to improve so that the acceptance comes on a big scale.
Okay. Thank you very much. As PV is an important word, of course. We had organized together with METI, as a member of GPFM, a nice 2-day workshop on PV, not only the technology, but also important issues that are coming out, like critical raw material, how you have material to make it, PV, and also recycling, because now the number, billion of PV panels, you have to also to make this important aspect available, and IEA Irina were supporting us. Okay, now I would like to come back to Amanda and Siva. If you want to react to any of the comments of the other panelists, because now we move to the second part of the panel, where we want to know what we have to do in order to engage with the private sector. We want to implement solutions. We need the private sector to be fully on board. We have an example of very innovative companies. Can you tell us what your feeling about how to involve them properly and efficiently? Amanda first.
Sure, happy to do so. So I think you said it really well, Luciano, that effectively we cannot do this without engagement of all of the players in a particular space. I think that applies, across the energy spectrum, especially so in electricity. And there are a multiplicity of players, and I think the number and types can really vary depending on the jurisdiction that you're in. But certainly in Canada, for example, in developing policy or programming, we do strive to engage private sector, utilities, regulators, all of the players who might be involved in helping to create the solution. I think, it's maybe a little cliche, but, complex problems have complex answers. And there's no one player, including governments, that have all of the pieces of the puzzle. Not any one player has all of the levers, and the levers can include not just things like financing, but can include knowledge, expertise, policy-making levers, convening power. So certainly, in Canada's case, when we're looking to achieve ambitious targets, and I think you mentioned, Canada is blessed to have incredible natural resources, and we have between 80 to 85% of our grid is already non-emitting, due largely, but not exclusively, to hydropower. But what that means is the remaining, 15 to 20% is a little more difficult to solve. And so Canada's working sort of across the spectrum to think through, to not just set ambitious targets. So Canada has obviously net zero by 2050, targets generally for the economy, but specifically for electricity, Canada has a very ambitious goal of net zero electricity grids by 2035. So to support that, the government is in the process of implementing a clean electricity standard, and has introduced a range of other measures, complementary measures, to help support that. So that includes things like investment in RD&D, programming, innovation programming. We know that to meet those sorts of goals, we really do need to double down on innovation. We know that things like demand response are going to be important, but we know that not just, you can't just say we want it. We have to develop it in conjunction with not just the technology manufacturers, but with with advocacy groups, with utilities, and so on to ensure broad-scale adoption. Canada's also introduced an investment tax credit for clean electricity that is in the process of being developed to incentivize investment in clean electricity. Maybe the last thing I'll say is Minister Wilkinson has recently created, I'm going to get the name wrong, essentially an electric grid council across Canada that pulls from key players in the space, from industry leaders, from utilities, from interested or influential academics and GOs. And really together, these people are going to help advise on the paths that will be needed toward the future. So in short, that was a long answer, but in short, to get a solution that's going to benefit everyone, you need to involve everyone in helping aim toward the ultimate target.
Thank you very much, Amanda. I couldn't agree more. I think also on the issue of the last mile is always difficult. Going to 80, 85 to 100, this is the tricky part. That's why we have an initial goal to 80, and then the last mile will be difficult. Okay, maybe we come to California. We want to make one more round, so please, your comment.
Thank you, Luciano. I think, first of all, I just want to thank all the private sector and other voices on really articulating the problem. So when I think about the intervention of the state, I think it's kind of twofold, right? State is one of the many stakeholders in the process, and really bringing transparency and public interest as the core tenets of the process. So I think that's what the state is responsible for. But again, it's one of the many stakeholders at the chair, moving at the table, moving forward the overarching ambitious goals. So a couple of reactions specifically to the thoughts that were shared. I think I want to just go back to articulating that policy creates markets. So it's really important that not only California, the United States at large, but the global community really send clear signals on the ambition. But also, we do have to choose some winners, but not all winners, right? Mm-hmm. So how do you balance that? So for example, I think it's conclusion that solar has a huge role in our global fight towards decarbonization. So does wind, right? So I think those two technologies have gotten a lot of support and certainty. But moving forward, especially the comments on how do you ensure the grid becomes really smart in terms of being able to connect transportation and buildings and other electrified loads in a smart way, and how do you create the necessary policy paradigm to have that happen, including rate design, including tariff design, and this is where keeping it open to technologies becomes really important, right? For example, when we think about technologies other than solar and wind, how do you provide incentives for a fuel cell is very different from how do you provide to a storage, versus something like a linear generator or a low combustion entity. So I think we need to figure out tariffs and structures that allow for attributes rather than a very clear technology win. So I think that becomes an important element. And to Amanda's point, you cannot really do that without the boots on the ground knowledge that most of the developers and the communities that actually invest in making the technology happen. So it would be not wise of me to leave out an important element. As we move forward in the transition, I think it's extremely important to think about equity. So as we move, for California, we are home of over 100 federally recognized tribes. 50% of California is low-income, disadvantaged communities. And much of the power plants today are in those areas. So as we move forward, how do you make sure the transition happens for everybody at the same time? And that's where I think the government and the public sector has a very important role on shaping policy to bring the solutions to everybody and not just a few. So thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing this very important aspect about the just transition, not leaving anybody behind. This is an important topic that we want to be recalled. Thank you. Now I'm coming back to Rina, and in your privileged position as Executive Director of India's Smart Grid Forum. Can you tell us some recent example of how you succeed in involving the private sector in your activities, please?
Thank you so much.
In India especially.
Yes. So as I would just like to reiterate that private sector engagement is very crucial in the transformation that we are looking for, and India Smart Grid Forum is a PPP initiative in itself. We bring together all the private and public sector stakeholders to be able to to engage them and to support the government in their policy and incentive initiatives. So some of the initiatives that have been undertaken by the government of India, I would not say particularly by the push of ISGF, but we've been continuously working with the government in accelerating these developments. Some engagements of public-private partnerships which have really enhanced and supported the targets that we have. Particularly, I would like to highlight the first one as the Green Energy Corridor project, which is implemented as a public-private partnership initiative to support the integration of renewable energy, as well as supporting the infrastructure development for the transmission of the renewables to the far-fetched places in India. So that has really been a key initiative, and also Government of India has worked on renewable energy independent power producers auction, which has also it's a competitive bidding process that has helped drive down the tariff making for renewable energy, and increasingly has been a cost competitive method, and has boosted the participation and encouraged the participation of public sector, private sector in boosting the renewable energy in India. And International Solar Alliance is also one of the key initiatives co-funded by Government of India. It's again has facilitated the public-private engagement by creating platforms to collaborate and to support the technology transfer and investment in the solar industry in India. And Energy Efficiency Services Limited is also a key initiative by Government of India. It's a public sector service company which has worked significantly on driving the energy efficiency initiatives for India, has implemented many successful projects with the public-private partnership in India. I would like to highlight one which is replacement of the bulbs with LED bulbs, more efficient bulbs, which has been a very successful project highlighting the PPP partnership. And lastly, for the electric vehicle charging infrastructure deployment, we have seen many private players coming in and supporting the state government, central government in their initiatives to bring in, to boost the manufacturing as well as of the vehicles, as well as charging infrastructures being set up by the private sector, and Government of India is supporting with huge incentives to the manufacturers as well as EV car owners. So that is these are some of the initiatives that we have seen, and going forward we're looking for many more. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Irina. I think we have 1 minute left, so just a short comment from the remaining panelists, because I want also you to have a group picture or together, group photo. So, Dr. Paddy first.
I'll just take 10 seconds to inform the House, because many of you will be surprised, is there any real partnership happening to achieve the goal of Green Power Future Mission? I think Venu is next to me, is the proof that we are now partnering to demonstrate some of our laboratory technology with the support of Hitachi, and we are going to prove that the academic campuses of this country can sustain with renewable integration as well as storage technologies with ADMS. So I think thank you very much for your support, and I mean it looks like we intentionally sitting next to each other, but it's not so. I think this is really happening in India.
We need this
and
kind
we'll
of collaboration taking place. Thank you so much.
If I can add another 30 seconds, is that while we are all we talked about innovation, co-creation, collaboration, extremely important. They have to be at a speed and a scale and also affordable required for the geographies. But what is also important, more and more we are talking very less on that, is the upskilling of our whole workforce, upskilling of everybody is that. And that's where Hitachi Energy, we not only partnered with IIT Roorkee, but we are partnered with the NIT Warangal, IIT Madras, which are a very well-known engineering institution where we want to co-create the solutions which are required for our future energy transitions in that. Thank you very much.
Every little piece of a puzzle matter. Also, capacity building, training of new crew is good. I don't know if from KEPCO you have a final word about the innovation, and then we move on with the picture.
And as a president of KEPRI, KEPCO Research Institute, we are developing and the technology against climate change, and then too long. And then anyway, we are participating some research cooperation, and then we need to share some information. You know, every country have to achieve the net zero, the same, I think, similar technology and methods. So we need to share our knowledge, and then so if I think ISGAN will be a crucial role to share this kind of knowledge. So
this is the best final word you could have said. Thank you so much. Thank you also to Longi for being with us. I would like to take a group picture with group photo with the people standing maybe, and then we thank you very much for your participation, and we have a round of applause to all our panelists. Oh, Aaron, please, can you come on stage? It's too crowded. Okay. Okay. One more. Oh, with the mobile phone. Important people on stage for all these pictures. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you to all the panelists for the very nice contribution to the discussion. It was a pleasure, it was a real pleasure. So, I finally succeeded to be 2 or 3 minutes late. Yeah? Okay, let's come to the conclusion of this event. So please take your seat, and I would like to ask Arun Mishra and Dr. Ibo Wang to come on stage for some final words about our cooperation, our collaboration, and the need for continued. I don't know if people will listen to me. Yeah, the networking already started. I think we can conclude the event, and Aaron is maybe making a few words, and together with Dr. Ibo, please thank all the participants.
I think at the cost of disturbing the good work going on, I'll thank all of you for having joined us for collaboration, and I see the people connecting right away. So that's the first step for collaboration, and Dr. Yebo and I are here to reassure that a Green Power Future Mission and ISKCON will together work for a greener, a smarter grids for the future. Dr. Yebo?
Thank you all the audience and all the panelists and all our participants. Yeah, I think I write down a whole page of the achievement, and I prepare a very long conclusion. But now I think I have to shorten it, and I think today we have, firstly, we have a very high level of speakers from, one is from the vice chair of MI steering committee, and then another is head of SEM sector, and they give us very inspiring words to foster our collaboration. And after that, we have three presentation and from 4 speakers to give the landscape of the collaboration. And after that, we have 7 high-level panelists to give their advices and learnings from different countries. And I would like to stop here and thank you, Luciano, to give us monitoring this session, very successful session, and all the participants. And finally, I would like to say one word that in the next room, we have another meeting focused on 5 demonstrations in 5 continents. So in 2040. So may I ask our audience to move your steps to the room 3, I think, room 3, and join us in the next session. Thank you all. Thank you.
thank you for coming to this session. This is side event 2.9 on decarbonizing the global cement sector with CCUS. So if you're not intending to be in side event 2.9, this is the moment to walk out, but hopefully not. We are today going to talk about an important sector, an important technology lever to decarbonize, and that is cement, and that is CCUS. My name is Juho Lipponen, and I'm coordinator of the CEM-CCUS initiative, and will be co-moderating this with Rana Gonaim from UNIDO. Rana will present herself in a moment. And we will, in the program, have short introduction, then presentation by GCCA, by Thomas Guillot, who is there on cement sector decarbonization, where CCUS sits in that constellation of various things. And after that, we go to a panel discussion through various topics. And you'll see the panel composition there on the screens. We'll present the panelists very, very briefly when we start, but it's a very great lineup of government, industry, finance, and so we hope to have a very, very good discussion. So before, Thomas, you kick off, I think it's interesting and safe to just note that indeed the cement sector is a vital and large industrial sector. Concrete is the second most used material in the world after water. The sector is responsible for 6 to 7% of global CO2 emissions, and a lot of that is obviously process emissions, and we'll have so it has particular challenges in the decarbonization. And we know, I think Thomas will tell in his talk what kind of portfolio of measures you are envisaging for your decarbonization. And I would like to stress that CCUS is not the only thing in it, but it's a rather important part in it. And the cement industry also has become very active in the area of CCUS. That can be said right from the start, and that's really, really excellent. We've had a collaboration with GCCA over the years, and the cement companies are very, very actively looking into how they can use carbon capture in their decarbonization activity and vision going forward. And it's not just visions in the future. Actually, there is a lot of activity happening now, and we'll hear about it in a moment. But so indeed, we have put this session together with the CEM-CCUS initiative, the CEM-IDDI, Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative, and also GCCA. And I would like to pass it on to Rana for her introduction and a few points, and then we move on to the presentation.
Great, thank you, Juho, and good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure also to be here in the session today, collaborating with the CEM-CCUS initiative and the GCCA. On behalf of UNIDO and the Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative, I'd just like to provide also a bit of an overview on why this topic is important. Of course, Juho covered it all in terms of why cement and why CCUS. However, the Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative is built as a horizontal initiative, so interacting with many of the other CEM initiatives, like the one on hydrogen and the one on CCUS, because essentially what we're trying to do within the initiative is to create and support the creation of markets for low-carbon steel, cement, and concrete, as well as near-zero steel, cement, and concrete. And so as such, we see technologies like CCUS and hydrogen as key for the decarbonization of these sectors, and we look at levers where demand for these products could be created primarily through green procurement and also the establishment of standards, harmonized standards that could then support with the adoption of these technologies. So we're really very excited to have this discussion. We see the cement sector as actually the fast-moving sector. We're very happy to have this collaboration, and also we see that CCUS would be very important. So looking forward for the discussion later, but to kick us off, I'm very pleased to introduce Thomas Guillot, who is the CEO of the Global Cement and Concrete Association. And Thomas is going to give us 10-15-minute presentation about the efforts that GCCA is making in this regard. So, Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So 10-15 minutes. Try to stick to 10-15 minutes. So let's have the... Okay. Thank you very much again on, for hosting this event. Let me put this right. Okay, we repeat it, huh? I mean, I don't think it works.
It's all in the same.
Here we go. Here we go. So voila. So CEM-14 MI-8. I mean, to some of my folks, I have to say that CEM is not cement. It's actually clean energy ministerial. Thank you very much, distinguished guests, all dear. I mean, it looks like we have a lot of people in the room, but it's also a small room. So I mean, that's to mitigate the success. Now, cement is an important material, and especially, you know, we have a look at the global south, as we say, and especially for the global south, as cement is really the backbone of the modern society we live in. And one of the difficulties of cement, I mean, it's an opportunity from the business point of view, but it's a difficulty is that there is no substitute. And you cannot build the infrastructure that we have. I mean, this type of building, we cross the bridge, we see the airport, and we see all what goes with modern living without cement. Cement is an essential material in that sense, and that's what difficult is. But it bears an important problem, which is the carbon on the CO2 emission. So maybe a few words on GCCA first. And I like to repeat that GCCA is a CEO-led organization. It means that we are not an association of just you know, sub-association of like this. We are really people from cement companies, cement majors, that are truly believing, that are making commitments on the climate change and on saying, well, we need to decarbonize our world. We are accountable for what is going on, and we are custodian of the concrete, we are custodian of the cement material, and we need to make things change because we believe in this material. So we represent about 80% of the world of cement on concrete outside China, and we do have as well some important Chinese cement manufacturing. I don't give a percentage because China is too big, but the good news is we are in discussion today with many Chinese suppliers, and we have signed up a new Chinese member actually just a few months ago in the name of Huaxin Cement, and we're in discussion with Conch and with many others actually to join the endeavor. We are also truly global, and this includes, of course, India, and we have a very large representation of the Indian market, about 80% of the Indian market. Now, let's move on to our issue. So yes, you said it. We have a decarbonization plan. I mean, that's the 2050 roadmap, going to net zero. And you see in purple there the importance of CCUS as a decarbonization lever. This comes in 7 levels, but the single most important levels is indeed carbon capture, use and store as a material. And we need to address that. We have also the commitment, so this comes with, in 2050, from about 1.3 to 1.5 billion tons of capture by 2050, and we have a commitment by 2030, which was part of our roadmap, to come with 10 CCUS plants, and we'll see how this represents into the discussion. But CCUS, and this is the work we did with the Mission Possible partnership. Under their leadership, we have done this sectoral transition strategy to revise and to validate, confirm, discuss, you know, what is the pathway, also giving numbers to that, and I will come back to the numbers. And you see the importance of CCUS in the activity. So altogether, the sectors covered by MPP was about 16 billion tons. And you see that CCUS is 4 billion out of this 16. So it's about 25% of the solution in there. So it's not marginal for heavy sectors. It's really important. And cement is about here 21% of that match. So cement is the single bigger in already one of the important levels and things. The second thing which is important on that slide is probably the multiplicators that you see next to the green bar. And you see whereas the other technologies have to multiply by tenfold in 30 years, cement has to multiply, CCUS has to multiply by about 100 times. And that brings really important on what we are doing here in the sense of we really need to get our things together in pushing and in multiplying that technologies because we are just at the beginning. And whereas the beginning looks nice already now, we can say after a few years of working, we need really to give an extra kick and to make these things happen. So projects, how do we look at projects? And how do we say, why I'm saying that I'm confident on that things are looking at? So we have actually launched with Lead IT this technology tracker. This is public. I mean, you have the QR code. You can take it if you want. To actually monitor and see, okay, where are new projects? What is being announced across the world in terms of CCUS projects? And whereas last year we were having only 33 projects at the same time, this year we had 50 projects announced, right? 33, 50, so almost, I mean, I would not say twice as much, but not far from twice as much. And the reality is that we also have asked our members, confidentially, how many projects are you working on? And we are working on, the sector is working in about 100 projects, 105 projects, and we'll redo this query. And when you see on regional level why and how this acceleration was possible, you see the recent legislative package that were actually developed in USA, in Canada, and in other countries like Norway or UK. And also to give an example of Europe, where we have launched and where the Innovation Fund was launched a little bit earlier, we have actually today 9 projects that were granted to cement CCUS on an additional 3 on lime CCUS. And if you take in money terms, in terms of commitment, and if you consider that this total package of Europe was 5.3 billion on innovation, and if you consider about 130 million to 150, we don't have the exact number, this is confidential, but it's about 25% of the money, 20 to 25% of the money that the Innovation Fund has given in Europe allocated to CCUS. So that's not marginal. That's really a strong call on a strong demonstration that this technology is something that needs to be bet on, that people are ready on their projects to actually sustain the development. So progress, how do we measure progress and why is it so important to move on that directions? I have here also, this is also part of the analysis that was done during the sectoral transition strategy. We worked with ECRA, the European Cement Research Academy, to develop and to understand and to make a sort of state of the unions of the analysis of what is the technologies, etc. And this is the technology maturity today. So we start from 5, you have a 5, the TRL, and it goes up on the only real, I mean, the technology that is really available today is amine scrubbing. No big project, but small projects on about to be demonstrated in commercial practices. And within 5 years, thanks to all this development, you see the advancement of the technologies. And we are bringing with many of these technologies to technical readiness level and to commercial stage. And that's important. Remember, we committed 10 CCUS projects. We have 50 on the ground. Some people tell us we need to do much more on that. We are listening, we try it. But, I mean, these are big commitments. Another thing is the cost of the technologies. And you see here, I mean, that's very interesting. These are the costs today of the carbon capture, only carbon capture, without storage on transport. So we see that in the average, I mean, in a normalized cost situation, etc., we are about at 80 euro per ton of CO2 capture, right? Including investment and including OPEX. And you see how these technologies and what we forecast as a cost on technologies. The red dot is the capture capacity, the capture rate of efficiency. So we are at 95%, 95% rate. And you see that the future looks actually quite good. We will progress, and these technologies are coming with lower cost, still high efficiencies, and strong development. And that's why it is so important to actually keep and to have all these developments to work on to enable a cheaper transition into the sector. Now, one of the questions with all effort, most of this cost, and if you include transport and storage, you will be above what I call, the pricing, the carbon pricing, classical carbon pricing. Let's say in Europe, we are in the around 88. I think I looked last time was 88 euro per ton. And of course, the technology costs more than that down the road, right? So what do we do on what can we do in order to facilitate and to keep working on these technologies? We have been working with with a Canadian professor, actually, Professor Bataille, from the University of Columbia. So he's Canadian, but the university is from US. I think he's also a professor in Canada. And he has done a lot of work with the Canadian government, actually, particularly on the latest legislative package to facilitate the development of carbon capture technologies, not only in cement, also with other sectors. And he has proposed, let's say, a set of legislative solutions, which we can discuss we'll discuss in the panel a little bit further. And you see, what are the risks and how you can help through legislative package or market mechanism to actually handle and to help, the initial investment on this technology actually to jump the path and to get into implementation. It's quite really simple. I mean, of course, technical risk, the only solution is pilot, right? So that's what we have seen. We are doing pilot. There are things happening also in China. A lot of things is moving, and that's fine. Regulatory risk, when you start something, you still need to have permits, you still need to have the authorization for the pipeline, etc. I mean, maybe we can do some pre-approval on that these things are happening, or define zones, or gain time on the permitting. I mean, in France, they announced that they want to reduce actually by 2 the time of permitting for the green projects. The financing risk, this is obvious. That's the grants. That's what we see with Europe, with USA. These are all the discussion on interest rates. What you can give preferred interest rate, tax credits, buyer equity participation. So basically, the buyer will advance the money for the development, and you have many more activities on infrastructure, etc. And then there is also the operating risk, because the initial investment is not the only thing. You have then to run an operation. And for me, it looks very similar to the debate we had back in the 20s. Back in the early 2000s. I'm not that young anymore. With the green electricity. So back then the windmill, the solar was extremely expensive, but the government were guaranteeing contracts. That was the contract for difference, right? And we're guaranteeing a fixed price for the kilowatt hour. So you were guaranteed if your project doesn't come, and if the market price doesn't get there, that you have a minimum return on investment, and at least you don't lose money, right? And these are the contracts for difference. And I think we have to look at these process subsidies, this public-private led market, etc. All these solutions that can help actually to bring certainty on the market and on the operation, at least for the beginning, and until these all things becomes very competitive. A special mention to this tradable zero-emission cement credit, which is something that was that is in function today in California, where basically the cement saving. The physical cement removal is decoupled from the place where the cement is actually saved. So they emit credits, and in California, all the players of California are taking a part of the project. So that basically share the risk on all the players, and then they are discussing the technologies, and they are learning all together on the technology. So this is something that we can think of, particularly in the debate of how do we finance the Global South on that technology, right? So talking about Global South, and talking about the cement initiative, how do we bring this global commitment to local actions? And that's the Net Zero Accelerator roadmap. That's what the GCCA is working. We are working in, and we are trying to work it also with UNIDO. I think we will have some announcement to make some days on that. But basically, it's really to commit the national cement organization in the same pathway, in the same discussion of net zero transition. And what we want to do is to have them doing their own activation plan, so taking the basically 7 levels and understand what does it come and what does it make for my country and for my national jurisdiction. And with that, understanding also the consequence on policy asks, what needs to be transformed in the local country, and also what are the projects, so that we need to prepare the projects in order to get them for discussion and to get them for financing. So that's something that we are pushing. You see the map. There is so far. We still have some work to do, but this is progressing, and yeah, we are working on that. Now, in concrete forms, we want to develop for every country this action map. What does it mean? It means that for each level, we need to systematically understand what policy asks needs to be done, or what are the options. I give an example on circularity, for example. How do we transform and how do we create a virtuous circularity economy in the respective countries to enable, for example, waste to energy to happen? The second thing is about knowledge dissemination. There is a lot of commonalities in that. I mean, there are things that are good practices, typically running a kiln with a carbon capture facility. This is not a simple thing, so it needs to move. And we need to extract this knowledge and disseminate it to the other countries. Projects. Systematically, we should have projects, list of projects, be it project on foundational work, be it pre-feasibility study, feasibility study, to make sure that the assets is deploying. And finally, as financing, all this requires financing, and financing is not only grant, it's really everybody looking at that and make sure that this system is profitable. Now, I would like to conclude by one important thing, which is, how do we win in this? And I'm particularly happy to be here. And again, I thank you on CEM, on MI for the invitation. But this is the reflection of, this collaborative aspect. I think everybody talks about collaboration, but I think this is a good example of collaboration. We signed last year in Pittsburgh a memorandum of understanding with CEM-CCUS to actually work together. And since then, we really have worked. We did actually several workshops with government officials to explain, to socialize the discussion on CCUS. And this is also the discussion now we have, and we will have over engagement. On going forward, with the Global CCS Institute, we have also, thank you, Jarad, for that, we will also have a project now in India to understand how we can build a hub in India and to make a sort of something state of the unions of carbon capture, use and store for cement in India, engaging the leadership, engaging the leaders of the Indian cement industry, creating the buy-in of them on the regulator, and we will report on next steps and see how we can actually progress on CCUS for cement in India. So that's a great example of collaboration. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Thomas. I'll invite you to just stay with us here on the podium. And I think very, very clear messages that came on to me from your presentation, on the potential of CCUS for this decarbonizing the cement industry, but also vice versa on how much the cement industry could be used as a strong lever for delivering CCUS and CCS. And then at the same time, I think what came on to me very clearly is this great commitment at the global level from the association and the need now to connect that to local action. So I hope we can drill a bit more into that during our discussion today. So now I would like to invite our panel to join us here on the stage, and I'll be calling on the names. So I'll just invite you to make your way as I'm introducing you. So first we have with us Brad Crabtree, who is Assistant Secretary from the US Department of Energy. Henriette Nisheim, who is the Deputy Director General from the Ministry of Energy of Norway. Peter Ekwe Otso, who is the Director of the Ministry of Science and Technology from Nigeria. Thomas, you're already here. Raju Goyal, who is the President of Ultrasec Cement. Then we have Björn Otto Sverdrup, who is the ex-com chair of OGCI. Then finally, we have Priyank Latval, who is the specialist from the World Bank joining us. I hope I passed my pronunciation test here. And thank you all for joining us. So, I mean, I'd like to stay first with industry. And so in addition to Thomas, we have Raju from Ultratech. So I'd like you both, maybe first starting with Raju and then moving on to you, Thomas, to outline some of the key activities and advances on deploying CCUS, and what are the key challenges that GCCA and also Ultratech as a company working on the ground is facing actually with implementing CCUS.
Thanks, Rana. Good morning to all. It's a very loaded question to answer in the morning, but I'll try my best to answer from the industry point of view. Let's talk about this as Thomas also mentioned that in the beginning also introduction, that why we talk about CCUS for cement industry. Because if you see the total overall CO2 emission, about 60 to 70% coming from the limestone calcination. And based on today's, there is no substitute for that material to produce cement. Rest, electricity, fuel and things, lot of initiatives are happening. Lot of technology development is happening to reduce the power consumption in thermal and things, but there is nothing can be seen in the near horizon to replace the limestone, which is the serious concern for all of us. Second, we know that we are in the business of providing the cheapest glue in the world. So this is the another point we to see that, and now CCUS becomes very, very important for all of us, because this CO2 which we have to emit from the limestone calcination as second largest like a commodity after the water, as you mentioned that cement is required. And Thomas, you mentioned that cement will be required at least for our lifetime there also. So coming back, our Ultratech point of view, we are evaluating. I think we are the founding member of GCCA, and we have also committed for net zero by 2050. In that, we are working very much closely with the partner with the GCCA as well as the other startups and the technology providers. What are the technologies emerging? So if I put my thought into the simple language, we call the triangle. I call the word triangle. So first I call this a absurd ambitions, which is, sorry, my word called absurd, but we have to be very ambitious for that side. Second, I'll call the technology providers and technology maturity and technology things. Third, come to the policy, which I combine with the incentives, policies, regulations, and the financing on that. So that's the three things we are working on that. And as Ultratech, we have done some pilots, some of the case studies and some of the feasibilities we have evaluated. But I will not be shy to say in this room, ball stops when come to the cost as well as the financing and the policies and incentives to the industry. So that's the challenge we face right now here.
Thank you. So, Thomas, if you elaborate as well.
Yeah, I mean, I already spoke a lot, but no, I think at GCCA, you know, we have to have a macro consideration, because I mean, our question is basically how do we accelerate that technology? And I often say that an association like us needs to catalyze the development, and we need to act as a catalyst. I think one of the first things we do is first to socialize the technology. I mean, I think you know, there was a lot of progress done in the last years. I'm not sure these are technical progress, if not understanding of the technology progress, on acceptance of that technology. And I think we have to repeat that, because I mean, I heard here in that room, I mean, in other instance, some people are still challenging that technologies in terms of storage, is it safe, etc. I mean, I think this is proven. I don't think there is anything. I mean, I think these are scientific proof behind all that, and we see the importance of that. So I think we cannot anymore doubt of technologies like this. So that's probably our first mission and our first challenge in that sense. Then we need to have discussions, you know, because the vision on of CCUS is, wow, it's expensive. I mean, who's going to pay? I mean, maybe even in Europe or USA, I mean, thankfully there was some very big development, but we need to overcome that, and we need to explain people that, and that's what we do with the industry, that it's not because it is expensive that we cannot start. I have a 9-year-old kid, and the slogan of the school is, it's never too early to be ahead of others, right? I mean, very ambitious for a 9-year-old, but I would like to say that for us as well, you know, as a cement, I mean, it's never too early to be ahead of others. So let's start working on that. I was in India a couple of months ago. I discussed with all my members one by one, and they are all engaged and say, yes, okay, let's start on CCUS. Let's embark on that journey. And I think that's a very important one. I think, and I would stop here. The third one is probably finding the right experts, right? I mean, this is, in a way, a small community, and there will be more and more demand. And we see, I mean, 99 times the development of this. I mean, who's going to do the feasibility studies? Who's going to do the understanding? Who's going to build, you know, the concepts around all that? And I think we need to work on that. And we have done, in GCCA, we have done a handbook, a cement, I mean, I would say CCUS in cement for dummies, if I may put it like this. But it's basically summarizing, you know, all the key things that you need to look at when you want to start CCUS in projects. So we worked with CCUS knowledge, and we are giving that for our numbers. So this is the type of things that we are to overcome the challenge.
Wonderful. Thanks. I'll pass on to you then.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so we have rehearsed this show with Rana earlier over a cup of coffee, so we'll be alternating these questions. But yeah, thanks Raju and Thomas for kicking us off. Really, really great, and thanks Thomas for the presentation. yeah, indeed, you were talking about the 10 projects in your roadmap earlier already, and it's great to hear that you already have 50 kind of actively being developed. So sort of with a 20% rate of success, you're already very close to achieving that. But of course, I think I would be amongst those who say that you need to do more. And I think the CEM group is in some ways, I think, one of the sort of relevant government groups that will do everything to help you do more. I think that's for sure. So moving on another interesting aspect which is known to be a challenge for you, and that's infrastructure. We come back, I think, to other policies and incentives later, but we know that that's something that the cement sector is not. You're not gearing up to be transporting and storing CO2 yourselves. You require somebody to do that as a service for you, and you will capture, but not do the rest. So, what type of challenge do you see in this regard, and how are you looking into the aspects of infrastructure? And if we take Raju and Toma first, and then I would like to come to you, Björn Otto, on this topic and on the topic of hubs. Could we have a few words from the industry first?
No, I mean, definitely it's a challenge, and that's one of the complexity of developing this actually, because it's a super heavy industry that needs to be invented from scratch almost. So we need to rebuild infrastructure, we need to develop everything, etc. I think there, here we are really into the core of the discussion of collaboration. Cement plants are not isolated, and there is a lot of studies that have been done already in trying to integrate cement plants together with steel plants, with aluminium, etc. Understand all these heavy emitters that will potentially use then the infrastructure. And then, I mean, we are working with OGCI in particular to look at these and to develop hubs. I mean, there are also projects with MPP, Mission Possible Partnership in USA, to start looking on to really make sure that the infrastructure part, transport, store, comes at the same time as the technologies. I mean, on everywhere where we are actually popping up projects, this comes in synchrony and in balance. I mean, we have that in the northern of Europe, we have that in UK, etc., etc. So that's a very fundamental project. For me, maybe one more point. I mean, I'm part of the people that see that as an opportunity, actually. I think this is a wonderful business opportunity, and I think that people need to look at that and to be leader in shaping these hubs, because they will then be at the center of the hubs and they will make it to their needs.
Raju, anything to add?
It's very difficult talk after Toma, but I will try my best, because the one point I also like this one, because coming from as a consumer or producer point of the CO2 is coming for this, because yes, we have seen from the slide from the Toma that technology is evolving and technology is getting matured, and TRL 8 and 9 is achieving there. So our point is that I think is a very good question for that. We can capture the CO2, but after that what? So transportation and storage becomes, I will say, that enabler to use these technologies in the industry like us, which is hard to abate, is going to definitely enabler if the storage as well as the transportation or some technology which can be used, this captured CO2 will be would be applicable somewhere. That will definitely encourage our efforts in that.
Thank you. So staying on this topic, Björn Otto, your organization OGCI has been in many ways in the lead of looking into strategic hubs. So can you outline a little bit what the hubs concept is and how you worked on that, and also maybe reflect a little bit on how well does it serve the cement industry in particular?
Well, it's a great question, and thanks for inviting us to be part of this interesting panel this morning. So a hub in this respect is a way of thinking of, let's try to create the opportunity to have a net zero industrial cluster going forward. So basically could we connect large-scale emission sources with large-scale storage opportunities, offering the opportunity to both provide scale, a pooling of supply of CO2, access to storage, and also, I think importantly, to some of the things you alluded to, the opportunity to divide labor among different parties, saying that because even if you're very good at producing cement, doesn't mean that you will be very good at understanding how a reservoir will behave over 50 or 100 years for managing CO2. So that's basically the concept. And we have been mapping different kind of emission sources worldwide, trying to map and connect them with storage opportunities. And we've identified more than 300 such hubs. 100 of those will be available for offering nearly a gigaton of capture opportunities, less than $100 per ton. And if you zoom in, you will see that the cement industry figure in all of these hubs. And I think for the cement industry in particular, the hubs idea is of importance. Because even if, as it was pointed out, the CO2 is not related to fossil fuel usage, it's starting from the process itself. There's a rich CO2 stream and it's fairly low cost to capture. Typically a cement factory is located close to its own local feedstock. And you don't ship CO2 around, no cement around, it's produced and consumed locally. But that doesn't mean that it's close to a suitable CO2 storage facility. So you need to find a way to create a hub offering access for this industry to a hub. So that's why the hubs are very suitable, and I think we can give a big offering a helping hand to the cement industry and hubs. But also the cement industry needs to lean in to be early movers to make these hubs a reality.
Thank you, Björn. I'd like to still stay on this topic and move to our government representatives. And if you could outline how you are approaching the aspect of infrastructure creation and facilitating hubs in your countries, maybe starting with Brad and then moving this way.
Okay, thank you. And Björn Otto did a great job of describing both the rationale for hubs and actually why they're especially important for the cement sector. So I'll just talk a little bit about how we're approaching hub development in the United States. We have both in terms of our strategy at the Department of Energy, our industrial decarbonization strategy, our articulated hub approach. We also have, fortunately, in legislation from Congress, funding and financing provisions that take hubs development specifically into account. And then we have funding streams to support the development of hubs coupled with tax credits. And I'll just mention a few things. On the geologic storage side, we have a geologic storage program that's run by our Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, and it's $2.5 billion over 5 years. And it's expressly dedicated to co-investing with industry in the development of regional geologic storage sites. It's about a 50-50 share with industry. And we're projecting that over this 5-year funding cycle to support 20 to 40 hubs. We have a minimum requirement of 50 million metric tons over a 30-year period, but we expect many of the hubs to store a lot more CO2 than that. And that program is now, we've gone through our first funding cycle and projects are starting. And again, back to the point that Björn Otto was making about hubs and how critical the cement industry is so widely distributed. If you want carbon capture and storage to be a realistic mitigation option for the sector, a large country like the United States needs to have geologic storage available in some fashion in every region of the country. So this program will be critical in delivering on that. And then in parallel, we now have a CO2 infrastructure financing authority that our U.S. federal funding is capitalizing with $2.1 billion, which will bring in a lot more private capital into financing of CO2 transport infrastructure. And that program is now established, and we also have a feed study component for that. For those who don't know what a feed study is, it's called a front-end engineering and design study. If you want to finance a project in the private sector, you need to do an engineering study to establish what the cost of that project will be. Those are hard things to finance, so we are now helping industry pay for feed studies. The interesting thing to the point of our discussion now is for the first time these feed studies aren't just for the capture technology. They're also incorporating the CO2 transport and storage. And we just did our first round of funding for those FEED studies. And two of the FEED studies that were funded, one is a Heidelberg cement project in Indiana that will store 2 million tons of CO2. In this instance, they're fortunate. They're adjacent to a saline aquifer, so they'll be storing CO2 on site, but they had to demonstrate in their application the storage component. And then we have a project in Arkansas that does have a CO2 pipeline and geologic storage site associated with the actual engineering FEED study. So those are some examples of that. And then the only other thing I would add to this is that the other important thing about hub development is that the costs of capture cement are lower than some sectors, but they're higher than many others. And it's, for the cement industry, it's really important that carbon capture deploys on lower cost sources of CO2, things like gas processing, ethanol production, fertilizer production, hydrogen, and that those facilities can help start to build out the CO2 pipeline and CO2 storage infrastructure so that these higher cost cement projects are building into an existing system. So this is my final point, is that our federal 45Q tax credit is $85 per ton, and that's just at the margins for a cement project. Probably not enough, but it's more than enough for some other sectors. And so we're seeing hubs start to emerge even without federal funding from the U.S. Department of Energy, but just on the basis of the tax credit. So that should help cement companies that will be in all of these regions do capture projects later. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Brad. And on to Henriette, who is also one of the 4 country co-leads of our CEM-CCUS initiative. So,
yeah, thank you
Norway.
very much. Just as a starting point, Norway isn't really a heavily industrialized country. So what we do have is a large continental shelf with a lot of with considerable natural resources, also in the form of saline aquifer, which is very suitable for long-term storage of CO2. So we have done CCS in relation to the oil and gas industry for more than 20 years. And we have done research and development on CCS for just as long with SINTEF and the university and others. And yeah, we have this very high theoretical potential for geological storage offshore. But national emissions are not enough to drive this alone in Norway. So we wanted to demonstrate that this full-scale CCS can be done. And we had a procurement for this, and one of the we wanted to demonstrate, so we wanted to have both capture sites. So we have 2 national capture sites, whereas one is the Heidelberg cement and another one. And then we have, so we are really developing a full-scale project with the transport and storage in the Northern Lights project. So together this is the Longship project, as we call it. And we have funded this significantly from the state, just to show that this is a full-scale project can actually be done. And to solve it, and it's supposed to be operational in 2025. And it will capture around 400,000 tons per year. And it's progressing well, but there are some risk of delays recently due to concerns about delays from subcontracts due to global supply chains for critical materials, equipment, and other things. So, but we think that this project have really also served as an example to show that this can be done. So it has a value beyond its own in its own right, and it has provided significant learning also to the Norwegian actors and others, I think. So yeah, this is our. I think that our main take on this is that we want to provide transport and storage in general, but that cement is of course very important aspect of this in the hard-to-abate sectors. So it's not just an oil and gas activity, it's also much bigger than that. And we also foresee to import from other countries in the regions around. So we are also in close dialogue with other countries around the North Sea and elsewhere to be able also to import from others. And from hubs, as we are discussing here, it will be very relevant in that context. Thank you.
Thank you, Henriette. And then on to Peter from Nigeria. Nigeria is the latest member in our CEM-CCUS group
Yes.
since just over a year ago. So great to have you with us. And you're in the beginning of a journey in many ways. So please,
thank
good to
you
hear
so
from you.
much, Juho, for inviting me to this session and, of course, making sure that I'm part of this panel. Let me just take it from where Crab stopped, because US has done a lot in terms of regulatory, in terms of legal, and in terms of infrastructural. But for us, coming from Africa, we are trying to connect these 2 points, starting point and then the end point, and see how we can fast track the process to make meaningful impact. And from the presentation of GCCA, the challenges you do have, those challenges are real, and they're also the challenges cement manufacturers are facing in Nigeria. But what have been the efforts of government? 2 major pillars where government is trying to make efforts. One, financing mechanism and infrastructure. Infrastructure, because so much is needed in the cement industry in terms of infrastructure and in terms of cost. So government has done a lot by putting enabling environment, okay, for this to happen. And what did we do? From the research base, from the financing framework, and of course, the infrastructure side, government also put in a framework for public-private partnership that cement manufacturers can partner with the government in form of public-private partnership to bring in funds for the needed infrastructure. And in the recent past, for the past 2 years, 3 years, government has invested heavily through collaboration. Currently, there are programs going on in Nigeria in deep decarbonization. It's a collaboration between French agency and IDRE, and of course, Federal Minister of Environment in Nigeria. Through the Federal Minister of Science, Technology, Innovation, government has also taken a holistic view of emerging technologies by carrying out a comprehensive study of technology needs assessment for climate change mitigation and adaptation in Nigeria. And CCUS happens to be one of the prioritized technologies. Just the beginning of May, on 3rd May, the Federal Executive Council approved the National Technology Action Plan that will actually provide a roadmap for public and private investments in the area of CCUS. And World Bank and IFC, they also intervene in that sector by looking at, they carried a comprehensive diagnostic study, which will soon be out for public consumption. They have also engaged consultants for legal and regulatory framework that will soon be put in place for CCUS deployment in Nigeria. So the government is collaborating with a number of private sector actors. The heavy cement manufacturers in Nigeria, like Dangote, Lafarge, they have opened, through that collaboration, they have opened the sustainability departments in their various organizations, and they are also carrying out mini projects in the area of CCUS. But a lot needs to be done in terms of regulation, in terms of incentives, like GCCA mentioned. They need that incentives to actually invest in new technologies, because there is also that resistance on the part of the private sector, because their concern is profit. But when you marry the profit, that drive for profit, when you marry with the damage to the environment, you can see on the long term, that a lot needs to be done by both the private sector and the government. And I think Nigerian government is tackling this head-on. So we are working hard to put the enabling environment for the private sector. And we are also, from my ministry, we are looking at a whole lot of technology incentives that will encourage the private sector to invest. But what is a major challenge in this direction? There is also that resistance on the part of the private sector to try new technologies, to try new processes. My recommendation, recent recommendation in the department is that through the public-private partnership and through special intervention funds through the Central Bank of Nigeria, we are trying to look at a number of pilot studies that will involve the public and the private, so that moving forward, they will be able to now upscale the projects going forward. However, CCUS, like you mentioned, even some actors within the cement sector are still questioning a lot of issues, storage and all of that. I mentioned on that, but I think going forward, through collaboration, we can have a meeting point for the benefits of the society and everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, and indeed, you being part of the CEM-CCUS initiative, I think it's also a chance to learn from various other countries who've gone, who have a longer history in CCUS. Rana, shall we stick to our plan and go to the following question?
I mean, I have some reflections, and then we
Please.
can. Yeah, no, I mean,
Yeah.
I think Peter provides a very good segue into the financing and, you know, the role of IFIs and also the development community, particularly in the case of emerging economies, which is a topic now as UNIDO, not as IDDI. We're very committed to work with countries like Nigeria on. And I think what I hear across the board from the panel, I mean, obviously lots of policy-related challenges, be it on the licensing or like how do you provide incentives to actually support the uptake. So it was interesting to hear also from the countries how some of this is being done. But what worries me, I think yesterday there was a session like the Gigaton Challenge or something, right? So we need to get towards like a lot more in terms of storage, and the numbers I've heard here is in the hundreds of thousands, maybe a couple of millions. So, you know, do we, like, you know, the scale of what we need to do, you know, the urgency of how we need to deploy that is coming out quite clearly as well. I'd like to also maybe, I thought the tool that you presented as OGCI and the data that you have is very interesting, but also like it would be nice to see how do we, you know, help in building more partnerships and you know, how do we bring also financing to support with the deployment of these technologies. But with that, perhaps I'll turn to you, Priyank. I mean, you know, as the World Bank, if Ultratech comes to you today with a project asking you for financing, you know, what are the key elements that you are going to be looking at, and what are the showstoppers that would prevent you from financing that deal?
First of all, thank you so much for having me here, and you know, it's been an exciting insights from our counterparts. I think when it comes to financing, specifically, it's broken into two broad categories. One is private sector financing, which is typically provided, you know, by institutional investors, and the other is development financing. And then the question becomes, what's a good use of development financing? Certainly, from a perspective where, you know, we sit at the World Bank. Now, coming from a private sector perspective, you know, when we think about CCUS in the cement industry, there are three broad, it's not monolithic. Actually, you could break it down across three different levels, across the capture, across transportation, and across storage. So when you think about, you know, capture technology, that's primarily, you know, deploying CCS technology for around industrial facilities, around point sources, more private sector heavy. And that's where I think our institutions such as the IFC, the International Finance Corporation, have a series of instruments around equity and debt financing that could be leveraged to support that. At the same time, assuming even if you deploy that, the cost is a prohibitive, as some of our counterparts said, the cost is very, very prohibitive at times. And that's where I think the bank could, through its instruments around subsidizing some of that cost, could come into play. Now, when we look at the second aspect around transportation infrastructure, I think that's where the bank really could use its institutional knowledge in supporting, enabling infrastructure for CCS in cement industry. And it's not just for the industry, we could also pull in our experience from other industries over the past several decades, which could allow to deliver on that ambition in a more cohesive and concrete manner. On the storage side, I think that falls a bit into the knowledge side of the bank, where we could allow to think about identifying potential storage sites. I think that was also mentioned yesterday, through satellite imagery and other technologies. So I think that's where I see that, the bank potentially trying to impact the value chain. All in all, to conclude, I think it's no one entity that will be able to do it. So if you say the DFIs can do it, I don't think they can cover the entire coverage, because we have both bankable and non-bankable needs to support across a multitude of areas. What's required is a coordinated approach across the private sector and the public sector institutions.
Just a small question also as a follow-up. I mean, the bank has been looking into CCUS financing for quite a bit. Can you offer a figure, like how many of the projects as a percentage that you get come towards like financial or financing or financial closure? This is to challenge basically, is the 50 projects enough to get us to 10, or can you give us some indication?
I don't know if I can give you the exact figure, but I know since the inception of our program, we have about 12 projects, and maybe my colleague Rachel can shed some light on that.
Sorry to jump in, but it's
Yeah,
probably
no.
easier. So since 2009, the World Bank CCS Trust Fund has supported work in 12 regions and countries, but this is primary enabling environment work. So it is supporting a pilot in South Africa on storage, but nothing has moved towards climate finance loans, climate finance equity or debt investment, because at this time we haven't had any requests from government or from the private sector going towards the IFC to support that kind of work. It's really, as our Global Director of Energy and Extractives said yesterday, focusing on the foundations.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. Great. Björn, I think it would be great to hear from you also more on like, how do we take
you
this,
challenged us to
yeah.
say, how could we go bigger and go faster, right, on this? And I think there are three things that stand out. First, people need to start to pay for greener cement. So pay a premium because the margins are tight. And if you unless you have a business incentive to do it, it's going to be tough. So that's a challenge that goes to everyone, basically. The second one, and I think this is what the Biden administration and Brad and others are working on, more governments needs to accept CCS as an important part of the future strategy to enable that. And then the third thing is, and I think this is where we can work with the cement industry to say, we're starting to build some experience now on how could you locally solve all the regulatory technical issues in order to move specific projects forward. So we have done projects in the UK, elsewhere. Could we create a bit of a template for how to kickstart projects, and then not only do that in Europe and North America, but start doing projects more in the Gulf, in Southeast Asia? That's what we need to do. So it's difficult to start every project scratch, but could we, fast track it by learning from other geographies?
Perfect. I see Brad, you want to react as well?
Well, there might be a confusion here about scale, and I just want to make sure there's two aspects to scale here. There's the scale of the individual projects, carbon capture and infrastructure that are being developed, and then there's the overall scale of deployment. In terms of the projects that we both talked about, they are fully commercial scale. The project in Norway, 400,000 tons, it will be the first commercial scale operating carbon capture project at a cement plant in the world at 400,000 tons. The CO2 storage in the second phase will be at 5 million tons per year. The actual geologic storage site undersea in Norway will be capable of storing tens and tens of millions of tons in its lifespan. The projects I mentioned in the United States, the one we've provided the FEED study for in Indiana, will capture 2 million tons of CO2 per year. And the geologic storage development that we're doing, if we're successful, we would be on track to have characterized and validated on the order of over 1 billion tons of storage just with that program alone. The scale challenge which is much harder is what we collectively have to do globally to meet our climate targets. And there I think we need a lot more ambition, but the actual projects that are now moving forward will definitely prove out how to do this in the cement sector at scale.
Okay, no, that's perfect. Thanks for clarifying. Thomas and Raju, do you have any feedback on the financing bit? Like, what do you need and how? What has been your experience? Maybe starting with Raju, as I'm sure.
Okay, so as a industry player, I will say that we will look in financing the two segment of the phase 1, phase 2, because our industry size and geography and the technical composition what we have. So maybe the one technology and one size may not fit for all. So we'll have like some kind of funding for piloting and testing the technology, then scaling up the thing. Second is that again, yes, we want to build the capturing plant, but again, as you mentioned that you need what will be the after that. So again, I think this is a downstream of this after capturing, either storage or utilization or transportation, whatever you call, it will be solved. I think that can be the area for our concern also, because we can capture it, we can put the plant and things, but what after that? So this, I think, two part of this. So first part on the, I will say that, okay, as you rightly said, is one part may not fit or solve all the problems, so we have to build like a complete ecosystem around that. How this different part or different agencies will play the role, and then fit the whole solution in one pocket. That will be my point.
Yeah, I mean, on financing, for me, the debate is a little bit because I mean there is money available on the banks already. I have regularly discussion with banks telling me I have 3 billion allocated to cement, I have 10 billion, etc. I have calls with funds also, and they tell me where do we put the money? For me, the issue is how do you make project profitable? Because if your project is profitable, you will have financing, right? So the question there is how do you create the conditions to make it. And we have seen a piece of legislation like in USA with the IRA, where you give actually a framework where you can actually initiate something and give a profitable future to the project. And that's also the case with this contract for difference, when you don't have a carbon price or when the carbon price is too low, to make sure that you have a certain profitability ensured into your system. So for me, the question ultimately is how do you give carbon a price, right? And how that society can accommodate this carbon price globally. We had a discussion, I mean, we had our cement conference in Zurich not so long, and we had an economist coming on actually debating on whether the global society is able to absorb the price of carbon. And in fact, yes, it is a cost, on this externality needs to be priced by the economy, and we need to absorb it collectively, not specifically an industry, but collectively as a thing. And as for cement, I think you have only two type of people, of group that can absorb this price. And this is probably the government first, I mean, because, they are launching the things, and that's what you do when you give all this incentive. And later on, it's the customer. So the final customers, and the final customers are basically us. I mean, government is also us because we pay tax down the road. But we need to accept to pay a surplus and to pay this famous green premium. And the question is, how much is that green premium? Because we talk about huge number, double the price of cement, but what will be the cost of my home? What will be the cost of our infrastructure? But there was a study done by the World Economic Forum and also another one done by Energy Transition Commission, showing what is the cost of the net zero material for heavy industries in the final product. And they did that for a series of industries, cement, steel, etc. on car, it was 1%. So net zero still on the car, on the price of car, it's 1%. So basically, that's what we negotiate. I mean, you negotiate sometimes a bit more at the when you buy the car. For houses, we talk about more Northern Europe type or Northern Hemisphere type of houses. We talk about 3%. Infrastructure about the same magnitude. Yes, there is the issue of the do-it-yourself home. The people in the south that needs to. Probably this is an issue of the just transition. This is not an issue of carbon, of managing the carbon price itself. So I think we need to have this discussion collectively and say, okay, how do we find mechanism on transferring the price from government to the customers? I think the initiative that you have with procurement, great procurement with IDDI is exactly going into this. First, giving definition, and then explaining how this happens to make sure that a net zero material compete in a fair market way against other material.
So Thomas started to make the case for the GPP question, but we'll stick to the program. So yeah.
I just want to add, I think I was preventing myself not to say this one, but after that, Thomas, you mentioned that, like, yes, banks are saying they have the funds, green funds and things. When we talk to them, they have the 0.4 to 0.5% delta into the lending rates. And this is not making the things working out. So again, coming back to that, look into that whole propositions, how to make it happen.
Great discussion. So green premium, creating demand for green cement has been now mentioned. Rana will ask the governments a question about that in a moment. But before that, so we'll come back to it. But in some ways, going back to the government policy side, which you all three government representatives already touched upon. But going back to the financeability and creating the business case that Thomas you were saying, could you outline, and this is probably primarily to you, Brad and Henriette, and Peter, if you have comments, great as well. But what is the approach in creating that business case, and what type of financial incentives are being in place, are being looked at that could really solve the problem for the cement industry in particular?
Well, that could be potentially a big question. I'll try to be really brief.
Yes.
There's reducing commercial risk, and there are two big areas of risk. One is that we mentioned the project at Norcem in Norway will be the first operating commercial scale carbon capture project at a cement plant in the world. It will help a lot once that's operating to create confidence and to start to reduce costs. But until we do multiple cement plants, there's still significant commercial risk relative to a conventional cement plant. And so governments need to help buy down that risk. So actual government funding, as Norway has done with Norcem, as we'll be doing in the United States, our funding hasn't yet been awarded in that regard, but it will be. That will help. The other area of risk that we've talked about is infrastructure. In the past, a number of carbon capture projects have failed because not only did they have the risk of developing the carbon capture, but then they had the risk of the CO2 transport and storage, and that was too much for any one company to bear. So government stepping in, as Norway is doing, as we're doing, to help fund the infrastructure is important. Then the other piece is that you still need private capital investment in the projects themselves. And in the United States, we've chosen the path of tax credits. It could be contracts for differences. There are other ways of providing that value, but you have to provide that value to pull private sector investment in. What I would say is most important in that regard, whatever the mechanism, is that it be financially certain, that it's available as a matter of law, that it be transparent, and so that the eligibility is crystal clear. That if you're an investor or project developer, you know with absolute certainty whether and how you access that value, that tax credit or that contract for differences. And then it has to be easily, if this is a word, easily executable. Easily executable. If it's unclear, that's why a lot of the grant programs are very challenging, because companies are forced to spend a lot of time investing in project development, engineering, even permitting, and that whole process, they just don't know whether they'll get the government grant. Or even if it's a financial instrument, that may be subject to a governmental decision-making process that is not transparent and certain. And that's a huge barrier to investment in projects.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we have already described that the cement industry with the Heidelberg materials, that they have already been granted a lot of support from the government, and they also get relatively secure access to transport and storage. When it comes to this demand creation for green cement, I think that more and more companies and also municipalities, for instance, they have their own net zero strategies. So it will also be in their interest to demonstrate that they are actually building with green cement or low carbon cement. And in Norway, we don't really have a public procurement strategy on cement. But I know that, for instance, the municipality of Oslo, they have this strategy on their own that they have developed. For instance, when they are building a new metro, it's with low carbon cement. They use it also for their own publicity and for, they have this, they want to be a low carbon region and city. So I think that some of this demand creation will also come from the market and not necessarily from the government.
Any comment on this, Peter?
Yes. In terms of government support through policy, for us in Nigeria, there's a lot of risk at the beginning in research. Okay? There's also a lot of risk taking it to the market, that is creating the market for it. Government comes in at this stage, well, government heavily funds research through appropriation. Government also uses tax, like Crab has just explained, tax incentive, pioneer status, and then patronage of public projects are also given to these cement industries. And in terms of creating market for green cement, that's also the show that government uses to actually create a market and then also encourage them to go large scale. When you have government projects, you are compelled to patronize these companies. So I think that's a lot of incentive. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I'll pass it over to you, Rana. But after this question, I think we will take a few audience questions as well. So in a moment. So we'll keep, keep them to yourselves for the moment, but keep thinking, and we'll have time for a few questions.
Yeah, no, I mean, thanks. I think, Henriette, that's a good tip. Maybe also that sometimes these commitments can happen at subnational level. So we'll be happy to discuss with you how we can engage also Oslo or other cities in Norway in this green public procurement pledge that we have within IDDI. But I mean, Brad, the US has the IRA, Buy Clean, a lot of great ambition, and it would be nice to actually hear from you on how do you see this demand creation and green public procurement commitments helping in, creating or driving some of the projects for CCUS.
Great, thank you. I pulled out my notes because they told me I'd be asked this question, and I actually don't work on the procurement side. But I think, in fairness, the infrastructure legislation in the Inflation Reduction Act, which provides the tax credits in the United States, it's very robust on the supply side, on getting projects off the ground. I think the U.S. policy portfolio on the demand side, in all honesty, is not as well established. And there are other countries that I think, in a relative sense, are further along on the procurement side. But early in the Biden administration, President Biden did issue an executive order focused on procurement and sustainability. The largest purchaser of materials in the U.S. economy, unsurprisingly, is the U.S. federal government, and U.S. federal government is very large. And so the Buy Clean initiative, which you mentioned, is a very collaborative effort with the private sector, and starting off harnessing the power of the federal government in the United States as a purchaser. And we already have, from the Buy Clean initiative, clarity and guidance on the purchase of construction materials and other commodities, which of course includes cement and concrete. We already have, federal agencies now incorporating this and actually starting to spend money with this in mind. Our Federal Emergency Management Agency now has a grant program. One of the very disturbing aspects of our climate situation is that we have more and more disasters, and our Federal Emergency Management Agency spends a lot on disaster recovery and resilience, and so now we're going to be building in greenhouse gas considerations into those materials. That will include, of course, a lot of cement and concrete. Our General Services Administration is the agency which oversees the whole federal government from an institutional and management standpoint, all the buildings, all the assets and infrastructure, and they now have standards in place that include, green concrete and cement. And then our Army Corps of Engineers, which builds all the big civil infrastructure projects in the United States, specifically has concrete and steel requirements in terms of expenditure on the materials for those projects. The one area in the Inflation Reduction Act, which is probably quite significant from a procurement standpoint, is there is $4.5 billion of funding which is directed specifically at construction materials and products, of course, cement and concrete being very important in that regard. And then an initiative that I do know about that's close to my heart, much smaller in scale, but I think strategically important for the cement and concrete industry, is we have a $100 million carbon utilization procurement grant program that we've established. And it is specifically grants to states and local governments and public utilities in the United States to help them pay extra for materials that are produced from captured carbon emissions. Okay. So I'm very excited about that. Carbon utilization there's a lot of opportunity, but it's very hard to finance, and some of these businesses are very, very niche. And so even $100 million through a grant program can actually make new business opportunities using captured carbon emissions possible. Over time, we hope to grow that and turn it into a much bigger program.
Well, that would be a nice case study to make in between CCUS and IDDI to make that public.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. Well, and it's especially, we're talking about cement, but it's especially important for concrete. The opportunity to utilize CO2 in concrete is very significant.
Wonderful. I mean, just...
Yeah. I think in the interest of time, I think we should move to the audience questions. And we come back to the panel 2 minutes before the end. And please, in the panel, prepare your one key thing that you think will make material advances in CCUS in cement deployment. It'll be a sort of rapid fire round to finish our panel. But now, okay. Now, I have absolutely no idea who was first. Let's start from the back. There's Anupam from Dalmia, and then we move this way, and we take at least 3 questions, and then we see if we can take more.
So, good morning all. Very interesting discussion. Thank you, Joe and Rana, for this interesting panel discussion. My question is that Thomas has mentioned about particularly, cost of decarbonization of building materials, that it is at the end customer level, it is about 3%. So considering, European society where, there is a lot of awareness about climate change, so do you think going forward, that 3% will be the major driver and CCUS project can be implemented without public funds in Europe and other Western society? That's first. And I would also like to highlight that at Dalmia Cement, we have developed the first cement CCUS feasibility study in India, and I think it is with the support of ADB, and I can see a lot of team members who have here itself who have developed that feasibility study. And as per that feasibility study, there is about $55 to $86 per ton of CO2 is the gap of viability gap funding currently in India. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Contract for difference. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this 3% is, this was calculated by ATC, and I'm not sure if it's the full cost of the full net zero building. So that's the cement price of the net zero building. So that might be something to correct. I think most of the people in the northern part they are convinced that there is a need to move to the net zero, and we see that every day. I mean, again, we have this heat wave, etc. So the more it goes, the more it's concerned. For me, the question is how do we move to the global south, and how do we make sure that there is also this system on 80% of the consumptions of cement is not in USA or Europe or Canada. So we need really to make sure that, especially in India, we have and we anticipate a transition. And once the technologies are mature, once we know what is working and what is not working, we need to make sure that the infrastructure takes here, and that's what we want to work in. And then the question is, who's going to pay, right? And that's something that we need to discuss, and I think it's part of the discussion of this famous Article 6. I mean 6.1, 6.2, 6.4, whatever it is. But that's where we need to think on maybe this mechanism of the zero emission credit, like we have seen in California, or the possibility actually to trade CO2 remove certificates that took place in the south, be paid by eventually customers in the north. Also a little bit as a legacy, we could say, part of the just transition. So I think we should think of this mechanism, and I think this belongs to this Article 6 negotiation. We had yesterday somebody from ERTC, right, discussing about that, and we will continue and take it up forward, because we need to find the solutions to offer contract for difference to India, which is not necessarily paid by the Indian government, which I think has over challenge with regards to funding. So I hope this answers the question.
Anyone else want to comment on that question? No?
I think in the interest of time, let's take more questions.
Lady over here, yes.
I'm Neelima from Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. I think some very interesting things are already being talked about, and it was, we talked about green and clean cement, creating demand for that. We talked about hubs, industrial clusters for this kind of value chain, entire value chain being created. I think everything, and the finance part, it's all been very interesting. I was just wondering, there was one small thing which was coming, maybe I've missed something, because when we talk of CCUS, there is a U into it. But when we were talking about these hubs, or as we call them, the valleys, I could not, maybe I missed it, but I did not hear much about the utilization part. We were talking about capturing from the point sources. We were talking about creating avenues for transport, pipelines, right to the geological storage part. I totally, that's all comes into the CCUS activities, which DST Government of India is also focusing on. But U is also, I mean, we're talking about creating a business case, business model. So are we not looking at the U part, or it's inbuilt into these hubs? And just a little bit of, yeah.
No, I think it's an excellent point you're making. And I think at large, if you have a hub approach, it would be easier to facilitate utilization of CO2. So it's a very important additional argument.
Right.
But then I think it's also important to remind ourselves that the numbers are so big when it comes to cement, that probably even if you're very successful at usage, it will still be a fairly small share.
Yeah.
So you would need a lot of storage.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know.
But can I just say, there is perhaps a bit further into the future, but there is a beautiful line of sight to a negative cement industry. Because you can use actually this is a bit outside of my technical domain, but you can use CO2 to nearly spike up cement, and and then if you're able to capture it, you can enrich cement with further CO2.
Right.
So you can actually have a negative cement industry.
Right, right.
So
that's where I was coming, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So and I'm also a very strong believer in making these big numbers, turning them into small numbers when we are consumers.
Right.
So yeah.
Thank you.
I would just add one very quick thing to what Bjorn said, and that's if we want, utilization typically works with CO2 at much smaller scales, and the businesses are not big enough to justify the capture and all the other. So the more that we can make CO2, captured CO2 emissions and carbon monoxide emissions a widely available commodity, we're going to see more utilization opportunities emerge. So it actually, what we've been talking about, as Bjorn said, in creating hubs, will facilitate utilization business development.
Just two more. Yes.
I'll make the question, in the interest of time, one that you don't have to answer, but one that both the panel and the entire audience can take away. We're at a CEM and Mission Innovation conference, and thankfully Mission Innovation has a net zero industries mission, which is focused on 7 decarbonisation pathways, including CCUS, and 4 major sectors, including cement and concrete. How are each of you, for the issues you've raised, whether it be funding, whether it be sharing of engineering information for that project pathway that industry has to take, whether it be regulatory barriers, how are you going to lean in and leverage that existing mission of net zero industries to help you get past those barriers? Because that's why it was set up. But I don't expect everyone to answer it independently.
You want us to take one more question and then get them together?
Thank you. Thank you for the fantastic panel discussion. My name is Arjun Mehta from Fortescue Future Industries in India. So the question is, could be answered by anyone in the panel, but more so for Ultratech, or Dalmia Cement as such, the cement producers in India, and perhaps from cement producers globally as well. How comfortable would cement producers or manufacturers be to internalize a carbon price? And therefore, is that an angle to look at all? When you're looking at increasing the cost of production because you have an internal carbon price in as such, in the cost of production.
Maybe I first answer the question of gentleman Alan. I think we are trying to work on that's the job of GCC, and I think it's the job of all this global organization, MPP, Mission Innovation, UNIDO. To make sure that we focus our effort on actions, on you see my action map. I think this is really something that we now need to work. I mean, we have all this global commitment, global willingness, global ambition, etc. The question is, how do we transfer that in the ground? How do we make this work in the different countries? And that's where we are calling on, we are organizing with the high-level climate champions as well, who's not here today, but to really think over this action map and say, okay, what do we do? What is the homework of the industry? Where can we act? What are the projects? What are the policy asks? What are the knowledge management questions? And to make sure that this starts to flow and to be a catalyst really, so that these things take place in the country and they don't need us afterwards anyway. We have only 2 hands, so collectively we are a little more, but so that's the way to work, I think, on this, and to make sure that we rational everybody on the same objective, on the same target, with the same action plan, sharing it together. It's not GCC action plan. It's the collective action plan of UNIDO, of you guys, of MPP, etc., and that's what we need to make it work.
Sense the response.
So let me take the second question which Ms. Arjun asked. Yes, in cement industry specifically has taken the internal carbon pricing, and as Ultratech we have taken this price about few number of years, and current price is about 10 we have taken, which I fully understand that coming back to the technology upgradation things, we have to be revise that one. But definitely this is all be consideration in all the initiatives, in all the projects, ICP is already included there.
Wonderful.
Just to add on, I'm from the same group. We've also done an assessment study to revise that price, which is coming around $30 to $40 per ton.
Very good. We have promised our technical team that we will end at 15:15. That leaves everybody about 15 seconds in that rapid fire round to say what you think is the key one thing that we need to start doing or do to accelerate CCUS and cement. It's an unfair question because there isn't just one thing. But what would be your priority? And please maybe starting from Priyanka and moving that way.
I have to, I'll try to squeeze in. I think the first thing is we need to define what green cement is, what green cement means in India versus what green cement means in another country. So the issue of harmonizing this definition is very important based on the emissions intensity in respective jurisdictions. The second one is that we want member countries to continue supporting programs such as the World Bank and the ADB supporting CCUS, without which I don't think we would have legal, social, or operating licenses to support these countries and the deployment of CCUS in the cement industry. So I think parallelly the role of climate financing in unlocking these opportunities should also be looked at in terms of this.
Björn.
A lot of things in climate is very complicated and difficult, but here we have a sector which we have a clear line of sight how to do it. So I think just let's crack on.
Excellent.
This is a situation of no one size fits all. What is required at this stage is collaboration on the part of government and the private sector. On the part of private sector, profit motive should not be the ultimate. We must consider the environment. On the part of government, consideration must be given to providing enabling environments and policy incentives for the private sector to work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. To ensure accessible storage capacity for CO2 to create the necessary investor certainty.
Similarly, two things. Governments need to buy down the commercial risk of technology demonstration and infrastructure, and governments need to provide clear, transparent financial incentives to drive private capital investment in the projects themselves.
Yeah, as far as industry is concerned, on given the preparation of all this from the side of government, I am on the line of Bjorn. So we need to do our homework, we need to have our plans ready, we need to have our projects ready, we need to have our policy asks ready, and we need to engage the conversation. When the government comes, usually they have a delay of 6 months when they call for tender project, etc. A project in cement industry is 18 months. So we need to start early in order to be ready when the things comes.
I'll put in the two buckets. One is the enablers, which is the policymakers, industry, technology providers, another place. And second bucket, I'll say the consumers and market, how to educate and create the awareness for the green product acceptance and where they should also play the role. Thank you.
Great. That was very good. Yeah, I hope our technical team is still okay with us and welcomes us again next year. Thanks to our panelists. Wonderful insights, excellent stuff. Rana, thanks for co-moderation.
Yeah, well,
a pleasure. And everybody in the audience, thanks for being active and for staying until the very end. Thanks.
Before we get started here, could I please call the speakers from this opening session to join me on the stage? Shri Ajay Yadav, Joint Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, please join us. Shri Alok Kumar, former Secretary, Ministry of Power, welcome. Dr. John Kreitz, CEO, RMI, please join us. Petra Schwager, Division Chief, UNIDO, please join us. Marina Holgado, Hydrogen TCP Technical Secretariat, IEA, please join us. And Smita Fokir, Industrial Development Officer, UNIDO, welcome. So on behalf of UNIDO and RMI, it's my pleasure to welcome you all to this session titled Enablers for Electrification of Clean Hydrogen Production and Uptake. Today's session is designed to shed light on the critical role that green hydrogen can and must play in the energy transition. Scaling up production and use of green hydrogen is crucial to transform global energy systems and to support decarbonization of key sectors like steel, ammonia, and beyond. But despite the immense potential we all see, persistent challenges exist to enable the and we must address them, to enable the widespread adoption of green hydrogen. These include cost, where green hydrogen still has some disadvantages relative to fossil fuel alternatives. It includes infrastructure ranging from production infrastructure, storage, and distribution infrastructure that must come online in synchronicity. It includes offtake risk, where already efforts are underway to aggregate demand and send the market signals required to give confidence to investors. And it requires enabling policy environments to really lay the foundation and groundwork for the future. So announcements of large-scale projects and major policy pushes are already underway. India's emerged as a key leader in this space. We're thrilled to see the announcement of the Green Hydrogen Mission earlier this year, with nearly a 20,000 crore outlay to support both production and demand. And similarly, in my country, in the United States, we've seen the Inflation Reduction Act with a very impressive production tax credit come online as of last year for a $3 per kilogram tax credit for the first 10 years of a plant's operation. So this interdependency, this interplay between enabling policy and bold investment is starting to signal, and we're beginning to see, I would say, the emergence of a positive ambition loop where we can go a lot faster when both exist. And today, really, this session is an opportunity to look at what must and can be done with both of those levers, the lens of industry and the lens of policy, to put that flywheel in motion or to sustain the momentum that it already has. So thank you all for joining us. It's my pleasure to welcome our first opening address from my colleague and RMI CEO, Dr. John Kreitz. John, welcome.
Thank you. Let's see. Good afternoon and namaste, everyone. Thank you for joining us today in an event focusing on enablers for an acceleration on clean hydrogen production and uptake. As we gather here, we find ourselves in the cusp of an energy revolution that has the potential to transform the way we power our world, mitigate climate change, and build a sustainable future for generations to come. Green hydrogen is not merely a buzzword. It represents a tangible solution to the pressing challenges we face of climate change and transitioning to a cleaner energy system. Today, we celebrate the significant strides made in developing and adopting green hydrogen as governments, industries, and researchers unite in our commitment to combating climate change. The progress made in advancing green hydrogen technologies is truly remarkable. We are witnessing substantial advancements in the efficiency and cost effectiveness of electrolyzers, the key components in green hydrogen production. This progress, coupled with rapidly falling costs of renewable energy, is driving the widespread development of green hydrogen as a viable energy carrier. In the global arena, policymakers are directing their attention and resources toward the advancement of green hydrogen as a vital component of our sustainable future. A significant milestone in this journey was reached in 2022 when President Biden and the US Congress collaborated to enact the groundbreaking Inflation Reduction Act, the largest climate and clean energy investment in the history of the United States. The IRA encompasses a targeted allocation of approximately $369 billion earmarked for bolstering energy security and addressing the urgent challenges of climate change. One notable provision in the Act is the Clean Hydrogen Credit, which offers a 10-year production tax credit to facilities commencing construction by December 1st, 2032. By accessing this credit, alongside other renewable energy credits, green hydrogen facilities can realize incentives exceeding $3 per kilogram. In this dynamic landscape, RMI has been actively supporting state officials in harnessing the opportunities presented by the IRA. Through close collaboration with the Evergreen Collaborative, RMI has documented critical guidance to states to maximize their utilization of federal funds. The documents we've created offer insights including program-specific application advice, recommendations for efficient, effective, and equitable program implementation, clear timelines and deadlines for accessing funds, and highlight potential pitfalls to avoid. Additionally, RMI has been hosting the Green Hydrogen Catapult, a coalition of green hydrogen leaders convened with the support of the UN High-Level Champion for Climate Action. The Catapult aims to drive massive green hydrogen scale-up by 2026. RMI's commitment to developing green hydrogen hubs is also internationally renowned, as is evidenced by our active involvement in 5 hydrogen hubs initiatives through the Department of Energy's ongoing hub application processes. With its visionary approach, India also plays a pivotal role in spearheading the adoption of green hydrogen globally. The government of India has demonstrated its commitment to a greener and more sustainable future with the National Green Hydrogen Mission. This groundbreaking initiative outlines a comprehensive roadmap for developing a robust green hydrogen production capacity of at least 5 million metric tons annually. To achieve this ambitious target, the mission also envisions an associated addition of approximately 125 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity across the country. Underpinning this grand vision is a substantial financial commitment of nearly 20,000 crores, or roughly $2.4 billion. This investment will catalyze the growth of a vibrant ecosystem for green hydrogen in India, fostering innovation, research, and development. Importantly, the National Green Hydrogen Mission aims to create over 600,000 jobs, significantly boosting employment opportunities while driving a cumulative reduction in fossil imports of over 1 lakh crore. Indian green hydrogen developers are expanding globally and forming new partnerships for international collaboration and trade. Many are building projects in countries such as Egypt and planning exports to European nations like Germany. As we embark on this collective endeavor, we must acknowledge that the journey towards a greener future requires concerted efforts, collaboration, and knowledge sharing. Today's gathering provides us a unique opportunity to exchange ideas, explore innovative solutions, and foster partnerships to propel the green hydrogen agenda forward. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the esteemed participants and speakers who have come together to share their expertise and insights. Let us engage in thoughtful discussions, capitalize on the experiences early in our green hydrogen journey, and collectively pave the way towards a sustainable, low-carbon future. Thank you once again, and let's have a productive exchange.
Thank you so much, John. It's now my pleasure to welcome the second set of opening remarks from Petra Schwager, Division Chief and our co-host of this event, UNIDO. Thank you so much.
No accidents. Good afternoon. Your Excellencies, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations again to the wonderful work that India is doing on the green hydrogen agenda. I had the privilege to witness also the discussions in the G20. So again, my full congratulations. John, thank you very much for this inspiring speech. It will be very challenging for me to follow up on this. Ladies and gentlemen, we at UNIDO, we see green hydrogen as a game changer. It could be a game changer if we get things right, but we have to get it right. UNIDO stands for an organization that sees sustainable, inclusive industrial development as a means for poverty alleviation. So what we are doing in our green hydrogen program is to encourage countries to, of course, go for export, but to see how they can apply the hydrogen that they're producing to power their own industries. So we see, if we get green hydrogen right, we can see it as a new means of powering the global south. So with this in mind, we have initiated our program and its partnership some 2 years ago. And UNIDO normally does a lot of technical cooperation. So we go to the field and we implement projects, be it on renewable. We have a long-standing history on renewable energy efficiency, circular economy, always for productive use. And in our hydrogen program, we are working on this part. But we also work on key enablers. And we do this through our global partnership. And ladies and gentlemen, I have been in this business for too long, so whatever we do is in partnership. It doesn't make sense to do things alone. So I'm very glad also that we are hopefully initiating a cooperation with Rocky Mountain Institute today. Coming back to the enablers that we have identified. First, what is now hindering? Of course, investments are needed. And this is where we are working together with the World Bank and several DFIs. We also undertake currently a mapping of the existing technical corporations and financial instruments available for green hydrogen. We do this together with the Breakthrough Agenda and the World Bank. We work on standards and certification. Here we have a long-standing cooperation with ISO, but we're engaging with IPHE, and maybe some of you have been in yesterday's side event where we debated about this. Without a clear standard, we cannot engage in a global uptake of hydrogen. You don't know what you're buying. You don't know what you're producing. So this is fundamental. And I'm very glad to announce that in November, we are going to host the technical committee meeting. I think it's 197. I'm not an ISO specialist. It's 197, I think, where we are going to approve the methodology how to measure greenhouse gas emissions in hydrogen production. And this is fundamental, because if you don't know how to measure, you cannot set up a standard. So you can count on having the standard by the end of 2024. And this standard will give you a basis. So I think we will shift away from the colors, and we will talk about the greenhouse gas emissions, and we will look at it in a circular manner, in a life cycle manner, which is a bit more transparent, because we need to be transparent so that people also know what they're getting. Countries then are always invited to add additional aspects, be it where does the energy come from. In my mind, if you want to reach a really low GH2 emission, it will be difficult to reach it if you don't apply green hydrogen. But this is out for debate. I'm not going to enter into this. But then you have to see it's the production, application, transport. So we have to follow the entire value chain of the hydrogen. Very important to look into this. And this is also important that we have an alignment there, that countries are not investing in standards here, standards there, but we need a global line. Standards, financing, what are the other enablers? Coordination. We are very heavily engaged also in facilitating this coordination, and I see the colleagues of the Netherlands here, and together with the UA, we are going to launch they are launching the International Hydrogen Trade Forum on Saturday, and we will have the honor to coordinate this important undertaking that will be part of the CEM Hydrogen Initiative. Hopefully also to drive just transition there. Last but not least, and this is the topic of today, policies. If we want to have hydrogen as a game changer and aligned with the mandate of UNIDO, we encourage to seek for an alignment of industrial development policies and hydrogen energy development policies. Because Mind you, if a country now seeks to produce green steel, and you need hydrogen for this, so you need to have a vision for 10 years, 20 years, and this has to be aligned with your industrial development policy. And my colleague Smita will talk more about it. And here again, we have teamed up with the colleagues from IRENA on developing a tool kit and promoting this joint approach, and which will be also presented at the COP28. I think I have covered most of the enablers. And with this, I wish you a very successful afternoon, enriching discussions, and thanks again to our hosts, to the Indian government, and to the Rocky Mountain Institute. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Schwager, for all of the work that UNIDO is doing to lay the groundwork, the foundation, and some of the frameworks you described. So it's now my distinct privilege and pleasure to introduce the special address by Shri Alok Kumarji, former Secretary, Ministry of Power. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon, and it's a real pleasure to speak in this session. I can guess the popularity and the importance of green hydrogen. The room is overflowing. And when we were doing the G20 transitions working group, everybody was agreeing to the clean hydrogen. They were not very happy with the green word and all. So somebody was saying low carbon, somebody was saying renewable energy and all. So what matters is what my predecessor said, the standard, and that will be, I think, most important thing to have a agreed common standard for how to define a clean hydrogen. And I think we are moving in the right direction. Many countries are taking several significant initiatives. We have been told about the US initiative, about IRA, and Indian initiative. We have our colleague from MNRE, Joint Secretary, Mr. Ajay. They are spearheading the National Green Hydrogen Mission in India. I would like to share with you what we have done and we are doing in the power sector, because it is inseparable, if you say. So in the next 5 to 7 minutes, I will share that what is the approach Government of India is taking. India's green hydrogen mission will be mostly driven by use of renewable energy. And we have our renewable energy resources in one part of country, mostly like solar will be the most viable, because wind, in my view, is available only for a few months in India at the moment. It's not the onshore wind. So most reliable resource will be solar power. And it is mostly available in the western part of India, in Rajasthan, Gujarat, and some in Andhra Pradesh and all. And most of the utilization of green hydrogen will be far away, maybe thousands of kilometers away. So the production will be where you are going to use the green hydrogen. So what I'm trying to tell you that the transmission of the renewable energy in gigawatt scale, not in tens of gigawatt scale, will be most crucial for India's green hydrogen mission program. And I'm very happy that in the last few years, India has developed a very robust. This is the way you avail the transmission connectivity and transmission access. So this reform has put one nation, one power market. It was fragmented and there were a lot of difficulties. India has also facilitated the cost part because we have waived the ISTS transmission charges for production of green hydrogen. If you are transmitting renewable energy for producing green hydrogen, green ammonia, your charges are waived if your facility is up by June 2030, and it is waived for 25 years. It is very significant incentive which India is offering. Very recently, we have also done a facilitation for various business models, because the renewable energy facility will be set up in different formats. Like somebody will set up as a captive power generation. Somebody will buy it in open access from third party. So India has modified its captive generation rules very recently. And there are two very significant things. First, the captive generation can be consumed even through storage. Earlier it was you generate and you consume. Now because you will need a lot of storage when you use renewable energy for green hydrogen production. So India has permitted the rules through rules that You can consume captive power through storage also. And secondly, you can now set up a captive generating plant through your affiliate also. Earlier it was you have to have direct shareholding. So through affiliate is also permitted. And third most important reform is that you can set up a captive power plant and your subsidiary can consume it. So various form of business models are now feasible, which were not earlier feasible. And if you buy renewable energy from third party, it is called open access in India, then the policy framework is that there is no cross subsidy surcharge, which is a unique thing in India. There are many people from other countries, we have huge cross subsidies in our tariff. So anybody who go to a third party generator, you have to pay a surcharge. That has been waived for green hydrogen, for green ammonia. There will be no third party surcharge or additional surcharge. When you generate renewable energy and you use it in the electrolyzer, there will be many occasions in the day, in a month, in a year, you will have surpluses and deficits. So you will have to dispose that power in the market and you have to buy some power from market. So Indian power markets, they have established windows like green day ahead market and green term ahead market. So you can take care of your surpluses, your variations, your deficits when you do. India has also notified its renewable purchase obligations right up to year 2030, and with one addition that you can meet your green renewable purchase obligation by consuming green hydrogen or green ammonia. So if there's a big industry and you have a captive power plant and you have to meet the renewable purchase obligations, you can meet those obligations by consuming green hydrogen or green ammonia. That's a very big thing for the user industries. For banking of renewable energy, that's very important. Where do you store? And because it's very intermittent and it's very seasonal. So some rules are already out for the state level banking. For interstate level banking, the Ministry of Power is in the process of how to pool the requirement of banking, some banking, and maybe through procuring a pumped storage project capacity, you can pool a capacity and you can use it for collective banking for storing renewable energy in the day and using it in the evening. These were the broad policy facilitations. So India's power sector is ready for green hydrogen. Now it is up to my colleague in MNRE to see that how the demand is created. So for that, India has amended its law, which is called Energy Conservation Act. It has been amended by the Parliament in last December, which empowers the Government of India to impose the obligations on large industries to consume a minimum level of non-fossil energy or non-fossil feedstock. So Government of India is now in the process of talking to the user industries, and now very shortly they intend to come out with the obligations for like fertilizer industry or the refineries that you have to use this percentage of green hydrogen, which will go up continuously. So this uptake is very important because everything is set and ready, but unless until there is demand, the program will not fly off. India is also doing a lot of international collaboration for facilitating export, and standard setting is most important. What you say, I fully agree with you. Last thing, India's green hydrogen program, in my view, if it is to succeed, we need local manufacturing of electrolyzers, local manufacturing of solar modules. So India cannot have a green hydrogen program if you have to import it from some country large scale. You can't have an energy transition in India which will increase its import dependence. So most critical thing in my view, rather than even more than creating demand, is the very accelerated program for local manufacturing of electrolyzers and local manufacturing of solar PV modules. Otherwise, that will remain a challenge. So that was all from my side. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your vision and your leadership. So it's now my privilege to introduce the keynote address, Shri Ajay Yadav, Joint Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. The mic is yours.
Respected Alok sir, distinguished colleagues on the dais, dear participants, delegates. So I think most of the points have already been covered. I have a small presentation to make, if you can please but it would be mostly repetitive. So clean energy ministerial and mission innovation, they have emerged as an integral part of the energy transition calendar every year. And last clean energy ministerial meeting was held in India. It was in 2013. So now, after 10 years, again in 2023. So a lot of work has been done on renewable energy sector. So in 2000, between the last and this year, our renewable energy capacity have increased from 76 gigawatt to 176 gigawatt. Our solar capacity have increased from 2.8 gigawatt to presently 70 gigawatt. Our wind capacity have increased from 21 gigawatt to 43 gigawatt. So a quantum jump as far as installed energy is concerned. Can we go to the first slide? So this is how we have planned our energy transition. So 2030, there are targets 500 gigawatt of non-fossil capacity. 50% of the installed capacity have to be from non-fossil fuels, and the carbon emission intensity of the GDP has to be brought down to 45% of what was in 2005. Our target is to reach energy independence by 2047, and the net zero is 2070. So this is the primary energy mix, only 18% from electricity, rest is from fossil fuels. And though we have one of the lowest carbon emission in the world, 1/3 of the global average per capita. Next, please. So currently, the hydrogen, we consume around 6 million metric tons of hydrogen. Most of it is in refineries and fertilizers. So, and these are the two sectors which we are looking at for decarbonization. And the global consumption is 100 million metric ton, and it's expected to be increased to maybe 600 million metric ton by 2050. So we recently launched a national green hydrogen mission. So there are various components under the mission. The first and the foremost is the strategic intervention for green hydrogen transition. So here we are providing incentives for manufacturing of electrolyzers and production of green hydrogen. Then there are a number of pilot projects in steel, in shipping, in mobility. There are projects on production technologies, storage, hubs. Then R&D is an integral component. Testing facilities, standards, regulations. So these are all covered under the mission framework. Next, please. So our deliverables by 2030, at least 5 million metric tons of production per annum. For this, we will be needing around 60 to 100 gigawatt of electrolyzer capacity. 125 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity and associated transmission networks. We hope to avoid 50 million metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions per annum. 600,000 jobs are expected to be created, and the overall investment that we are expecting is around $100 billion. So now coming to the key enablers, as the topic is, I think most of them has been covered, but resources, energy, renewable energy, 60 to 65% cost of hydrogen production is the cost of renewable energy. Then we need banking, we need storage for round-the-clock power, transmission facility, finance, again, very, very important component, and then land and water. Previous, please. And then R&D. R&D, we have recently come out with an R&D roadmap. It's available on the website as well, and comments have been invited. So we launched it, a draft was launched during the International Conference on Green Hydrogen. Then ease of doing business, simplification of the procedures of taxation. There are various commercial issues, SEZ issues, especially for exports, single window clearances. So these are, we are working on all of them. Then infrastructure and supply chains, hydrogen hubs are expected to come around ports, near ports, and maybe at some industrial clusters. So then pipelines for transportation, refueling stations. So and then standards, regulations, codes. So this is again very, very critical and key component, how to harmonize our standards for green hydrogen globally. So this is also one of the major discussion points in our meetings at G20. Then skill development. Again, because 600,000 jobs are expected to be created, so there will be scope for skilling, reskilling, so that's another component. We are working on this and our mission. Next, please. So two major components, demand, how to create demand, and supply side. So demand is, I said, majorly refineries, fertilizers, steel, cement. These are some of the sectors that, chemicals, some of the sectors we are looking at. Then there's export demand as well from various geographies around the world. They have announced their strategies to import hydrogen. Then on the supply side, we have this scheme for, as I said, manufacturing of electrolyzers. We are incentivizing, the bids have been invited, the tenders are out, and for green hydrogen production as well. So for regulations, codes, and standards, we have already made around 100 suggestions, having almost 300 standards to various bodies for notification, like maybe BIS, to PESO, to PNGRB, to OISD. So we have already made some, and many of them have been notified, and some are in process. Next, please. R&D, how to reduce the cost of manufacturing of electrolyzers. So our first tenders are out. We'll be providing some incentives, but then again, it's a long-term process, how to reduce, how to have increased R&D to reduce the cost of all categories of electrolyzers, from alkaline to PAM to AEM and SOEC. Then storage cost and transportation. New advanced materials. We also have under a green hydrogen mission, the hydrogen from biomass is also considered as a green hydrogen as far as our definition is concerned. So that is also a key part for India. Membranes, electrolyzers, fuel cells, green steel, again because of the border adjustment taxes, green steel production will facilitate. Then electrolysis, seawater electrolysis, and chemistry. Next, please. So these are some of the pilots in green steel, road mobility, shipping, on storage, energy storage. These are the pilots that we will be doing with coordination with different ministries under our mission. Next, please. So because they are policies at the central level, Government of India level, and their policies at the state level. So various states, they have also announced their own policies. And these policies may relate to exemption from land use conversion charges. There are certain kind of incentives, other incentives that are being provided. So a number of states have come out with their own policies, which are in addition to what the Government of India's policies. And it will supplement the incentives provided and the ease of doing business. Since the launch of the mission, we have done some, our standards, regulations, codes have been proposed, site program has been launched, draft guidelines for procurement of green ammonia have been formulated. Then, as was told, that green open access rules have been notified, and there is waiver of ISTS charges on production of green hydrogen ammonia till 2030. Next, please. So these are challenges, how to reduce the cost, demand creation again, then harmonization of standards, regulations, codes globally, skilling, finance. So these are all we are working on with international bodies, with national bodies, with the other ministries. We are working on all of these aspects. So currently, a number of projects have been announced on the manufacturing of electrolyzers for production of green hydrogen across different states. So this is a snapshot of what has been announced and what are under process. Thank you. Thank you, Hari.
Thank you so much, both the 2030 aspiration and the plan that you've outlined are both truly inspiring. So now we'd like to turn to a special announcement from Marina Holgado of the International Energy Agency from the Hydrogen TCP Technical Secretariat. Marina?
Hi, thank you all. Thank you to UNIDO, RMI, and of course the Government of India for providing me this stage to briefly introduce the Hydrogen Technology Collaboration Program and one of its strategic activities. One of the enablers for the acceleration of hydrogen implementation will for sure be the shared knowledge between initiatives, between projects, and the Hydrogen TCP is the longest running collaboration program internationally, globally. It was created by the IEA in 1977. Our main activity are the tasks that are thematical working groups focusing on solving challenges all around the hydrogen value chain. And we also have some strategic activities. We are currently working closely with the IEA to develop the TRL assessment of all hydrogen technologies, and I am very pleased to announce that starting next year, we will host an annual award of excellence together with the Clean Energy Ministerial that will be delivered here in the Clean Energy Ministerial meeting every year. So we ask all of you to stay tuned because the call for proposals will be launched in the fourth quarter of this year, so after the summer break. Just stay tuned because we will be having this awards of excellence for hydrogen innovation enabling the energy transition. Thank you very much for providing me with this stage.
Thank you so much. We'll stay tuned and look forward to that being rolled out. So for the final part of this session, I'd like to invite our co-host, Smita Fokir, to offer us a presentation on policy levers to support a clean hydrogen ecosystem. Smita is the Industrial Development Officer, UNIDO. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Clay. Good afternoon, everyone. So as Clay said, I'm Smita Fokir from the Division of Climate Technology and Partnership Division of UNIDO. I would like to share some of the insights of a policy toolbox which we are developing with IRENA and IDOS. We've been working on that for the last few months, and it will be launched at COP28 in December. So many developing countries in the global south nowadays are focused on producing green hydrogen for trade. A reframing of this narrative is needed towards local value creation opportunities in hydrogen producing countries themselves. And that's needed because we want a just transition, a just hydrogen transition. So the report, it presents different policy tools and strategies for exploiting these opportunities across the whole value chain. For the hydrogen breakthrough agenda, which Petra mentioned before, UNIDO and the World Bank, we've surveyed different development banks on how they perceive the risks when they are assessing the bankability of hydrogen projects. As you can see, the lack of a clear market for uptake of clean hydrogen was identified as the biggest risks. So how can we use some policy levers to help create that market? In the report, we're advocating for the creation of a domestic market for green hydrogen that is produced, and the recommendation follows 4 main recommendations. So first, to use a dual approach. So go for the domestic decarbonization of industry and transport before export. the integrated approach, which is to use the hydrogen for local energy transition and domestic value and job creation. The gradual approach is a step-by-step increase your involvement as you do the technological learning and you foster that technological learning at national level. So, and finally, the phased approach, which is about, similar to the previous one, it's replacing green hydrogen in already existing applications before expanding it to new industries, right? So, baby steps. To support these, the report comes with recommendations for the following policy intervention areas. First, we need to give clear signals and policy direction. We need to support early movers on how to facilitate access to finance. We need to then grow the market and the value chain development around it. And we need to collaborate to promote knowledge creation, exchange, technology transfer, skills development. So it's very much in line with what we've heard from India Joint Secretary earlier, and I think India is doing exactly what we're recommending. And also because of the richness of the report, I'm afraid that the 10 minutes we have today together, I will not be doing justice to the report, and I'll only be touching on the points superficially. But much more information will be available in the report when it's launched in December at COP. So a hydrogen strategy with concrete targets and short-term milestone is really essential to give that clear signal and clear policy direction. You can have the best policy, but still fails at the implementation level, right? So we highlight some of those common policy implementation pitfalls, such as inefficiency, lack of transparency, bureaucratic hurdles. So there are others as well, which, but I won't go into them right now. So the support for early movers we cover in the report include different financial mechanisms such as blended finance, green bonds, different types of loans. The shaping of public support that is required to access those would be fast-tracking access to public funding, the use of competitive bidding, and the use of conditional grant schemes, as well as the provision of financial incentives. There's also a need to reduce investment risks, and for that we look at first loss guarantees, equity financing in the early stage of hydrogen projects, as well as implementing subordinated loans. On the demand-side policies, as we've heard before, demand-side policies are crucial to ramp up the demand for hydrogen and create a stable market. And also, as we've seen through the surveys, it's really important, it's the main risk that has been identified by players in the sector. So demand-side policies stimulate the commercial demand for clean hydrogen and in end-use sectors. It creates that demand pull for clean hydrogen, and the report, in terms of demand-side policies, which the report covers, we have certification, as we've heard, to create the trust in the market, the financial mechanisms to encourage end use of the clean hydrogen and the end consumers of the green products that is produced from the green hydrogen, the offtake or price guarantee schemes, the phasing out of fossil fuel subsidies, and in the same line with that, the use of market mechanisms such as carbon pricing and emission trading schemes. So once the technology is a bit more mature, one could also introduce hydrogen quotas in specific market segments. For a holistic approach to domestic market creation for green hydrogen, we also need to look at how to integrate the whole value chain around it, right? So the report delves into policy coordination, the use of public-private partnerships for funding developments, the use of clean hubs, hydrogen hubs, valleys, clusters, the need for knowledge exchange, training, innovation. The policy toolkit also explores policy options related to the transport of the hydrogen, because you need to often transport it from where it's produced to where it will be used. And as what we've heard yesterday and even again today, the adoption and implementation of a global hydrogen standard as well as safety protocols are still key to instill trust in the energy carrier. Different ways to share the cost burden and avoid stranded assets are also addressed in the policy toolkit. So in order to create a domestic market for green hydrogen that is produced, there needs to be a close alignment between the hydrogen strategy and the industrial strategy, so that we ensure that sufficient support is provided to the hydrogen uptakers. Depending on the technological industrial capabilities of a country, one may also want to push this a bit further to also include the manufacturing of key upstream technologies, as we've heard India is planning to do. Policy considerations to achieving this are also explored in the report. And in order to de-risk technology acquisition, we look at the coordination of efforts within among international partners, the sharing of best practices in creating favorable investment conditions, the creation of information platforms to support international partnership. This, in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen, is the Green Hydrogen Policy Toolkit, which UNIDO, IRENA, and IDOS are working on for the launch at COP in December. Thank you for your attention, and stay tuned again. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the comprehensive overview, and we look forward to the toolkit's release. Could I please have just a round of applause for our speakers of this opening plenary session? Thank you for all the leadership that you're demonstrating. So we're going to move to part 2 of the session. Before you all get up, we have a very full house, so we need to do a little bit of orchestration here. Could I invite the panelists of session 2 to please stand up and join us here at the front end of the room? Oh, great. And if we could ask you to kindly take the seats here in the front row. And I'll be turning it over to my colleague, Ms. Akshimagate, to moderate part 2 of this session. Thank you all so much.
Troy,
Assistant Director, Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment, Water, Government of Australia. Ed Webber, Deputy Director for Financing and Sectoral Transitions, Government of UK. Prashant Chaubey, President, Business Development, Avada Group. Daria Nochevinik, Director of Policy and Partnerships, Hydrogen Council. And Anne Catherine Lippener, Program Officer, IRENA. I think we've heard quite a lot in the morning in terms of how critical green hydrogen would be for net zero goals, for decarbonization, for most importantly, like countries like India, for energy independence. It's the, it will be that molecule that could give us energy independence and many other nations alike. And the green hydrogen conversation, as it's picking up, it's really, exciting to see how all of us want to kind of understand, be part of this transition, and hence kind of, have our critical takeaways. And that's why I'm excited about this panel, about this exceptional gathering. I think one key takeaway is that it will be no one strategy, policy or technology or market or financing. All of it would have to play in synchrony if we have to move forward throughout the value chain. And all the targets that we are talking about in terms of ambitions across different countries as we are seeing them, we will need have, there will be a need to translate those effectively into concrete actions. So just to kind of, dwell on some of the things that we heard in the first panel, I'm going to go to actually this panel which represent different countries, industries, groups, to kind of get reflections on some of those points. I'm going to again start from Government of India reflection, because what we saw, what Smita also said in the, Government of India seems to be doing it all as per, what perhaps could be the right template. So Manoj, I'll start with you. MNRE, as we've heard from Mr. Yadav earlier, has launched the mission earlier in 2023. We also saw Niti Aayog releasing the report, which is a very detailed roadmap to understand like what the demands would be like, what could be the right strategy in terms of what sectors to be targeted and how to kind of, go about that. What do you think when you look at India's position today? What would be India's role? What leadership role India can play in ensuring global green hydrogen ecosystem development? And also, could you elaborate, from your perspective, when you look at India's green hydrogen mission and our industrialization, plans and policies, what are the synergies there, and what are the 3-4 key lessons that you would want to share here with this gathering, which essentially is a mix of different countries?
Thank you. So previously, Secretary Sir and Joint Secretary Sir already explained the entire National Green Hydrogen Mission, so nothing is left on that front. But 2-3 things that Niti Aayog started on the green hydrogen front, and we started in COVID time, and where RMI also supported us for the projections and all these things. So initially we started the demand creation, and that how we can see that what are the demand that is going by 2030, 2047 and beyond that. So at that time we focused on 2030, and that was the 11 million ton was the demand that we forecast, and then what would be that best choice for the scaling the green hydrogen mission, our green hydrogen policy. So we thought that 10 million would be the best point where we can go for, and that can create scale and size. Out of that, 5 million ton is already covered in the policy, and 5 million ton is basically is going to support to this cascading effect of 5 million support. So that was the RMI and Niti Aayog report, and we also see that what is the cost curve in that way. So we have basically seen that the renewable energy price falling down by 2030 and beyond. So when we can achieve that $1 parity, so it was a graph that we can achieve by 2050 like that. So after this National Green Hydrogen Mission, because then after that lot of projections, simulation and combination was done, and then after this Green Hydrogen Mission right now, because you see that tender already out. So what we can see right now, so lot of momentum in the steel sector. So steel ministry already, they're seeing that how to go for the pilot project, because they are going to face the first challenge of that EU border tax. And many industry like transport, and you see the railway already started, they have announced that green hydrogen train. And already NTPC, they have pilot in the Ladakh for this hydrogen bus. So a lot of momentum in transport sector, railway sector, steel sector. But one sector which is required to focus is MSME sector, which is a very clear target because they are using a lot of fossil fuel and their decarbonization plan required to be done from our side. So we are thinking to focus on the MSME sector. Creating a global ecosystem. So India is almost, I can say, if we see the analysis, and after this US inflation incentive. So we see that we are at a third position right now in case of the policy movement and the entire market movement. Middle East and US is foremost because the low-cost financing is the basically enabler for the Middle East and the radiation. And US because they have given a lot of incentive in their inflation things. But India is also moving quite fast, and we are hoping to catch up. Right now, announced that we have almost 1,000 project has been announced, and approximately 800 project that is going to be catch up by 2030. India is picking very fast, and we are hopeful that we can lead. Now, 2-3 things that is required. One is that how we go for the government-to-government agreement, because we are receiving a lot of interest from government-to-government agreement and offtake, because this sector is almost going to behave like oil and gas sector. So because the focus of the green hydrogen is to basically to replace the oil and gas in the future, not now, but in the future and long term. So the lot of countries, especially the South Asian country, they're focusing most on that government-to-government type of agreement. Also, there is a lot of risk, like de-risking, how we can de-risk the entire project. So de-risking entire projects is again a strategy. So either by sovereign guarantee, either by something like that. So these are work that we have to do, and obviously that standardization is the biggest challenge that my senior already talked about, that MNR is leading on that one. So this is the first and biggest more challenge, that how we are going to create a standard and testing facility, because once you're going to produce 10 million ton in India and other countries going to produce also, so how you are going to certify this trade? And then because the other countries adapting the different definition and all these things, how we are going to match the trade. So this is the challenge that we have to work on.
Thanks, Manoj. And I think one key takeaway, and your last point, I think since for a gathering like this, it could be good to take up in the discussion as well around standards and definitions. I'm going to move from India to Australia to Sandra. Sandra, could you elaborate further on how Australia's hydrogen strategy helps to align your country's industrialization plan with its climate agenda? And how do you prioritize export versus local industrial development in your hydrogen strategy, and why? And just one more point, I know it was not in the moderator notes, but it'll be great if you could also reflect what you're hearing here from India, from the UNIDO toolkit, in terms of how you're now reflecting on your own strategy as well.
Sure, okay, that's a lot of questions embedded in there. I'm going to try and
tackle it. You have 5 minutes.
Probably not quite in the sequence that you've mentioned. I think a good place to start is just our climate targets. That's, sets out our climate agenda for Australia. So, we've been, the government has legislated that we will be reducing our emissions by 43% on 2005 levels by 2030 and net zero by 2050. Australia's been quite blessed with our natural assets on solar, wind, and land. So, those natural assets are being leveraged to form and sort of underline the renewable energy superpower ambitions that we have set for ourselves. So, through Powering Australia, we are investing $40 billion in securing renewable, low-cost, reliable energy, priming our hydrogen industries, and of course, driving growth in our net zero industries going forward. I guess taking that then towards the national hydrogen strategy that we've set out in 2019, we really see sort of two key roles that hydrogen can play in Australia. So firstly, as a versatile and clean alternative to help decarbonize our industry, transport, and power sectors, as mentioned already in your policy toolkit. And secondly, of course, as a green and sustainable export commodity, we have visions to be a major hydrogen exporter by 2030. So I believe we have analyses that show that a thriving hydrogen industry in Australia could bring an additional $50 billion in GDP for our economy. So we have big dreams, and I recognize that there are key challenges. As already mentioned, it's having a very nascent market demand, technology, challenges in production scale, high cost of production, and just general supply chain constraints. They're very real challenges that we need to overcome to deliver on this hydrogen ambition of ours. So I think in that vein, the government is investing a lot into growing our hydrogen industries, whether that's in production, industrial decarbonization for our hard-to-abate sectors, all the way through to trade certification to build that market, international market. We recently introduced a $2 billion hydrogen Head Start program, which would, I think it promotes a market demand by providing production contracts with a lot of our early movers, and that just sort of helps to bridge that commercial gap in that early phase for establishing that industry. We are also already building hydrogen hubs all across the country, investing about $500 million into that. And a lot of that is focused with integrating with existing port facilities as well, again, to sort of boost that export potential. And I think we're going to leverage a lot of our expertise in RD&D to help bring down those production costs and just push the technology breakthroughs that we need. In collaboration with a lot of our international partners as well, I think RD&D in the international collaboration space is so important. We've got programs with India through the Green Hydrogen Task Force, and we've also got the $50 million program with Germany through the Highgate RD&D. So it is a global effort. We're all in the same boat together. And apologies, I forgot the last part of that question.
You're already tying up what you've heard from Indian presentations, so yeah.
I think the root of the matter is we do see hydrogen as a very key opportunity to revitalize the Australian manufacturing capabilities and at the same time help decarbonize our own operations, our own emissions, as well as our wider regional partners. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks so much for that comprehensive commentary on how Australia is approaching it. I would go to Ed Webber, Government of UK. Ed, if you could elaborate on how Government of UK is strategizing green hydrogen with its economic development and growth. And again, synergies that you're hearing here that you would want to reflect on in your comments.
Sure, thank you. Let me start by saying how struck I am by the degree of consensus actually around what the challenges are and what those enabling conditions are too. And it strikes me that the premium, the value of international collaboration when that happens is incredibly high. We are all learning from each other at the same pace and rate, and there's a huge opportunity therefore for us to leverage the weight of international coordination to help speed up everybody's transitions. Just turning briefly then to the UK's current context, I mean, for us, similar to Australia, perhaps without quite the same level of export potential, but we are taking UNIDO's advice and focusing on the domestic, focusing in particular on the hard-to-electrify industrial sectors. We think that's the biggest initial opportunity, as well as that kind of wider flexible energy deployment across transport and the power sector too. There may be a heat role for the UK, given that our kind of current sort of centralised grid system is for the gas network. Last August, we published a hydrogen strategy, and this included a headline goal of achieving 10 gigawatts of production capacity from clean hydrogen, with at least half of that coming from electrolytic hydrogen, so from green hydrogen itself. And that roadmap in the hydrogen strategy really was trying to look at this from a systems perspective. What can we do across supply and demand from across innovation through to financing and scaling down the line. In short, our sort of overall pathway would involve in the early 2020s focusing on smaller scaled production and demonstration plants. By the back end of the 2020s, moving to some very large scale, both CCUS based plants and then some very large scale green hydrogen plants. And then we are also looking towards the latter half of this year, rolling out further plans for how we can build this into the transportation network as well. Just to give you a bite-sized summary of some of the delivery end of what we've done so far. So the first thing is a net zero hydrogen fund, which has £240 million attached to it. And that is really for co-financing those early mover projects, trying to make sure we kickstart that market in the UK. The second thing we're doing is developing a hydrogen business model. This sounds sort of similar to the Australian experience here. I think there might have been some collaboration on sharing best practice here. But essentially, it's trying to draw some inspiration from experience that we have in the UK around offshore wind and how we can try and bridge that price gap in the short term and drive down the costs by priming investment as far as possible. So we're seeing that model being rolled out at speed right now. The third thing that we're doing is pushing forward on standards and certification. I was very pleased to see how much that is being seen as a foundational element for everybody's work. So we have a low carbon hydrogen standard in the UK. We've launched a consultation on low carbon hydrogen certification as well, which should be fully set up by the middle of this decade. And then we're starting to also move forward with identifying those larger scale projects, those CCUS plants, those large scale green hydrogen projects. We're starting to kind of move forward with those. And as I mentioned, developing some of these models for the transportation and storage of hydrogen as well. Maybe if you permit me, I might say a little bit about the international piece. It was brought up earlier on around this thing called the hydrogen breakthrough, which we're very pleased to co-lead alongside the US and India. I'm very pleased that India is now co-leading that as well. And I think this is an interesting vehicle for some of the opportunities for how we can use the international collaborative experience to help speed up everybody's green hydrogen transitions. So just to give a couple of examples, again, same enablers, but the international level, how do we get that international standard certification regime in place as quickly as possible and as robustly as possible? There's some really, really exciting work happening right now across a range of different collaborative elements, including UNIDO and many, many others, to try and bring forward by COP28 some real progress on that front. So keep your eyes peeled, but there's some really, really interesting things. I'm sure Daria might want to say a bit more about that, so I won't steal your thunder. Another area is around demand signals and how do we strengthen that demand gap. Again, there's a huge amount here, I think, in terms of being clear what good looks like, what the level of demand we need, and trying to set some of those kind of global targets. There was a discussion earlier on about the forum for exchanging best practice and developing that kind of forum for trade arrangements internationally, which I know is another key part, I think, of creating the scale we need internationally. And I think there's an awful lot of opportunity for bringing forward different public-private mechanisms that can help to drive forward that demand at scale, whether that's through the First Movers Coalition, for example, or many, many other kind of mechanisms that are starting to evolve. The third area internationally I just wanted to focus on, which I think is particularly relevant, again, given the India conversation, is the need to systematically strengthen the international assistance offer so that this is a genuinely global green hydrogen transition. And I think really interesting to hear about UNIDO's toolbox. I think that's a really, really powerful addition to that emerging kind of portfolio of assistance offers that's out there. We're really excited to see the report that you mentioned and the work the World Bank are doing on looking at barriers to financing and solutions to financing and best practices we're seeing. And we hope to see that work evolve over the coming months into additional mechanisms that can help to drive aggregated, coordinated, and highly accessible assistance to those countries who really want to go furthest and farthest in this transition. So lots and lots of work in practice, both domestically and internationally, but I think more than anything else, it's really reassuring to see how much consensus there is on where we're going, and I really think the future is really quite bright in this sector in particular. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. I'm going to now move to industry and get industry perspective. I think we've heard the side of the policymakers and how they're viewing hydrogen and building hydrogen ecosystem. I am going to go to Daria first. Daria is, as I mentioned earlier, Director of Policy and Partnerships, Hydrogen Council. First of all, Daria, it will be great if you could please introduce Hydrogen Council to us and also share with us the different ways it is active in promoting the industrialization opportunities presented by green hydrogen.
Thank you so much, and again, a big thank you to UNIDO, RMI, and of course our kind host of the Government of India for organizing this excellent event, and indeed congratulations on your successful G20 presidency. It's a pleasure to join today's discussion. I'm Darina Chevnik, Director of Policy and Partnerships with the Hydrogen Council. To those of you who might not be familiar with the Council, it's a global coalition of CEOs representing over 150 industrial leaders in hydrogen. It was established at the World Economic Forum in Davos back in 2017, originally by just over a handful of companies, about a dozen, and it grew very quickly to 150 industrial leaders around the world, from Europe and Asia Pacific to the Americas and Africa. We are very pleased to be cooperating very closely with our international partners. We had the pleasure to sign our partnership agreement with UNIDO just yesterday, and we are working closely with our colleagues and partners in IEA, in IRENA, as well as, of course, IPHE, and global initiatives such as the Breakthrough Agenda. I think that there were some really excellent points made earlier, and I think that just to reiterate that there is, I think, a growing consensus about what needs to be done in terms of what are the key priority areas for cooperation internationally on hydrogen. If we just take a step back and look at what's the state of the union in terms of the global industry, today we have over 1,000 of mature hydrogen projects around the world. Nearly 2/3 of these projects account for production projects, and less than 10% have reached final investment decision. Now, it used to take the global industry 10 years to get to 1 billion in FID. From last year to this year, we moved from 20 billion to 30 billion in final investment decision. So 10 billion in 1 year versus 1 billion in 10 years. While the progress may seem slow to some, actually, it's a real game changer. And I think that it's great to recognize that, considering the historical perspective in terms of the development of the hydrogen industry. So this has been a massive leap, and again, really exciting to hear the ambitious plans of India, the UK, and Australia in moving forward the hydrogen agenda and hydrogen priorities locally. Now, I think that one of the important topics that we have perhaps not had the chance to touch upon, of course, especially when it comes to renewable hydrogen, availability of renewable power and accelerating some very practical, addressing some of the boring topics like permitting continues to be an important challenge that we, I think, shouldn't lose sight of. In some of the countries, it could take 6 to 7 years to get a permit for a wind farm. And permitting is an inherently local issue, and it doesn't mean that we shouldn't make sure that, again, the project proposals are robust enough and have pay relevant attention to the social and the environmental considerations. But accelerating permitting is emerging as a really critical priority across different geographies around the world for both renewable power that is necessary to feed renewable hydrogen projects and indeed renewable hydrogen projects themselves. So permitting is a bit of a boring topic, but it's important not to lose sight of it. And we see that it can it continues to be a critical topic to address at local level. The second one, and I think that we have all touched upon it, is demand. And so offtake, like was mentioned by Smita in her presentation of the toolbox, is indeed seen, the offtake risk is seen as the key risk by investors internationally. And like mentioned earlier, 2/3 of the project proposals that we observe account for production projects. So enabling greater visibility of demand is something that indeed can be done by governments across geographies, and this requires local action, and again, action at national level, because hydrogen will have different counterfactuals across different end-use sectors and across different countries, because of course different countries pursue their own hydrogen pathways in line with their resource endowments, their infrastructure endowments, etc. So This is again an area where definitely governments can act, and we have heard about some of the policies of choice that are emerging, for example, by introducing some targets, quotas, see some specific other demand pull measures that enable that visibility for the next 10 to 20 years. And of course, we should also build on the learnings from renewable power. With subsidies shouldn't be there to stay, so we should design them in a smart way to ensure that there are sunset clauses and we allowed for gradual phase out of these subsidies as we move forward to market-based instruments and ultimately market uptake. So definitely that's I think an important area of action that we all can agree on. And the third bit to highlight, and I think that was mentioned extensively by the previous speakers, greater international cooperation on topics that are inherently global. So like was mentioned previously, standards and certification, there is excellent work that is underway, identified as a priority by the Breakthrough Agenda and led importantly by IPHE as well as in cooperation with IEH2 TCP. So there is excellent progress being achieved there. And as we are moving forward with the ambition to support and develop an industry and an ecosystem that is truly global, ensuring that we avoid the fragmentation of that global market will not be easy, but there are already some solutions that are crystallizing, and one of them in particular, and this is something, a solution on which the likes of Australia, and I think that the UK and many other governments have been very vocal about the need for mutual recognition of certification schemes in particular, to allow that cross-border trade in hydrogen and derivatives going forward. I would also mention, just by way of a closing remark, that a number of these priorities, in particular the development of the global framework for hydrogen, so standards and certification, unlocking financing, development of cross-border trade in a way that would really help us unlock the social value of hydrogen, like was mentioned earlier, and to foster just transition. These key priorities also form part of the presidential agenda on hydrogen of the COP28 presidency. And I think that as we are now on the road to COP28, and this is an important milestone, the discussions that we're having now today, we see that these priorities really crystallize, again, at international level, and there will be relevant initiatives supporting real action on these priorities as part of the presidential agenda on COP, and in particular the non-negotiated outcomes on hydrogen. And I'm, of course, very, very pleased to be mentioning that as I'm joining the COP28 presidency team as the special advisor for hydrogen. So these key priorities are indeed reflected in the at the COP agenda, and we are very keen to work with our international partners to advance them. Thank you.
Thank you, Daria. I think that was very comprehensive in terms of understanding, and also takes us back to how industry is looking at the reforms that are being made. And that brings me to Prashant, you, coming from the industry in India. You've heard Daria also talk about, you've heard about the kind of policy frameworks that are being put in place. From your perspective, you're seeing the kind of policy development, which regulatory provision and support mechanism would you consider the most significant in the next few years to enable, for you to engage significantly in the green hydrogen economy development? And also, in your experience, which business model policy framework can really help large-scale projects to, take off?
Thank you for the opportunity. And when I was coming this morning, so I thought I'll begin by saying that green hydrogen is an idea whose time has come. But I was reading newspaper, page 3, Times of India, and it says that Italy has issued red alert for 23 cities now for heat wave. Phoenix in United States is in 49 years, is 19th day when the temperature is about 43.3 degrees Celsius. Beijing is 28 day continuously of one of the highest temperatures now. So I thought, let me amend that sentence that we are well past that time now. So I think that's where we stand. Uh, Green hydrogen per se in India is about entire value chain, entire ecosystem. I think government of India has taken a really bold move, starting from announcement of the mission to cater to both demand side and the supply side kind of a thing, which has been illustrated by both Secretary Sir and Joint Secretary Sir. But I think looking at the way it is to move forward, we may not be in a condition probably to give $3 a kg incentive, right? But there are sufficient levers which are available. Most important policy aspect would be needed if we look at the entire value chain. So starting from renewable energy, that's the most important part of this value chain. Second is electrolyzer, that's again most critical. Third would be a production of a green ammonia and green hydrogen. So green hydrogen is there for decades, so I think process is there. And then subsequent part would be transportation and storage, which is important. Coming to renewable energy, if you really need to produce, running your electrolyzer 24/7, there is no renewable energy available per se, right? So there is a fantastic mechanism which is there in India, which is known as banking, right? It's a large grid. You pool your renewable energy, electron follow the least path of resistance. So you put your electricity units into the grid and take back when you need. And I think that's the most enabling mechanism which is required. Though Government of India has announced as a part of its policy 30 days banking, but electricity is also a concurrent list subject as per the Constitution of India. So there is a federal government which is trying to push, but there are a number of state governments also who need to come on board in terms of implementation. I think one game changer provision which could really help take off would be actual implementation of the banking provision in the country. As I said, to mitigate like a $3 kind of a thing, there are sufficient levers available in the country. One would be next electrolyzers. In terms of a plan itself, like 25 gigawatt of electrolyzers, they are not available at this point of a time, right? Unless until the time the country achieve that self-reliance in terms of manufacturing of electrolyzers, I think import duty needs to be waived off. It is there as per Section 65 of our Custom Duty Act. Until the time we become self-reliant, I think that duty will really help as an important lever to it. There are a number of other provisions available. For example, it's a renewable energy projects, large solar projects. If they become a part of a SEZ, situation for all. Look at Japan, joint credit mechanism, which has really taken off. 26 countries have joined that. About 200 projects have become a part of that thing. So I think this kind of a collaboration will really help in terms of really implementing those kind of large projects where the demand of a north and the abundance and capability of a south come together, and that's where the real transition will happen, apart from PowerPoint presentation and the conferences. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I agree, but you also see a lot of us taking notes. So the conferences, give those ideas that we will go back and implement. So thanks for sharing those ideas. I will go to the last speaker on the panel, and from Irina. We've earlier seen your collaboration with UNIDO and the policy toolkit that you're bringing. And I think there is a definite role that international organizations have to play. We've talked about, the global nature of this market, and it will be critical that the international organizations are best supporting this transition. So according to you, how can international organizations like IRENA support governments of green hydrogen producing developing countries in acquiring the necessary skills, knowledge, resources, so that we can all engage in this transition to green hydrogen economy successfully?
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for the question, also for having me today. I think maybe I should explain about our mandate. So we at IRENA, our mandate is to support our member countries in their transition to a net zero energy system. So this is what we do, and we have around 170 members. So we have a quite universal membership, and that is a big asset to us, especially when we talk about hydrogen. That is very important because, as you have mentioned, there is a very global component to hydrogen. We will see local production and consumption, but we most likely will also see trade. We will see the trade also of green ammonia, of other green commodities, and it is very important to have a platform to engage and discuss very important topics. We have different international organizations, as we could see today, and we all have strategic partnerships together and try to leverage all of our expertise to really make that happen and support our member countries in doing so. So what do we do at IRENA to support our member countries in regard to green hydrogen, and maybe also specifically developing countries? So we do a lot of things. I would like to mention a few. So first of all, we think of ourselves as a knowledge and information provider. So we write many pieces, briefs, reports, background information that is publicly available. And we try always to understand, like, where do our members come from, what are their needs, and how can we translate that in good information and in information that is really helpful for our members. So in the case of hydrogen, we have covered reports and briefs on the entire value chain of hydrogen, from production to, we have a massive trade triology that looks into how the future trade could look like. We look also, of course, into certification, and but also into the end use side. So as the hydrogen discussion was evolving, we always tried to add certain information pieces and topics to that. And we have discussed many enablers and also maybe barriers that we see in hydrogen, and I don't want to double anything, but maybe one thing we have not yet discussed is the establishment of a quality infrastructure for hydrogen and hydrogen commodities. So we need certification schemes and we need standards, but we also need quality infrastructure that enables us to test and ensure the quality of our value chains, that enables trust of consumers and investors. We really need to have everything safe and measurable in order to have those value chains being trustful and working. So I would like to mention that. And also IRENA is writing a report on that currently, and also providing a roadmap for countries how they can actually do that and ensure that and build up a quality infrastructure for green hydrogen and green hydrogen commodities. We also do consult our member countries how they can drive their specific energy transition forward, and really look at the big picture, what needs to be done for a country to go to a net zero energy system. and what kind of role can hydrogen play in that. We have discussed the different countries. We all come from different angles, and you always need to look in how can a country transit to a net zero system, and what energy does play what role. So I think that is sometimes very individual, and you always have to look at the benefits and weaknesses of certain solutions for a certain country. And also we serve, that is basically our DNA, as a global platform for cooperation. So for instance, we have our collaborative framework on green hydrogen, where we bring our member countries together to discuss the issues that are present at the moment. It's also very member-driven, so it's really like an engaged discussion. This year we meet twice, and this year we looked into where do we actually stand after years of project announcements, of strategies, but what is actually happening on the ground. And we also did what you suggested, like we said, okay, where do we stand in terms of demand creation, and where do we stand in terms of supply creation? How can we match that, and what do we need in order to have like an alignment of both, because we need both. And I think that is where we really can put an asset and also really help countries to move forward and to succeed, basically, and make green hydrogen a very good component of the individual and the global energy transition.
Thanks, and I think we are at time, but just looking at this room, I think the audience here has been very patiently listening. So if I'll invite 2 questions, very brief questions only, no comments. It can be addressed to this panel, or we have still have the panelists from the first session here. So just 1 sentence of questions. I can see 2 hands. Go with you first. Yeah. Please introduce yourself very briefly and your question, please.
Who goes first?
You can go first. It's fine. You have the mic.
A very, very quick question, sir. I'm a journalist. This question is for a joint secretary and former secretary. Is there going to be a green hydrogen purchase obligation or not?
Okay. I'll just take a few more questions. I have a feeling that all the questions will be directed at you, but I hope there are more for this panel as well. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I will just...
Can you introduce yourself?
I am from Morocco. I thank India and all panelists for this opportunity. We published our roadmap to develop hydrogen in 2020, and we receive more than 40 operators that are interested to develop hydrogen in Morocco. But what I would mention that the first project that I received as a director of renewable energy is concerned a capacity that equal to all capacity that we have now in Morocco. In terms of land, the area is equal a medium city. So the challenge for us today is how to optimize to use the land. The second one, how to optimize the add value, the local add value, and the integration industrial, and how to ensure the equilibrium between to produce hydrogen for the good price. I will send an example. We decide.
I will have to cut you short. We are at time.
15 seconds. We decide today to produce ammonia, green ammonia for our industrial at 2072. That my propose is how we must, I think, also envisage to transfer the industrial consumer, not only the unit of produce c'est-à-dire des unités de production d'électrolyse, but also to delocalize industrial consumer of green hydrogen.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Last question, and then we will close the floor.
So a very quick question. My name is Santosh. I'm from Imagine, working in the policy space in the green hydrogen sector. So one question, maybe it could be for Niti Aayog or for MNRE. We're looking at a 5 million ton target and a cascading 10 million ton However, the side program, if you kind of do the math, it comes down to like $0.2 per kg subsidy. I mean, how does that cut the bill? And also, if have that cascading effect of 10 when, the viability is at least $1.5 to $2 per kg. So how are you looking at it?
Great. Can we get the mic here? So you can choose not to answer. This is like beyond time of the session. You can pass it.
So, as the agenda of this session says, enablers for an acceleration of green hydrogen production and uptake. So the first question I think relates to uptake. How do we create a kind of mandates or an obligation for green hydrogen? So as you see, a number of interventions have been done on the production side as well as the supply side. So for production side, we have incentives for production on hydrogen and for manufacturing of electrolyzers. So both these incentives are basically aimed to reduce the cost of hydrogen. And once the cost of hydrogen reduces, it becomes competitive, then the uptake will automatically be there. But again, considering as I mentioned in my presentation, the low cost of hydrogen, it's a challenge, not all India, it's global a challenge, how to reduce the cost of hydrogen, and there are various pieces to this puzzle. So it can be the incentives, it can be the ease of doing business, it can be the land that has to be provided. Our mission also mentions the few potential sectors for uptake of green hydrogen, and these are fertilizers and petroleum industry. So as my colleague from Niti Aayog mentioned, we import fertilizer, we import ammonia for fertilizers. So how to substitute that? So that is our first, in fact, the topmost priority: import substitution of green ammonia, of ammonia by green ammonia, domestic production of green ammonia. So this is one of the points that we are working on, and it's basically an interministerial coordination. A number of ministries are involved: the fertilizer ministry, the industry, the petroleum ministry. So a lot of stakeholder consultation is required and is going on. So that's the stage at present. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. I think I have the right to be the moderator, so no counter questions here. Yeah. Just, I am also looking at the fact that people are peeping inside. We just have a transition of 15 minutes. I would request, I think I just wanted to give a voice to the room because I really wanted to express my thanks to this great audience who've been patiently sitting and in fact standing. So just wanted to hear the voice in the room. So what I would request is if many of the speakers can engage with the audience here and in those questions, so that I think they get an opportunity to also share their comments and get responses to some of the questions. So I would like to close this session. Thank you all. Thanks a lot to the panelists. Can we have a round of applause for them? Just want to thank our partners, UNIDO, for this great partnership and for bringing up this event together, and also to Clean Energy Ministerial and Mission Innovation for helping us
Replacement of polluting diesel gensets with battery energy storage systems, as it's the fastest route for creating distributed energy storage system for the electric grid, for building flexibility, which is required for integrating higher levels of renewable energy resources. Increasing the flexibility of the grid to integrate higher share of renewable energy is also aligned with the goals of Clean Energy Ministerial that we are participating in here. So with this brief introduction and background, and without further ado, I have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Ajay Mathur, the Director General of the International Solar Alliance, to please join us here on the dais and deliver opening a keynote for the session. Please put your hands together for Mr. Mathur.
Thank you, Reena. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Reena. May I say how delighted I am. I see a lot of friends in this room, and it is absolutely wonderful that we are talking today of integrating renewables and batteries or grids, or let me say storage, the hybrid systems that we are talking about, because it could be solar plus wind plus battery. The point is that we are looking at providing reliable electricity, hopefully cost effectively, in the near future. We are no longer even talking of 2030, we are talking of 2025, 2026. Sometimes people even say 2023, this year. You know, this year has been important for us because this year we will, for the first time, have crossed $1 trillion of investment in renewable energy technologies. We have shown that either solar or wind is the cheapest form of electricity when the sun is shining or the wind is blowing. We have also shown that solar plus storage can provide, so technologically we have shown that solar plus batteries can provide round-the-clock electricity. The challenge we have is, can we do it cost-effectively? So I was very, very delighted when a study for Tamil Nadu found that it can come down to approximately 3.4 rupees per kilowatt hour by 2030, which would be lower than that of coal. As I said, yes, of course, 2030, but I'm hoping for something sooner. We have seen the aggressive programs that are being done across the world. In this country, there have been these tenders for very large, the largest in the world, battery storage systems. We would like to see how aggressive pricing can bring the costs down. They haven't come down as yet, but we are looking forward for them to come down. We are also seeing the Inflation Reduction Act in the US and therefore federal tax incentives being used to drive down the prices of storage expansion. So we see examples of success. We note that California has already achieved 5 gigawatts of storage which is approximately 10% of the peak demand. We are therefore at a stage of figuring out how do we now develop the business models that help us move ahead. The business model that we know till now has disadvantages but also has advantages. I mean, having the model as we have in India, which has got a capacity part built in, is useful as we look at batteries ahead. Right, but it implies that the capital cost of batteries and solar become fixed costs. That's a challenge, despite the fact that the operating costs of batteries and solar cells are very low. So therefore, are we paying a very high capacity price with a lower variable price? which will also make competition that much more difficult, because then you've got a much smaller window on which to play with as far as the operating costs are concerned. Clearly, therefore, digitalization plays a major role. This is something that we are seeing emerge, and we will probably see a lot more of it, because that may become the key differentiator between the hybrid systems that evolve and those which don't. A few months ago, there were 3 groups of power engineers from the Western African Power Pool who came to India, and Power Grid, there you are, Power Grid and the Solar Alliance organized a program for them on how to manage the stability of the grid in the face of increasing amount of renewable energy. And one of them said, after the program was completed, he said, it is very simple. At the end of the day, I'm seeing how do I change my contracts so that I can get in renewable energy or storage energy instead of fossil fuel based energy. I don't think he was very wrong. We may all put our spins on it, but I think there is a certain degree of truth in what was said. What is very clear is that with the international examples that we are seeing, both on the technology side, on the incentive side, and on the business model side, we will need to see a greater degree of global cooperation. At the very least, we need to understand what various countries are doing and how are they looking at this. Are there business models that are either replicable or tweakable to our own situations? We also need to see how these are carried out. There is a model in which the solar and wind and battery are put at the same place. They may be put at 3 different places. They may have one owner. They may have different owners. The challenge becomes, how do you manage all of this? And which is the point that I was coming to when I mentioned digitalization. We understand that the very many days of renewable energy that have happened in North Europe have largely occurred because of the huge battery or the hydro storage that occurs in Norway. That, I think, needs to provide a lesson to us, because it doesn't matter what the storage is, whether it is hydro storage, whether it is flywheel storage, whether it is battery storage, all of these could help provide the kind of inertia, that the storage inertia that the system needs in order to go ahead. I very much look forward to the discussion today. I hope that this would lead us to moving ahead on the technological, on the business model, and on the regulatory mechanisms of tomorrow. Thank you all very much, and as with you, I look forward to a very interesting discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Mather. It's always great to have your wonderful vision. This is why I joined the International Solar Alliance, and of course your wonderful vision in bringing together the International Solar Alliance and World Bank to work together on these critical issues. So with that, I'd like to welcome Demetrius, the Global Director of Energy and Extractives at the World Bank, to give his remarks.
Thank you very much, Alex. I noticed you didn't try to even pronounce my surname, so that's okay. And of course, it's a major challenge just coming after Dr. Ajay Maithur, an ex-colleague and a dear friend, and thank you for having us here. And it's really good to be with the International Solar Alliance. We really are honored, and it's a great pleasure to work in India and move forward the agenda on clean energy. So I think you have covered most of what I wanted to say, so my speech is going to be much shorter. And I think the point that I wanted to make is, first of all, we're getting tired of hearing wind energy, solar energy, and then, yes, but what do you do when the wind is not blowing and the sun is not shining? So what you will hear today is how we deal with that. And increasingly, we're covering the ground, and we're not only covering the ground in terms of how we deal with the problem, because technically we can deal with it, that's not the issue, but we're advancing ground on how do we open this up as an area for private investment, as an area for additional jobs that will really help the world to accelerate the transition towards net zero. So let me tell you where we are today. Our estimate is that in 2022, the world installed approximately 190 gigawatts of solar and another 75 gigawatts of wind power. Nevertheless, storage systems that went on the grid were only about 16 gigawatts, so way below 10% of the combined power of the two, and only 35 gigawatt hours. So clearly, solar is lagging behind, and I think that part of the reason it's lagging behind is because we haven't figured out exactly how we can structure power purchase agreements in a way that will allow investors to put the projects together and allow the utilities, the transmission system operators to absorb this additional power with a lot of confidence that they're getting a reliable system and they're getting it at a fair and good price. Now, I'll give you some unofficial numbers that I was discussing with one of my colleagues working in China. So here's the number. He was telling me that for the recent power purchase agreements in China that combine onshore wind plus 15% batteries, the price that they're getting in China now is 3 cents per kilowatt hour. Right? So that's about what? A bit less than 4 rupees. Yeah? For offshore wind plus storage, the PPAs that they're signing now in China are 3.5 cents. So things are moving, they're moving fast. And I have asked him actually to dig things deeper and prepare a note for us so that we understand how exactly it's done. Again, I'm certain that there are subsidies that are in the system in one way or the other, but this is very, very competitive electricity, really competitive. And it deals to a significant extent with what happens when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine. So I think this is interesting stuff happening, and again, I'm very confident that we will see this rapid improvement in the next few years in India as well. I don't think it's going to come in 2030. I think it's going to come much earlier, especially because manufacturing is beginning to move in India, because there's a lot of push on the electrification of vehicles, and because a lot of stuff is happening both on the battery technology and on the materials that go into batteries. One interesting piece of news that we hear a lot of recently in the United States is that prices of electric vehicles are getting cheaper and cheaper. There's a war happening between companies. This is good, there's competition, and this will bring electric vehicles closer to consumers, which is a great news for everyone and for the planet. So let me tell you briefly what we've been doing in the bank. So far, we have mobilized about 850 million in concessional climate financing in the last 3 years, and we have committed already in various ways 5.5 gigawatt hours in projects around the world. So we're doing a little bit. And we have already, for the next couple of years, identified about 3.7 gigawatt hours of additional battery storage that we're developing. But what I think, beyond the money and the volumes of what we're doing, is what we're bringing on the table on knowledge, and that is where we work very well with International Solar Alliance and other partners. We have established the Energy Storage Partnership. We have 50 key members from academia, industry, international organizations, and part of what we're doing there is trying to figure out what is the right approach so that we can vastly expand solutions with storage. Amit will tell you some of the work that we're doing now and how we're thinking about power purchase agreements that become much more closer and much more competitive to thermal storage. It's not perfect, but we're getting there, and still we're open to consultation and ideas. And the other thing that we've been doing is that around the world we're setting up technical support facilities, because one of the things that we realize is that traditional colleagues that work on utilities, especially the people who are the senior technical engineers, and they are my age and above, don't really understand and don't know what batteries can do for the system, including myself. And really amazing stuff can happen. I mean, problems that we had to really work very hard to solve in the past, batteries can solve them very easily. But a lot of the senior decision makers in the utilities don't really know that. So I think we have some work to do there. Now, one of the good things that I think we're proud of our work here in India is that we recently awarded 120 megawatt hours battery storage together with the Solar Energy Corporation on a hybrid project. And I think this will serve us and help us a lot to understand better the business models and how things work. And it will help also actual operators in India to see the potential and how this can all help. So thank you very much for joining this event, and for the meat of the subject and the ideas, I'll pass it now on to my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Demetrius, and I figured it was better to exclude the name than to butcher it. But yes, I just wanted to thank the World Bank for their leadership on this crucial topic, and I'd like to hand it over to Amit Jain, Senior Energy Specialist, to fill us in on more of the details.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. So let me first tell you, Dimitrios have this habit that he will say, I give this high-level opening remarks, and all the hard work then will be done by the colleagues. But he also taught me one simple thing, that dream big. And dreams are different for different nationalities. Americans like to dream differently, and Indians like to dream differently. American dream is like Mark Zuckerberg, a college dropout and then becoming a billionaire. American dream is, my parents told me that you dream for a helicopter, but you get definitely a scooter. So that's where I'm coming from. As Dimitrios mentioned, there has been a lot of work done on solar and wind, whereas in terms of storage, we are still beginning to do up. So it is where the dreams need to bring reality. I'll tell you one small story before I dig into some numbers. 15 years back, I don't know how many of you were still in the renewable energy business in India. I'm sure Dr. Mathur and Dimitrios were there 15 years back. Clinton Foundation came to India and they said, we will do 3 gigawatts of solar parks in India. Everybody thought they are mad. And I was part of the Clinton Foundation. They dreamt of 3 gigawatt, but it resulted into 300 megawatt in Charanka Solar Park. That was the first time somebody thought of solar parks big globally and then in India. But that dream finally resulted into Bhadla Solar Park, which is now between 3 to 5 gigawatts. And I'm telling you, 15 years back, I was standing on one of the sand dunes in thousands of hectares in Bhadla Solar Park, which now is a beautiful tourist spot. You need a helicopter to see the whole Bhadla Solar Park over there. But what happened after that? In Gujarat and Rajasthan, as we know, tens of gigawatts of solar and wind has been installed. We are very well aware of that because they have deserts and they have a lot of good transmission connectivity with Delhi and other demand centers. How much storage do we have in Rajasthan and Gujarat, and for that matter, in India as a whole today? Very little. It's 0.05 gigawatts. So as Dimitrios mentioned, storage is beginning to happen, but slowly. This is where we need a lot of effort to come in. Again, my friend Abhishek told me a small story that a few months back, a cloud came in Rajasthan, of course, and 4 gigawatts of renewables went down within milliseconds. And POSOCO has to run left, right, and center to manage that 4 gigawatts because we didn't have storage. This is not the case of India. This is happening globally, including in the Western world, where we have passionately installed renewables, but we are a little bit delayed in installing the firm storage who can match the infirm power. So we are here today to discuss some of the structures which World Bank Group is working on, and something also in partnership with International Solar Alliance, to create bankable structures for storage which can help install renewable energy more and more. So I've divided my presentation into 4 different parts. What are we doing currently in World Bank and globally? What are we thinking what will happen in storage, and what are the ground realities, and what is the structure on which World Bank Group is working on? I'll begin from where Dimitrios left. This figure is wrong. We have now mobilized $850 million on global financing for battery storage. And we have committed 5.5 gigawatt hours, and we are in pipeline, we have 3.7 gigawatt hours. Now, again, my boss Dimitrios is very conservative, but we are probably one of the largest lenders for battery storage globally in battery storage, and many more lenders globally are now following these footsteps. Again, 6 to 9 months back, Dimitrios asked us, the World Bank Group, to work on hybrid PPAs. He said this is one thing which our clients need, the World Bank staff need. How do we structure bankable PPAs which can be adopted by developing countries? And he said the first step is to analyze the thermal projects. I was surprised. Why do I go and dig into coal PPAs? Coal is something we don't touch. But he said once you understand what the governments are already doing, what utilities are already doing in terms of gas and coal, then only you will be able to understand what are the parameters you need to put in a PPA so that they can transition easily from thermal to hybrid to solar plus storage. So these are a few parameters or differences between thermal and hybrid PPAs. Of course, we know the capital costs in thermal are lower. Now, hybrid projects are competing with that, but still capital costs are lower. In thermal PPAs, we have a more predictable output in terms of electrons, stable and consistent energy output, high dispatchability and reality. Now this factor is a little bit overhyped. As we know, both diesel and coal plants work efficiently between 60 to 70%. If it is higher or lower than that, the efficiency of fossil fuel thermal plants goes down. So dispatchability and reliability of thermal plants is also a little bit overhyped. And we have seen in the recent Ukraine war, with the fuel becoming more and more unpredictable, what impact it can have on the gas prices in Europe. On hybrid PPAs, the costs are higher, especially when it comes to storage. Dimitrios just gave new low-cost numbers for storage. I don't know if we can quote them or not, but yeah, these are the new numbers from China. Reduce environmental impact without any minimum load requirements. A VRE plant can operate. Solar and storage can operate without any minimum load requirements. Quick startup time, and they can help us in combating the duck curve. Now, this is the bulk of the report which we have been working on. So please pay attention. This is a 4-phase framework for structuring and planning a hybrid project. Step number 1. Now, this is overall system planning. We are not going to a hybrid project. First, we want to understand what the existing system in a country is doing. For example, in India, we have almost a 500 gigawatt system, and mostly it's coal, and more, almost 100 gigawatts of solar and wind is coming. So we have to look at least cost planning methods. We have to look at demands and needs method for a particular country before we come and jump to a hybrid project. Then we have to see what is the potential of solar and battery energy storage. There are many examples. For example, in case of Maldives, we found that solar is very important, but it has to be backed immediately by battery storage. Whereas in India, still after having 100 gigawatts of renewables, we are surviving without much storage. So every country and every state has its own needs, which has to be understood in detail before we move on to step number 2. Now, this is where we start looking at how a hybrid project will look like, at what location it is. A hybrid projects in Chhattisgarh, where World Bank is financing Solar Energy Corporation of India for the first hybrid project of solar, wind, and storage. is completely different from how you will design a plant in Rajasthan or for that matter in Gujarat. For example, in Chhattisgarh, what we are doing is the 120 megawatt hour of storage, which is being put in addition to solar and wind, is going to displace a thermal plant in the evening. So it's a typical case of arbitrage where a peaking power plant in the evening is able to be displaced by a storage which is relatively still expensive, but it is able to compete easily with the thermal plant in the evening. It is completely different from Rajasthan and Gujarat, where you need also ancillary services because the quantum of solar and wind installed over here is so high that the first requirement over here is frequency and voltage control. So that's why I mentioned location, type, size, use cases, and supply requirements for a particular country, or for that matter, for a particular state in a large country like India, is very important before you start designing a hybrid project. Then the next question which comes to us is whether you are looking at more dispatchability or firmness. Yes, we all want to have both the things at the same time, but there is pros and cons of having more dispatchability or more firmness. So this is something, a trade-off which we need to do. Again, time, variant use of energy. We are very well aware of the SECI tender in India, which has off-peak and peak power, which went very well. And we are also seeing globally that the arbitrage cases is the main business use case for storage technologies. So these are some of the initial parameters we should take into account before designing a hybrid project. Let's go to step number 3. Now, this is the where different business models of storage and battery with solar and wind will come up. One of the reasons storage has been struggling, and we have to accept the fact that storage has been struggling because unlike thermal and unlike renewable energy, storage does not generate anything. It does not generate electrons. It only stores, and it also stores with a degrading factor of 95%. So by default, storage does not have a monetization business model. We have to combine it with either renewables or sometimes also with diesel to make sure it has a business model where you're able to make money. So in the coming slides, we will discuss 5 business models where storage can be monetized with different things. Finally, once you have selected the business model, how do we implement it? So in the report which we are coming up, we have discussed different procurement models which can be used for selecting and procuring battery storage. But more importantly, in the last step, if you have seen, we will be also coming up with a hybrid template PPA. Now this is one thing one of the IPP players in India was telling me. What is happening in India and globally is that every utility or every company is trying to negotiate their own PPA for a hybrid project. For solar and wind, it's a little bit more straightforward, but when it comes to storage, it becomes very complex. PPAs are not standardized. So this is one thing, again, with the hybrid PPA framework, we will be disclosing a template PPA. Please note, this is a template PPA. You need to customize it and improvise it as per your own needs. But this will have at least 60 to 70% of the features which you need to develop a bankable PPA. After this, you can hire a law firm, a legal firm, and customize this PPA as per your own needs. So this is a complete package in these 4 phases which we are trying to come up in the next couple of months. Now, how are we able to come up this 4-phase PPA? What knowledge do we have? Again, as Dimitrios mentioned, we have significant investments both in terms of gigawatt hours and in terms of millions of dollars. As you can see, we are all over the place where we have active projects. The projects could be as small as 40 megawatt hours in Maldives, or a $1 billion program on battery storage, which we are coming up in India. So we have small to big projects globally in Africa and Latin America on storage. In this particular report, we have analyzed 53 use cases, both which World Bank Group has financed and also outside. And all these 57 use cases has been standardized in a template in this report, which will be disclosed. Now, to be frank, I'm not a storage expert, but the knowledge which we drive is from these 50 partners which are part of the energy storage partnership. As you can see, we have think tanks, we have manufacturers, we have labs like NREL who have storage experts. So we learn from them what is currently happening on the ground and what we need to do so that we can make our financing much more conducive to what is required by a particular country. So another thing which Dimitrios asked me 6 to 9 months back, let's analyze where we have invested $850 million and 5.5 gigawatt hours. Let's do a deep dive and try to understand where this money is going and where this storage is coming. Now, this is a very interesting slide. In 2022, energy shifting, the arbitrage is 53%. Next year, it is going to be 63%. By 2030, it will come back to 60%. So arbitrage energy shifting, peak and off-peak power remains the core and the backbone of the battery storage globally. The reason is very simple. In the evening, the tariffs are very high, and there is a peak power, so we are able to easily displace by using solar electrons in a battery storage in the afternoon. So this is the model which is making more business sense globally, and that's why it's much more prevalent. Behind the meter is mostly in developed countries like California and Germany, where you have rooftop and households are installing more and more storage. It's not happening currently in developing countries like India. Ancillary services, again, becoming more and more prevalent because, as I mentioned, even in countries like India, where more and more renewables is there, but for frequency and voltage control, we need to have battery storage to have stabilize the grid. Even spinning reserve is becoming more popular for battery storage, and remaining is only 5%. So these are where the investments are going. But if you look at how step by step a battery storage is being installed, first the governments are installing it for ancillary services. Second, for arbitrage, and finally, as we have seen in India, more and more RTC and more projects are coming where long duration energy storage is required. And I see Julia is over here. She's going to speak more about long duration, which we believe is the future. As I mentioned, I was describing in the phase 3 how a technical director of a utility will select a particular business model. So if you see from top, we start from the initial assessment of the overall planning for a country. Then we go down to what is required for that particular country, whether you need dispatchable power, you need firmness, whether you're looking at time-based payment. These are the different parameters you need to decide one by one before you go to the 5 business models at the bottom. Now, connecting with what I initially mentioned. Now, these are the steps we have observed are happening globally, but this is not something we are recommending. I have to be very clear. What we have seen as a step number 1, governments are usually installing storage for ancillary services and mostly on EPC basis because utilities want to have a complete control over the storage to manage their grid because more and more solar and wind is coming up and they want to reduce curtailment and they also want to manage their grid. So we have many cases, but I'm just giving an example of Maldives. We also seen in India where POSOCO is now coming into play and they are getting more and more storage involved. Step number 2 is where arbitrage comes into play, and we have seen many governments are now procuring large-scale solar to manage the peak power in the evening. So very simple, you store solar in the afternoon and use in the evening. This is where the storage makes the most business case. And third, in India, we are trying everything. We are coming up with huge projects for ancillary services, for arbitrage, and also we are looking at other business models. And we are going pretty big in battery storage. This is the last slide. Again, a very dense slide, but I will spend few minutes. This is the backbone of the report, the 5 business model. We have categorized the 57 use cases in these 5 business models. Step number 1 is a single contract or a dual contract where solar can be, so both solar and storage can be based on capacity. And in step number 2, we have only a single contract where payment is made to solar and storage only on capacity. Step number 3, model number 3 is a blended PPA which is very common in India, where you are paying on the units, on the electrons, on how much electrons you are generating. Model number 4 is time variant for off-peak and peak power, where the peak power is usually high, sometimes double than the off-peak power. And model number 5 is the best model, which is close to Julia's heart, the 24/7. We bought this term from the McKinsey LDS report, where you're looking at base load power. You're trying to displace the thermal PPAs with the hybrid PPAs. There are efforts in these directions as well. In the island economies, especially because there the diesel is very expensive, there are business cases where you can directly go for 24/7 PPAs. So I will stop here with the next steps. Currently, where we are in terms of this framework, we have sent this to external peer reviewers, where we are getting a lot of comments for us to incorporate. Then we are looking at training and capacity building efforts, where we can help utilities to learn more about hybrid PPAs. We are already doing several projects, but we want to select pilot countries where this can be implemented. And we are looking at different partners like International Solar Alliance and GAP, with whom we will partner to take this discussion forward. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Amit. I think we're very much looking forward as the ISA to work with World Bank and, of course, all these 50 partners, many of whom are in the room today. So we're so excited to see such a full house. It's going to take a lot of folks, from the think tanks to the private sector players to the manufacturers, to get this done. I think my presentation is going to come up. We're just switching laptops. But so yeah, I'm Alex Hogeveen-Rutter with the International Solar Alliance. I'm going to be leading our work on energy storage. And as Amit said, we're seeking to kind of increase our collaboration. And I think one thing that really excites me is we're already seeing some fantastic projects today, which people like Dr. Rashi will be talking about, the things that have already been implemented, that are already happening, that already make economic sense today. This is Abhishek. Can you go to the presentation PowerPoint? The PowerPoint, my PowerPoint? Yeah. And Renew, Abhishek will be talking about his projects going on today, to how do we get to a system in 2050 where we're 100% RE. So I think we're going to have speakers who are speaking to all these things, but I'll kind of do a very brief overview on the mini-grid and the utility scale side. So this is, for example, an ISA pilot project, which is a health center in Guyana. And so here, as Amit was saying, because you're displacing diesel, it makes sense to have basically 36 hours of storage, which is very, very expensive, very, very high capex. But it makes sense because you're displacing that diesel. Similarly, you have the Modera Sun Temple here in India, which is a mini-grid. And again, one of the keys here, I think a lot of people don't realize, is just how much you have to overbuild the system. So load here is 1.5 megawatts. You actually have 6 megawatts of solar and 15 megawatt hours of storage. So it's about 10 hours of storage. And this allows you to be 24/7. And this is competitive, cost competitive with grid extension to remote areas, not just in India, but in many places. This place actually already was electrified, but it's more of a demonstration project for places that have not yet been electrified. This is as Amit was saying, for an island. This is an island in the Pacific where you're looking at 40 megawatts. And one of the things I think is interesting here is, right-sizing the storage. You see there's still a little bit of gray. So the yellow is solar and the blue is storage, and there's still some little chunks of gray. And basically, if you want to overbuild the storage to be literally 100% of the time, it's not economic. So I think in this case, it's about 85% powered by solar and storage, and that's economic in this case. In some places, it might be 75, in some places, it might be 95, depending on the cost of alternate resources. But here, we're looking at a megawatt scale project where solar and storage is already cost competitive with the existing solution. So the ISA roadmap for universal access, it was launched this morning, so I don't want to go into too much detail about it because we had a presentation this morning. But basically, one of the key insights is the farther away you are from the grid and the smaller the community, the more sense a mini-grid makes sense. Whereas for larger communities closer to the grid, it makes sense to do grid extension. Which leads into the second half of my presentation, which is on utility scale. So RE plus storage is already cost competitive in many countries. So as Demetrios was saying, in China, in India, in US, we have very strong wind and solar resources. In some countries like Japan, because the wind and solar resource is relatively weak, it's not yet cost competitive. And so there the question is, do we use a carbon tax? Do we use a VGF? But to speak to Amit's point about the first step being the overall system planning and overall least cost optimization, for many countries, hybrid projects already are the cheapest source of power. Being creative in tender design, so Amit mentioned the South Africa project. And one thing I really liked about this project, instead of a 24/7, it's actually a 5 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. because that's when they need the power. That's when they're having power outages. There's plenty of surplus power at 3 a.m. because coal plants are very inflexible. They can't turn down. So in places like India, you actually traditionally had agricultural load at night effectively to maintain your coal PLF. Well, now that we're seeing more solar, we can move that agricultural load to the day. And similarly, here in South Africa, you actually have a 5 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. PPA. And so this allows you to build much less storage and have a much better rate. Obviously, in the longer run, if you want to eliminate coal completely, this won't work. But in the short term, when you have power outages during the day, this sort of model makes a lot of sense. So there's a cost reliability trade-off. Oh, my font seems to have messed up here. But effectively, the point is, if you want to have the same reliability of coal, in India, this would be about 3.5 rupees per kilowatt hour. And so that's 85% reliability. Now, if you want to have 98% reliability, you're going to have to pay 5 or 6 rupees per kilowatt hour. So again, there's a trade-off here. In the short to medium term, where India's power deficit, it makes sense to get really relatively affordable power. Let's get this done. Let's get this done today. In the longer term, when we actually want to displace and start turning off some of these existing coal plants, then we're going to need to look at higher levels of reliability. The panel is hybrid energy systems of the future. So this would be kind of a hypothetical vision of what India could look like in 2050. So we need massive transmission upgrades, which is already happening. India's doing a tremendous job with their transmission planning and green energy corridors. And unlike the United States and Europe, India actually has an integrated transmission utility, which makes RE integration much easier. But here, this would be a mix of resources. So the blue is hydro, the dark blue is wind, the orange is solar, the dark orange is the battery charging, and the yellow is the battery discharging. So basically, the key takeaway here is that 100% RE grid by 2050, or potentially even by 2047, India's 100th anniversary of their independence, is very technically feasible. You need a lot of storage. You need, what was it? 400 gigawatts of 5-hour storage, so that would be like battery, and then 100 gigawatts of 12-hour storage, which would be the long duration energy storage. But this could get you to 100% RE. And actually, interestingly, and this is something where system planners need to rethink, right now, you're always worried about the peak day. That's your biggest point of concern, your day with the most load. But in a 100% RE day world, your problem is actually your worst VRE day, your least windy, least sunny day. That is your constraint. That is what you now have to design for. So in this case, I've added a little bit of demand response. So demand response, which I believe our colleague from Hitachi will be touching on as well, is where you, typically industrial commercial loads, you would ask them to lower their load temporarily and compensate them for that. And the point here is for 50 or 100 hours a day, it's much cheaper to give a strong incentive to an industrial commercial consumer to reduce their load than it is to build entirely new generating assets. And this is something you're already seeing in many developed countries, and Tata Power in Delhi is piloting and experimenting with here in India. So yes, hybrid renewable systems are economic today, at least in many jurisdictions. 100% RE is technically feasible. We've seen it at the mini-grid level. We're seeing it at bigger and bigger megawatt scale systems. And with hybrid inverters and other technologies, which we'll discuss in the panel, it's possible at the gigawatt scale. And the optimal solution, in some places it's going to be solar dominated, which is kind of the core vision of the ISA. But in some places there's going to be more hydro or more biomass or more geothermal or what have you, depending on what's available. So I apologize for running through this very quickly. I want to leave plenty of time for our incredible esteemed panel. So with that, I'll invite Mr. Reggie Pillai to take the stage, or he's going to be our moderator for the panel. I'm going to invite people? Okay.
Everybody.
Yes, okay.
I don't have the final list.
Right, okay. So we have Ms. Julia Sauder from the Long Duration Energy Storage, who's going to give some perspective on the technologies that can provide this 12-hour storage. We have Akshay Singhal, who's going to be talking about manufacturing, what's already possible today. We have Mr. N. Venu from Hitachi, who's going to be providing big vision for, for the future energy system, hopefully. We have Dr. Rashi Gupta, who will be talking about, again, some of the products they're already installing today. And we have, sorry, I should have been introducing names. Long Duration Energy Storage Council from Julia, Log9 from Akshay, Hitachi Energy for Envenu, Vision Mechatronics for Dr. Rashi, and Abhishek Ranjan from Renew Power, who's going to be talking about some of the hybrid projects that they've done. So with that, no, this is the panel. So with that, I'll pass it off.
We can add it.
No. I'll pass it off to Mr. Pillai to moderate the panel.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'll talk a little fast because we are left with five speakers and 40 minutes approximately. So I briefly introduce 3 streams which I believe are very important, and first 2 of them are already economically or commercially viable for building distributed storage system in the Indian grid, which may be applicable in many other countries. So you take the number 1 is replacing the diesel generating set with battery energy storage systems. By one estimate, India has about 80,000 megawatt of large capacity, means megawatt scale, DG sets. Same is the case with most of the developing countries. For emergency standby power, every building, every large infrastructure has DG sets. Today at diesel cost hovering around 100 rupees per liter, 1 unit of electricity from a DG set is more than 35 rupees, our studies finds. And a BESS today's cost can buy power from the grid at 8 to 9 rupees and discharge it back to the facility at 15 to 16 rupees today's. And any city, for example, I am told Goa in a year has more than 1,000 hours of power cuts in most facilities experience. Even just outside Delhi, Gurgaon, 500 to 800 hours of power cut. All such places we have seen that it's already commercially viable only by providing standby power. But there are 3 other streams of revenue a BESS can today, which large organizations like Power Grid, NTPC, Coal India, and all that should seriously consider in the energy transition as new revenue opportunities. Replace all these DG sets, provide 2 hours. If you take the whole of Gurgaon, 2 hours of storage, you give it to each of the building, and you have couple of big 10 megawatt hour or 5 megawatt hour batteries on the wheel. If power doesn't come back after a breakdown in 1 hour, one of those trucks will go and stand in front. So you don't need 5 hours of storage, you don't need 10 hours of storage if you do it city-wide. This is a new business model which is going to come. 6 years ago, we argued that 2-wheeler and 3-wheeler, electric 2-wheeler and 3-wheeler should be sold without battery. Battery should be treated like a fuel which can be rendered in a day. So initially everybody objected, but finally MORTH approved it in 2021. There are today I saw almost a dozen battery swapping stations, and those distributed battery swapping stations can also give energy back to the, I'll come to that. So the first thing is DG set. By mandate, we should make all new facilities which are constructed should not have a DG set for backup power. It has to be battery energy storage system. Which are the other streams? One, the facility, take the case of this hotel. They may have a minimum 5 megawatt of DG set here. So they spend a huge amount of money every month for the engineer, technician, and large fuel tank and testing it every week, couple of times. That fixed cost, whichever they are spending on a month, they should give it to the BESS. It should be a third party. A third party investor should come and set up that facility. Then only it will be viable. So as I said, additional storage units can come when the power cut is for longer duration. And other one is that the utility should give a minimum X rupee per kilowatt or X rupee per megawatt of storage which is 24/7 connected to the grid. The DG set come into operation only when there is a power breakdown but the BESS is 24/7 giving grid services. The utility should give money. And the third one is that the arbitrage. So every day there is no power cut. High solar hours we have seen now most of the days in Northern India grid, Western India grid, afternoon there is power surplus. So green power can be stored in these batteries, which can be discharged if there is no power cut in the city. The batteries can sell it in the market in the evening. That is another. So combining all these revenue streams, BESS in most cities in India is already viable in 3 to 5 years is the maximum payback time. So we should look at that. And the second one is all the buildings which are new coming, large complexes should have the DCS, district cooling systems, rather than individual building having its own cooling system. Why DCS? DCS is built with thermal energy storage. It is built with chilled water tanks, huge. And the centralized chiller plant which are with the DCS are in megawatt scale, 5 megawatt, 10 megawatt scale, that can give a load relief. Those are plants which can run at partial PLF anytime. You can shut off, you can switch on. And when there is surplus power, the DCS central chiller unit of the DCS will generate chilled water, store it in the thermal storage, and whenever there's a load relief required, it can do that. So, and also in a distribution system in a city, if most of the buildings are going to be on DCS, the total capacity for the distribution system can be 50% or even lower. That's another advantage. And this will develop. Third one is vehicle to grid. The battery technology has improved. Today, the latest generation of vehicles which are launched today is coming with, we've been talking about vehicle to building, vehicle to grid. They are saying vehicle to load, you take any load. The Hyundai Ioniq 5 which is launched today, talking about V2L. So vehicles, you take millions of vehicles. A private car, average stand in expensive real estate for 20 hours or more. It runs only 2 to 3 hours or average car. And those cars with 30 to 50 kilowatt hour battery in other, North America and all that, mostly 60 to 90 kilowatt hour battery. And it do shallow charging and discharging. And several studies have found that the battery life only increases. It is not decreasing. So vehicle manufacturers are today confident to give more V2L, V2G kind of services. That has to be made mandatory. So all the new vehicles which will be launched, electric vehicle launch, should have V2G facility, and there should be models for compensating. The last year, there is a ISGAN Award of Excellence which will be done tomorrow evening in the ballroom. So this year the theme is different. Last year it was vehicle to grid, or grid integrated vehicles was the theme. We had over 10 valid nominations, and ISGAN I am talking about, Award of Excellence. So there are 3 companies which got the first prize going to a Dutch company, second prize going to a KEPCO actually, and the third prize given to a startup in Canada. And 3 commercial towers in Toronto, they did V2G, and each of the vehicle which you are participating in V2G, they were giving 1,500 Canadian dollar per year for participation. It is, and they are getting that because of the building owners are giving them, because of the flexibility, because of the peak power it is giving. So these 3 pillars on which we can develop immediately business models, and we will look at Demetrios to fund another $1 billion for DG set replacement. Actually, way back in 2018, National Green Tribunal, they issued an order that in NCR region, Delhi capital region, DG set should not be operated from October to March, but it is being done. There is no complaints. Now it has to come with no new building will be given power connection unless it has a BESS and no DG set. These are the things which we need to do in future. So with this, the one very successful DG set replacement which has been done in the NCR region is by Dr. Rashi Gupta. I'll request her to make a brief presentation. 5 minutes, ma'am.
First is mine. I don't need this.
Yeah.
No, I want to.
Few slides she has.
Okay, never mind. I'll begin with then, not wasting any. Yeah, okay. So, no, okay, thank you. So what we need to understand today here is that hybrid systems that everyone has been talking about today is wind, solar, and energy storage. I'm going to take it to one more level ahead by saying wind, solar, hybrid battery energy storage. When we combine two different technologies together to achieve actual energy independence and a long duration energy storage, which Julia and I are very, very passionate about. Okay, so moving ahead. So what we've done here is, I'm going to keep it very quick. We have combined 614 kilowatt of lithium batteries with 480 kilowatts of lead acid batteries, tubular gel batteries. The project is operational since last 2 days. These are actual photos, 2 years, sorry. I'm extremely sorry, 2 years. And this is the actual photographs, and this is in outskirts of Gurgaon. And this is a microgrid which we've connected with solar. We have two varied battery technologies, which I told you just now. And why we have done this is we wanted an energy independence for more than 48 hours, which was practically impossible with lithium batteries only. I mean, everyone in the room here knows that lithium not beyond 4 hours. What do? Another thing is the project was executed during the COVID times. So we all know everyone's budget was really, really constrained at that point of time. And not just the budget, there were also constraints during execution of the projects. So we're looking at functionalities here. One is that it has a zero blackout system, which is a key functionality here. It's a flicker-free system. It does a voltage regulation. 500 megawatts of a DG substitution is done here. A diesel generator substitution is done. It's a very compact solution. It has all real-time monitoring. And the flagship project, it's our flagship of doing a preventive and predictive monitoring of 15 days in advance that we can predict if the batteries are going to go bad. So now what happens is this not just powers the entire campus of 28 acres, but it also provides power to the electric vehicles which are plying in the campus to make it completely green. So we're doing that as well. This is the real-time monitoring. These are actual data of the system, where we give we have a cell level monitoring, we do a preventive predictive monitoring of the system, because many of us have these ideas, okay, what if the battery goes bad? My Excel sheet doesn't match that. And it's a big difficulty for the investors, for everyone, for the project manager and everybody in the sheet if the Excel sheet does not work to be true. So yes, so we have real-time monitoring which proves that the Excel sheet works well. And then what was the impact here was, one, we wanted first and the foremost was energy independence. Second was reduction of the carbon footprint. We wanted to protect the flora and fauna, because many a times the energy storage systems have an impact on the environment, and there's an environmental impact on the BESS. So both need to be assessed very carefully. So here there is absolutely zero impact on the flora and fauna. We are investing in the future, because future is not diesel for sure. We need to get out of the fossil fuel. We need to have something which is more hybrid in nature, collaborating multiple technologies together so that we can achieve a complete independence. Like, for example, how everyone has done a wind-solar hybrid, because sun shines in the morning and definitely the wind flows in the evening. So that's what is the combination. Now here, the combination was to reduce this whole thing to come up to a 48 hours of critical load backup and 8 hours of full load capacity. And we have saved 7,000 liters of diesel every instance. Now that is substantial, and which you can see is nearly around 340 kilotons of carbon. Zero downtime, extremely safe, shock-proof, extremely safe for humans. Also, the life that we are now expanding the system to 3 megawatt hours very shortly. And this is like adaptive. You can keep on adding as much as you want into the storage. You don't have to be limited to it. Now, the most important thing that we achieved out of this was, why did we go hybrid? We wanted a capital reduction. We have achieved almost a 38% of capital reduction in this project. DG is completely eliminated. So DG cost, the fuel cost, everything gets eliminated, and that's the energy independence and financial independence, with a benefit to the local community, with reduced electricity bills. So you can see that we had capex reduction, we had electricity bill reduction, only the fixed cost is what is paid, diesel replacement, and completely sustainable. So priorities given to the sustainable goals were SDG 5, SDG 7, and SDG 13. All the three were achieved with this project, and thank you so much for your attention.
everyone. It's great to be here, and thank you so much for the opportunity to work so closely with ISA, the World Bank, and many other global partners. The Long Duration Energy Storage Council is a recent organization. We were founded at COP26, bringing together the 4 families of long duration energy storage: thermal energy storage, electrochemical, which is all but lithium ion, so a lot of other parts of the periodic table, thermal energy storage, different types of salts, molten rocks, volcanic, cement, aluminum. Again, the diversity of LDES is so important. Building upon the global and worldly experience of pumped hydro and mechanical, bringing together new innovations of technologies, both above ground and underground, with compressed air and liquid air, and then also looking at chemical, so hydrogen and green hydrogen. And in addition to the 4 families of long duration energy storage, we're bringing the whole ecosystem. So utilities, developer, customers, equipment manufacturers, financiers, everyone coming together to support the $4 trillion marketplace that is long duration energy storage. And as we're all really working on the multi-hour, multi-day, multi-year long duration energy storage, I'm really trying to demonstrate how critical storage, and in particular long duration energy storage, is to de-risking our energy transition. And so we've been working as an executive-led, fact-based organization on producing data and facts and benchmarking. And we have 4 reports on our website, and one was referenced earlier by the World Bank on 24/7 clean power purchase agreements, a tool in our toolkit trying to really make sure that we are adapting and utilizing our knowledge to demonstrate that every hour of every day, of every month, of every year can be met with clean energy when you bring in long duration energy storage to fill those gaps. And there's a cost savings when you do this. You can get that energy shifting, that flexibility, and when you have 40% of renewable energy, costs come down 40 to 60%. When you have 60% of renewable energy, costs can come down 80%. When you have 100%, you really get that savings, up to $540 billion a year. You're saving from capturing all the curtailment that could have been wasted of wind and solar, your savings from transmission, distribution, deferment. We still need to build more infrastructure, but this is just also parallel pathways, better coordinated planning. In addition to working on our net zero power report, again showing this huge marketplace, we did a net zero heat report. As the industry is working on decarbonization, really want to demonstrate the important role of long duration energy storage, where we can provide thermal energy storage from 100 degrees Celsius to 2,000 degrees Celsius, whether it's for agriculture, cement, mining, hospitals, buildings, transportation. All sectors of our economies, both north and south, really need to have long duration energy storage. Small scale, large scale, transmission, distribution, generation, all are tied to long duration energy storage. This partnership that we've been working on within our council, but also with ISA, the World Bank, and many others, is critical. We can't do this alone, and we all need each other. And so that's why we really work on building additional partnerships, collaborations, ways to be more effective and efficient, sharing data and insights so we can really promote to the world the great work that India is doing of round-the-clock energy and generation and advancing it towards transmission and storage. The work that, really building upon the knowledge learned from pumped hydro and sharing what's happening with new innovations underground. We're really trying to highlight again, the value add of how long duration energy storage can de-risk this transition. So far since 2019, both businesses and federal and governments around the world have invested almost $60 billion in long duration energy storage, and this is just the beginning. And there's been a lot more momentum and push for really helping out communities and local organizations to really bring in long duration energy storage into their portfolios. Where we still need to work on is scaling up, because we need to have 8 terawatts, 140 terawatt hours of long duration energy storage if we really want to have this enormous scale of wind and solar globally. And these are huge numbers. This is an enormous scale, but it's not impossible because we can work together on this. We have the policies that are in place. We just need to continue to push and scale forward. What's great to see is that India is really helping us push forward on this track. To date, we have 175 gigawatts of LDES that will be completed by the end of this year, but we need 300 by 2030. So we're making progress, and we just got to keep pushing it more and more. And the other thing is that, as mentioned earlier, that India in particular really needs to get to 250 gigawatts of long duration energy storage by 2040. And it's really taken some great policies with the CEA and many other attributes to push this forward, but we need to, again, work collaboratively to make this work. I just want to highlight again the important role of all of us collaborating and working together, the diversity of long duration energy storage technologies, the new innovations that come in the marketplace, but also how many projects have already been built and working for over 10, 20, 30 years. There already are long duration energy storage projects around the world that are providing value and cost savings. And we're really just trying to share more of the stories and linking together the communities as how we try to address this constant crisis that we're dealing with. You know, where all of us are dealing with our families of heat and drought and fires and intensity of storms, and long duration energy storage is part of the solution, working with our partners to really start making sure we can have different ways of diversity to address the climate crisis. One other highlight on partnerships that's so important with the World Bank, ISA, industry, governments, banks, communities working together is to highlight the Global Renewables Alliance, a new organization that brings together solar, wind, hydropower, geothermal, green hydrogen, and long duration energy storage. The 6 of our global organizations are working on planning, coordinating, market criteria, just and equitable transition, and coordinated planning. And so as we all continue to work together and hold each other accountable, you know, we can make this progress and really work on scaling up. But again, really appreciate the financing, the partnerships, and the support to really continue to push towards our 8 terawatt goal of collaboration. So thank you. Look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you very much. Those who are interested in long duration energy storage should read a report by US DOE published 2 months ago. That's a very interesting report which mentions about several new technologies, including pumped thermal energy storage and supercritical CO2 Brayton cycle. These are all new things which we hope will be not just batteries. There are so many other things which is going to happen very soon. With that, India also started with battery manufacturing. There was a PLI scheme. Many other people, despite PLI, also started building battery manufacturing plant. So I will request Akshay to talk about it. But everybody complained that getting material for manufacturing lithium batteries is extremely difficult. So Akshay, over to you.
Hello everyone, I am Akshay Singhal. I am the founder and CEO of Log9. We are building the battery company of the Global South. The idea is to create batteries which are specifically designed right from the cell level to the battery pack level, and then the entire management software in ground specific to the tropical conditions of the world. This is very much required because a battery which works, let's say, for 10 years in Europe or in China doesn't even work for 2 years, 2.5 years in India. So there's a significant impact on the life expectancy, performance, and the reliability and safety of these batteries when brought into the Global South. And that requires a fresh look from technology perspective across all these 3 nodes of the battery value chain. So hearing all of what has been said today in terms of energy storage and 100% RE integration on the grid, I think one of the important things is that we'll not be able to do it unless we try to keep it simple. Right? Fancy solutions always catch the eye. We wake up every morning, read a news short and say, oh, V2G will happen, or battery swapping is the next thing, or some other new concept is coming in. Yes, it's really good to get drawn with all of into all of that, but as long as we keep things simple, they will have a better chance of getting scale, right? And as I keep on discussing with Alex, right, one of the important things is that before targeting 100%, why can't we target 100% of 85% integration on the grid, right? Or 90% integration on the grid. That is achievable. That is already the math works. The systems are available. Technologies are available. We are not there. Sitting at 10%, not even 10%, 5%, and just dreaming about 100% and doing nothing is what is putting us back. Not really that 85% is not possible. So I think that is what we really need to look towards. The other thing is also the problem of short-term vision versus long-term vision and declining long-term games in lieu of short-term vision. And that is what is happening, right? Because for the last 5 years or like till 3 years back before COVID, we would talk about that energy storage of any kind is not viable to achieve, right? Even at 85%, 95% net met criteria. And today it is possible. Now the conversation is that it is too costly to put it up front. Now, if we keep on debating about availability of capital in terms of saying that, oh, first it had to meet the per unit criteria. Now it has to match up with the upfront capex requirement as compared to the earlier technologies. I don't think we're moving anywhere, right? So we really need to look at it from a perspective in a global sense. That is it something which is viable to do? Is it something which is really important to do for our existence, or are we just trying to make business models work, right? We can try to fit in a business model and make it work just to be with the system, but I don't think that strategy is going to take us anywhere from a climate change perspective. So I really wanted to, I've been going around in these halls listening about a lot of different business models and how people in the industry are trying to make business models work so that we can convince people like Dimitrios here to open up their checkbooks and write capital. But I think the fundamental call that needs to be taken is that what is the opportunity cost of not doing it, right? What are the climate change impact that can happen on each of our lives, and what is the loss that will accrue from it? And then see that whether making this upfront investment in a larger capex, lower opex model beneficial or not. Yes, the cost parity is already there, but if we now stick to that we're not going ahead with it because A, the capex is higher, and B, we have not seen it happening and running for 20 years, I don't think we're moving anywhere, right? Reliability and higher capex are the two things left, right, which should not matter in the large scheme of things and the crisis that is in front of us. So from that perspective, I'll just conclude by saying that building capacity, improving technologies is something which we will do, which the world has always done. I don't think that is the issue. It is all about putting our minds together, especially the financial circles, to come together and say this is really, really important, and the opportunity cost of not doing it is far larger than the current capex cost or any other cost right now. Thank you very much.
I thought you were going to tell what Log9 is doing for making battery manufacturing material available in India. That question I'll come back to you. So let me invite Mr. Venu, Hitachi Energy, your play in the energy storage and renewable energy integration domain.
Thank you, Raji, and good afternoon once again. So just a 30-second pitch about Hitachi Energy. Maybe I'm saying this since morning more than 3 times. So our technology, be it the product, systems, services, and software, is the bridge between generation and the consumption. So that's all our technology, whole technology will play that. Generation will enable the generation integrating to the grid, and transmission, whether it's thousands of kilometers or HVDC or normal transmission, that's where we are there, and the distribution. And finally, in the consumption standpoint, whether the consumption is on the process industries or in the building segments, everything, our technology will play a role in that. So let me talk about 2 examples. Let me give you about, especially the topic is on the energy storage. We do a lot of substation projects in some of our industrial and data center clients. So need of some of the global data center clients is that they wanted everything to be sustainable. We came out with, we use a lot of either DG generator sets, depending upon the things, for the construction of the power. Most of the project sites in India, they still run on that, or they have the grid power wherever it is available in that. So we came with the plan to have most of our offices is the containerized offices, and the offices always look like any major office. You don't find any difference between our project site office versus our normal offices. We create that kind of thing. So we set up the solar on top of the 2 containers, and then we have created a battery, even though it's a small, similar to what she talked about. We started with a 300 kilowatt hour, then we went up to 500 kilowatt hour. So we started with the first project. When we did the first project, the cost of that itself is making a business case. So we're not looking any kind of thing in that. And then today, around 10 of our project sites in India, they run on this kind of model in that. So 100% is powered that project. We execute a lot of construction related things. We do a lot of welding there, a lot of other things we run on that. So almost 10 project sites we run on this, where the cost of that setting up is itself is a business case in that. And the second point I wanted to talk about, even though you talked about China is a $3 or 3 cents, 3 US cents, I was just meeting one of the transmission developers on Monday in Mumbai, and he was executing a big project for one of the aluminum smelter, round the clock, RTC plant, round the clock. And the cost what he has contracted is $500 cents. We're still not there at a US level, but it is coming down in that. How it is coming? Okay, one is that the technology evolution, volume effect is definitely bringing down the cost, but in addition to that, what is important is to, optimization is extremely important. And integrating of the IT and OT. That's where the digitalization will kick in, and how are you able to integrate both IT and OT, and you are in a position to better judge the flow of the electron. The transparency of the electron is much more visible, and you are able to optimize your peak demands, and you are able to predict, and those are the things are bringing down. We still have to bring down the cost of the batteries, no doubt about it, and I'm sure the way in which the PV prices have come down drastically. In the early 90s, it used to be a dollar per kilowatt hour, and today a few cents per kilowatt hour, and both volume effect and technology evolution has brought down, and we see the same thing happening in the battery technology, in addition to the manufacturing locally. So those things will come in that. So that's what I wanted to tell, just impress once again on that. The solar is definitely the need of the hour. The reason why solar took a long time is first you need to scale it up, whether it is a solar or wind, and that has been done now. And now to have more stability of the grid. Today, in fact, I was in other session, someone was talking about in one of our solar park, I think, 4 gigawatt have gone for a momentary load, So how do we ensure that, that kind of, variability, that kind of the scale of the variability, you are able to address this thing in that. So that's where the new technologies have come into picture in that. If you really look at the power system, which is, we have been, most of us, electrical engineer, power system experts in dealing with that. We all seen how this, power system has been, getting evaluated over a period of time. But today, if you see the three fundamental things are coming into picture. One is the sustainable products and systems. It's no more, anything about SF6 gas or, the transformer with the traditional oil, things like that, and that is getting replaced with the more and more sustainable products and systems. And the second one is power electronics. Power electronics is a centerpiece of all the changes are happening. You talk about the battery energy, in that the inverters, everything is power electronics. You talk about HVDC, is a power electronics. You talk about the converter, it's a power. Every part of the whole ecosystem which is being put into it, it's comprises of the power electronics, and that is the need to have the digitalization integrated to that, to have more and more integration of IT and OT for optimization. Optimization is the key, in addition to bringing down the cost of the various other elements of the power system. So these are the three things I would say that it is really bringing, and battery energy is also no exception. So how do we ensure that the electrons, which is the flowing, the transparency is maintained, we are able to store it at an optimum level and able to deploy it at a scale and the speed that is required for that. So that's what I would say from my standpoint. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Venu, for mentioning about the role AI, ML can play in perfecting this, and a couple of it. I mean, a play of that I have seen when I visited this project in Manesar, which Rashi presented. It's a complete flicker-free transition from grid power to battery power. 3-4 times she switched on and switched off and shown. It's a complete flicker-free, and 10 years ago it was not possible. I have seen systems like that in many developed countries. It was not possible. These are all new technology which is playing today. So let me invite my friend Abhishek Ranjan. He's one young man who doesn't object me calling friend, because most of the people with my white hair, when I say friend, I am your son's friend, not your friend. And most of you know him as BSc as Rajdhani Power person, but during COVID he shifted to Renew Power. We were all very happy. But now Renew has dropped power. They have become Renew. So that's what I asked him. What is Renew doing now? Please tell us about what is Renew play in 24/7 RTC projects. Over to you, Abhishek.
Yeah. Thank you, Reggie. And yeah, so we are friends, no problem at all. So. Yeah, so back to the core topic, and we had a very interesting discussion. I know I have 2 minutes because it's already, I think, 4:27, right?
We started 5 minutes late.
So not more than 2-3 minutes. Okay, so we're talking about business models, and we are talking about energy model as well. So what are we talking about? Amit gave a very good overview of what all business models are already there. Now, some time back, SECI or Solar Energy Corporation had come out with a around-the-clock tender, RTC as it is called, and 100% renewable energy. But then it was a departure from the plain vanilla solar and wind, very good one. But it was not firm and dispatchable. So the picture that you see over here is actually what is happening right now under construction and implementation, and which is to be commissioned by the end of this fiscal year. 400 megawatt is the PPA construct, and then 1300 megawatt is the RE going to be deployed, 900 megawatt wind, 400 megawatt solar, coupled with 100 megawatt hour of battery. So this is the configuration, spread across 3 states, Karnataka, Maharashtra and Rajasthan. And Karnataka also you have 2 CTU or interstate transmission substations, right? So in total you have 4 pooling substations across India, and you are banking upon our copper plate. So we have a very strong transmission grid in the country. And banking upon that, you are delivering, and the cost, if you ask me, it was, I think, 2 rupees 90 paisa per unit in the first year, escalating at 3% for the next 15 years and then flat. So which is about, say, 3.56 rupees per unit, which is about a little over $4 cents or 4.3 cents per kilowatt hour, levelized for the entire duration of 25 years. But then I'll not call it completely firm and dispatchable. Why? Because it was only CUF based, 70% CUF per month average and 90% CUF per month, per annum. Can we have the next slide, please? So we worked on this, and then the point was, why can't we have a megawatt certain dispatchable RE, which is megawatt certain for every 15-minute time block for the entire 365 days a year? And this could be as per the wish and requirement of the beneficiary. So if you see this slide, on the right hand side you have D1, D2, D3 and corporate customers, which are nothing but the 3 distribution companies, for example, or discoms. And each of the discom, the beauty is every DSO or a discom has a different demand profile, diurnal as well as monthly as well as seasonal. Now when you combine them in a single business proposition, you have a demand profile which is kind of flattish or round the clock. And then similarly on the left side, if you see, there are multiple technologies, and I haven't added LDES, the long duration, because still not commercially viable, but now we'll be very happy to add long duration as well. So as of now it is lithium ion or pump storage or maybe hydro with storage. And interestingly, power market is also involved. So now the Federal Ministry of Power, Government of India, they came out with a new guideline for firm and dispatchable renewable energy. That was on 9th of June this year, very recently. They allowed up to 5% of the PPA construct to be procured from the green power markets, which is a new thing in India, which has happened, very new. Of course, the surplus can be disposed of in any manner, be it power market, be it another long-term PPA, be it a corporate consumer, be it a day-ahead disposal to any DSO. So complete flexibility in how you choose to. And this was in complete departure of the earlier construct, where you have set up a particular power plant, you have to obtain a right of first refusal. I mean, the existing beneficiary has an ROFR, and that created a lot of issues. So when you give this flexibility, so that DISCOM here is what he's going to do is, they are going to specify their load profile 96 time blocks a day, 365 days a year upfront in the PPA signed. And they also decide, okay, I'll allow you on a day-ahead basis X% departure every slot by slot. And that is my prerogative. I'll tell you day-ahead basis. And that applies equally for the supplier as well, whosoever is the L1 bidder or whosoever is supplier. So what does it mean? The demand is not flat. So when you say contract 500 megawatt RTC, does not mean 24 hours 500 megawatt. Not required. So that is moving. Natural curve is there. Similarly, the generation is also moving. So when you combine all these things, you create a PPA profile which is following the load, completely renewable, and I have scribbled some numbers over there, very small figures, but it is going to come within a purview of maybe $5 cents or $5.50 cents per unit flat for next 25 years. Now, how do you arrive at that? So it depends upon what kind of energy modeling softwares are you using and what kind of profiles you are mixing. The better the profiles are, the RE profiles I'm talking about, you have multi-location profiles. You have to do a complete stochastic analysis and arrive at that for a given set of demand. This is the set of RE profiles you should, in other words, this is where you should set up the RE. And this is how you should hedge your risk. Because here the risks are being transferred, and this is very akin to model number 5, which Mr. Amit was talking about. Okay, so the risks are with the RE developers, but then there are rewards as well. So after these guidelines have been published, SECI has already come out with a tender or RFP. They have come out with for Punjab, and which is clubbed with Madhya Pradesh. So idea is this is doable today itself with the kind of cost of energy or the battery storage cost we have. So for example, we have a JV with Fluence. We have a JV company with Fluence, which are a US headquarter company in lithium ion. But tomorrow you could have multi-other technology, and I'm looking forward to long duration storage as well. That is going to bring this down further. So what I'm saying is battery storage is doable, and this is going to, and this particular guideline and these RFPs following, going to propel the installation of 450 gigawatt target what India has committed by 2030. So this is about the business model, and Renew power has been removed, yes, but power still remains the core. So the idea is Renew has diversified from not only being the largest renewable IPP in the country as on today as of operational capacity, which is about 8.5 gigawatt and equal in amount under commissioning, but also we are now moving into, say, manufacturing of solar panels, for example, carbon trading, and even green hydrogen as a service. So that's all. Thank you.
One of the first battery energy storage systems built in India was by Power Grid Corporation of India in Puducherry. So that when it was commissioned in 2017, it ran less than 5 years. It was done on an EPC model. Power Grid invested in it, about 1 megawatt hour, 2 different technologies, advanced lead acid battery and lithium ion battery, LFP batteries. So the experience from that project is very valuable. I like to recognize the presence of Mr. Srikanth, CMD of Power Grid Corporation here. So, that was the first thing which happened, and 2 years down the line, a 10 megawatt hour plant was commissioned by Tata Power in Delhi. That also completed about going to be 4 years of life. So we had to actually assess the performance of this before we are designing new projects. I have seen the new tenders which are coming from DISCOMs as well as from SECI. They are all talking about 2 discharge per day, 12 years of life. It's all written by consultants who have never seen a battery in their life. Absolutely, you should contact people who understand the battery chemistry, how it performs, and we are currently, because of this, we are currently ISGF making a experience of BESS projects in India. And Puducherry, it ran for 4.5 to 5 years because Puducherry temperature never goes above 42 degrees centigrade. And here in North India, Western India, it goes to 45, 48 degrees centigrade. We have to see how much will be the RTE if you have to cool the battery. So we will close the panel here. And anybody in the audience has any burning questions? And in parting 30 seconds, your thoughts, each one of you. We don't have it. We don't have it. No time. Okay. Okay. I thought
sorry.
That's a 15 minutes change.
So, no, thank you so much. Thank you for everyone for joining us and for such a captivating presentation. I request Amit and Alex to also join in. I'm gonna pop in. Thank Thank you, everyone, and thank you so much for joining in. And we look forward to the next session and more insightful discussion. Thank you.
how do we go about, we have a vision to be a net zero emitter by
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank all of you. I'm Ridula Bharadwaj, Capacity Building Specialist from International Solar Alliance. And on behalf of the International Solar Alliance, Asian Development Bank, and Green Hydrogen Association Organization, a very warm welcome to the session on green hydrogen standards and certification. And I would also like to thank the CEM and Ministry of Power to give us an opportunity to host this session. To begin with, I would like to invite Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General, ISA, to deliver the welcome remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thanks, Ridula. Thanks very much. Colleagues, it's absolutely wonderful that we are all meeting here, and I'd like to repeat what Mridula said in thanking the Ministry of Power in inviting us to help carry out this event, which we believe is amazingly important. I'm delighted that we have two people on whose shoulders rests the responsibility for green hydrogen. Pradeep, many thanks for bringing the Asian Development Bank into this. And Jonas, I can't tell you what we would have done without you. You and the organization are needed as of this time, which more than anything else tells us how timely this event is. Why is it timely? I presume that one of the issues is that we are looking at a global picture in which we are really at the end of the tunnel as far as green electricity is concerned. Once we cross this issue of storage, green electricity will become the cheapest form of electricity compared even to fossil fuels. And this will occur in almost every geography in the world. And you may cavil about it, but we are talking of 2027, 2028, 2029, 2030. That's it. However, the challenge of meeting the energy needs beyond electricity continues to be important. And that's where green hydrogen comes in. And I want to stress we are talking of green hydrogen. That means that hydrogen that is produced from renewable electricity. If we can produce renewable electricity cheaply, I think we can produce green hydrogen at a price which would be cost competitive with the price of fossil fuels that are used today. This is particularly true for the so-called, and I must myself take some responsibility for this rather strange word that was coined some years ago called the hard, I used to call them the harder to abate sectors. We are obviously talking of the harder to abate sectors such as fertilizers, such as steel. In my view, when we had coined this word, the harder to abate also meant sectors such as buildings where nothing much, unfortunately, is happening, but where heat pumps could provide us with a way ahead. Now, we know the benefits of green hydrogen. I mean, that's why we are all here. We know that it reduces fossil fuel dependence. We know that it meets domestic energy demands. We know that it drives economic development, creates jobs, and it can enable countries that have, in a sense, missed the development boat to find an opportunity to do so through green hydrogen initiatives. But unfortunately, those are goals as yet. How can we make them reality? This is what this session is about. We fully understand that green hydrogen is in its infancy. This sector needs policy and regulatory support. That is, I think, at the heart of how we move ahead. We need an appropriate definition for green hydrogen. I think all of us are agreed on it. This is the green hydrogen mafia. If there's anybody here who does not believe that green hydrogen is the future, raise your hand or keep your silence forever. We need standards for green hydrogen. You know, once you agree on a definition, we need ways in which it can be verified. That's what standards are about. We need a transparent understanding of the origins of hydrogen. You know, this afternoon I was talking to a friend of many, many years in the World Bank, and we argued. No, we didn't argue. We are both on the same side. But the issue is that we see that there is a possibility that you have a hydrogen stream and you have a green certificate stream which are separate. In other words, once you create green hydrogen, it should create a certificate which has a revenue value which is separate from the revenue value of hydrogen by itself. I put it to you to see whether this is an argument that will fly or not, especially in the time that we have for the transition. We are all in, or almost all in the boat that we produce not completely green hydrogen. Okay, that's fine. But as we move towards completely green hydrogen, would a certificate system help? Because once you have hydrogen in a tank, how on earth do you make out whether the hydrogen came from green sources or not? So ultimately, these lead to domestic, national issues. How do we create the national visions and partnerships? How do we strengthen regulations at a national level? How do we improve access to low-cost financing? And this is important because we are finding that in the green electricity area, where the capex needs are far less than the capex needs in the green hydrogen area, we are already seeing that low-cost financing access is amazingly skewed. In the solar area, for example, last year something like $250 billion came in. But 70% of it went to the OECD countries and China. Less than 5% went to all of Africa. I would like, can we try that the green hydrogen starts in a manner that is more equitable? This means that we need to promote innovation and skills. Innovation and skills in what? In producing green hydrogen, yes, of course, but also in improving the integration of the supply chains. We talk very often of, yes, it's difficult to move hydrogen, so we should move ammonia or urea. Right. Ammonia is corrosive. The number of ammonia tankers in the world is limited. If we want to carry ammonia, we will have to give the shipping manufacturers a lead time. How do we make that happen? I would argue that many of the challenges that we face today are dealing with people who are in other silos. We need to create fora for this discussion to occur. Jonas, I'm looking at you to take the lead in helping us create these fora for talking to people in other silos. Now, at Sharm el-Sheikh last year, we at the International Solar Alliance had launched 2 reports. One was measuring the effectiveness of countries, the country policies, in measuring how ready they were for green financing. We believe it can form the basis for moving ahead when we talk of domestic green hydrogen manufacturing. The second was we looked at the potential for 3 African zones, the Mauritania-Morocco zone, the South Africa-Namibia zone, and the Egypt zone. We believe and even though it is slightly premature, we would be looking forward to seeing how we can look at partnering with the offshore wind industry, in seeing that offshore wind plus solar together can produce the kind of levelized production across 24 hours that can help in green hydrogen production. Because one of the challenges that we see whenever we run the numbers is that the capacity utilization of electrolyzers becomes very challenging. Now, all of this will need country support. All of this will need to ensure that we have the regulatory support that can then move on into the kinds of areas that I looked at, the domestic regulations, the issue of stable green electricity supply, and so on. As the International Solar Alliance, we stand ready to work with each and every one of you to see how we can enable this future. These are, as I said, interesting times. These are times when we are on the cusp of change. And I look forward to work with all of you to help this change come about. I thank you for your attention and look forward to a very stimulating discussion. Thanks very, very much.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to invite Dr. Pradeep Tharakan, ADB's Director for Energy Transition, to give the ADB perspective on this theme. Pradeep has nearly 20 years of experience working on global energy and environmental issues. His primary expertise is in design, financing, and delivery of large clean energy investment programs for the public sector. And he has published extensively in Nature, Energy Policy, and energy journals. Over to you, Pradeep.
Thank you, Mridula. And somebody said yesterday, Mr. Mathur is a hard act to follow, and I couldn't agree more. But good afternoon, everyone. I'm actually here to speak on behalf of Priyantha Vijayatunga, who's a Senior Director for Energy at the ADB and my boss. And apologies to those of you who were at the event yesterday at ISA. I spoke on his behalf as well. And I've told Priyantha if he makes me do this tomorrow, he's going to have to give me his paycheck. But seriously though, thank you so much to the Ministry of Power, MNRE, and ISA for organizing this event and for inviting ADB to be a part of this very important discussion. ADB has established ourselves and we have built ourselves, and we want to be the Asia Pacific's climate bank. And our ambition is to deploy up to $100 billion of our own resources between 2019 and 2030. That's a lot of money for us. It is a tiny fraction of what's required, but we are hoping that our funding can be strategic and can go to places where funding is hard to find, as Ajayji mentioned, and truly make a difference. And in this context, I think accelerating the development of green hydrogen is one such area where our role can be significant. Over the past couple of years, we've had the privilege to work with several counterparts across the region to start the development of the green hydrogen ecosystem. In India, we're working closely with the Ministry of MNRE, New and Renewable Energy. We're also starting to work with the states of Gujarat and also with ISA, which is a strategic partner of ours. Let me just highlight a few of our activities. Firstly, we are very privileged to be able to be a part of the team developing the Green Hydrogen Innovation Center. The center is going to serve as a dynamic one-stop gateway that's going to help with knowledge sharing. As we develop this ecosystem, it's so important to bring together stakeholders to talk about standards, to talk about certification, to talk about early experiences and misses and lessons learned. Second, as Mr. Mathur mentioned, ISA and ADB have developed a framework for assessing the green hydrogen ecosystem readiness of different countries. This includes recommendations for standards, certification, ways to leverage and channelize investments, and capacities for cross-border hydrogen value chains. And more recently, ADB is in the final stages of finalizing a $2 million advisory piece of work with MNRE and with select states. And Gujarat is one of them, and we hope to be able to pick another state or two where we want to work on state-level roadmaps and early conceptualization of hydrogen hubs, and then try to identify an early pipeline of investment opportunities. We are at the very early stages of developing the ecosystem. We see a lot of excitement around this topic, but let's not forget that we come down and there's very limited infrastructure for storing and transporting hydrogen. Each of these components will have to be solved individually and then together as a system for it all to work. And the enabling role of the government is going to be very, very important. We're going to talk about standards and certification today, but also the role of government in financing the first mover projects, de-risking of projects, providing viability gap finance, and really being there to provide the long-term certainty that private investors love. So that's all going to be really, really important. So let me end by saying that we're really glad to have initiated some early work with stakeholders in India and in other countries across the G20 landscape. And we stand ready to scale this up all across our client countries going into the future, and so that we can help do our part in the development of the green hydrogen ecosystem. Thank you all.
Thank you, Pradeep. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Mr. Jonas Moberg, CEO of Green Hydrogen Organization. Prior to joining GHO, Jonas held several positions at Trafigura, including as the Global Head of Corporate Affairs and Global Head of Government Affairs. Over to you, Jonas.
Thank you, Mridula. And I don't know if Ajay is still here, but great, thanks. Oh, there you are. I mean, to have such endorsement for the green hydrogen economy from the global doyen of the solar industry, it's fantastic. There are two people, I think, that are in competition in India about sending the most WhatsApp messages. One of them is Jyotilal, Chief Secretary in Kerala, and some of you may know him. And I think the other one is Mridula. The energy you provide is just extraordinary, and we are so grateful for that. Thank you. And thank you to the AIDB. It is so grateful to have your support, and you are, for example, part of the Green Hydrogen Blended Finance Roundtable with 16 multilateral development banks trying to tackle these things together. Now, there are, of course, many challenges, as we have just heard, and indeed there are many of them. And one that we, I think, hear more than just about any other is the difficulties in securing offtake. What does that mean? They can't sell the stuff, the customers are not there. Why is that so important? Can't we just do this on spec? No, we can't. These are off-the-scale big projects. There are virtually no project less than several $1 billion. Most of them are in the $5 or $10 billion. And this is an absolute energy transformation we're trying to pull off. So let's not kid ourselves about the challenges here. And obviously you cannot build something for $5 or $10 billion unless you have sold the damn stuff first. Why can't they get those offtake buyer customers? One of the reasons is because they cannot compete with fossil fuel-based hydrogen. And one of the reasons for that is because there is confusion about what hydrogen we're talking about. And that is why Ajay's point about definitions are so important. So if I hear more about undefined clean hydrogen or undefined low carbon hydrogen, we have a major issue. There is nothing, we are seeing at the moment, essentially renewable energy companies, green hydrogen companies, they are talking about green. The Indian government promoting it, they're talking about green. Those who want to keep us for a little bit longer with fossil fuels tend to say we should move away from colors and we should not have thresholds. That is an issue. And that is why we need really solid standards. And we need solid standards that reflect the true and genuine associated emissions for all pathways. We must have the precise one for site-specific methane leakage if it is done with fossil fuel-based hydrogen. Only the very best blue is likely to be able to achieve what we need. And we know what is good, because we know roughly what the carbon budgets are. And we have already seen definitions saying it should be trending towards near zero emissions by 2030 with virtually no leakage. Now, that is a very high bar set, and it's high even for green. It essentially, ladies and gentlemen, frankly means that we can hardly touch banking in this country with the current emissions profile of the grid here. That is how high the bar is set for it to be 1.5 degree aligned, for it to be genuine 1.5 degree aligned hydrogen. So let's not do anything that creates legitimacy, that lends credibility to grey hydrogen or blue, unless it is the very best blue. And also, it has to be good green, because as I've said, unless we're talking about hourly matching over a period of time, maybe not initially, but very soon, we will need that kind of thresholds in order for it to be climate aligned. Now, we will hear in a moment a little bit about global methodologies, and there are many standards bodies, international standards organizations like ours, like many others that have already developed standards here, and there is more coming in, and we need those standards. We need those standards not just to provide the emissions profile so we can clearly draw a line for what is green and what is, so we stop this talk of undefined things. But of course, we also need standards for the wider environmental and social and governance consequences of our sector. Ajay talked about water. Of course, many of our activities are in water-stressed areas. And we have 5 working groups within the Green Hydrogen Standard working on very specific issues. One, of course, is water. Now, actually, our industry is not that water intense if you compare with many other industries. The input is water, so it's easy to believe that it's a huge aspect. But it doesn't mean that we need to take it dead seriously and ensure that we very fast develop the very best international standards in our sector, so we have the legitimacy and credibility we need to use it. Land use, human rights, there are quite a number of different issues that we need to address to ensure that our sector really gets the credibility it deserves. At this conference, there aren't actually that many from civil society. There are, of course, many, but not that many. And there are a lot of people out there who are not so sure that hydrogen economy really is part of the future. So we have to earn the social license pretty damn quickly for our sector and what we do. We hear often from our industry, it takes too long for planning. And that is true. It takes way too long. And it takes way too long, not least in OECD countries, but also, frankly, around the world, with a couple of odd exceptions. But that's not the only issue. It is, of course, a balancing act between fast planning and fair planning. We need to consult and bring our communities along with us. And it's not just a matter of wind turbines. It's a matter of a lot of normal industrial infrastructure and kit that we need to build the hydrogen economy. We essentially need, of course, ports where it suits to export steel and so on. We essentially need ports and pipelines and kit where it suits the renewable energy industry, not where it suits the fossil fuel-based industry. And it is for this reason that the Planning for Climate Commission that we convened together with a number of our partners in the Global Renewable Alliance, which is multi-stakeholder, governments, companies, like the developers behind our organization, like we've got Fortescue here, CWP, Adani, Renew, Avada, many of them here in this country which are piloting the standard, and we're working together with also on striking that planning balance. I've already mentioned civil society, and I think I'll end on saying that it is, of course, absolutely critical that as we design the rules for what we do, as we take these rapid steps towards creating a very new part of the international economy, that we bring civil society along with us. And I cannot emphasize enough the need to ensure that we consult not just lobbyists in Brussels and in Washington and so on, but truly around the whole world in order to make sure that this is successful. We have come a very, very long way in that a couple of years ago, we were worried that we didn't know how we would do it. We didn't know that we had the solutions. Although there is a lot of R&D and other things that needs to be done, by now, we by and large know that we can do it. We know that we have solutions. We know that we don't need to fundamentally change our lives. But we need to get on with a lot of this enabling environment, not least on standards for the many derivatives and the many other aspects to ensure that we get this trade moving. Thank you.
Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power, Government of India. Prior to his joining BEE, Mr. Bakre has worked in several projects, including Delhi Metro and Kolkata Metro extension projects. He has also worked as Joint Development Commissioner in the Ministry of Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises, and was Nodal Officer for National Manufacturing Competitiveness Program. Over to you, Mr. Bakre. We deeply appreciate your coming here because we all know you're so busy in organizing CEM. We are grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to all, and thank you, ISA, ADB, GH2, and of course I am the fourth one. Delighted to have you all here as a host for CEM-14 MI-8. It's encouragement from all of you that you have gathered here, attending all power-packed sessions like this, and we are really grateful and enjoy your discussions. Thank you for inviting me for this topic. So, the discussion which we are looking forward is regarding the standards and certification. Just now we talked about the kind of scaling up, the kind of opportunities, and of course, the different policies being announced. But as we have seen, any major technological advancement, any major transformation, or any larger ecosystem, we always start with talking about the policies, the incentives, but all these things is also supported by some kind of a regulatory part, a regulatory framework, some kind of a legislature. And in this direction, while we all know that a major thing happened about a country like India, where the green hydrogen mission has been announced, And of course, there are many more countries who have either called it as a hydrogen action plan or hydrogen national level hydrogen strategy plan. The important thing which has happened apart from the green hydrogen mission is that we need to create a sustained demand, and not only for a few years. It has to be there for another a decade or even beyond. Now, how does it really happen? And in this regard, the government actually passed, the Honorable Parliament passed the Amendment to Energy Conservation Act. And that was a bigger step. Now, why it is important and in what way it is actually directly linked with the hydrogen mission and its consumption pattern. The Energy Conservation Act actually was strengthened, or you can say modified, to include all kinds of non-fossil sources which can be given in a phased manner a kind of a demand targets, or what we call it as obligations. Most of you are aware about the RPO, the renewable purchase obligations. In fact, if we talk about the solar and of course all kinds of scale up happening in India or most of the other parts of the world, it started with some kind of a somewhere it is called RPS, somewhere it is called RPO. The minimum obligation for every utility or every consumer to actually purchase or consume renewable energy. The same thing, now the government will be trying through two parts. One thing is, as I mentioned, the obligation, where the different set of countries, we have the target set. And for, as I mentioned, for any ecosystem, including hydrogen, we have to have a target, not the target for a couple of years or beyond. It has to be a clear trajectory in front of us, in front of every project developer, because he is going to invest considering a definite future ahead. And at the same time, there has to be an industry who is ready to shift his technology to absorb hydrogen or replace its conventional fuel by a new models or new opportunities, either whether it's hydrogen or ammonia, whatever. Believing that, yes, there is a supplier available, because he can't shift to a technology without ensuring that there is sufficient supply available. So this supply-demand gap has to be supported by some kind of a regulatory framework, and in this direction I am trying to just mention and highlight how the amendment to the legislature is going to actually benefit this entire ecosystem. So in this regard, the government is now empowered, and we are in the position to carry out sufficient analysis. We are quite advanced, and all potential industries where we can actually absorb the hydrogen or replace the gray hydrogen or any other kind of hydrogen by green hydrogen, that will actually be set up as a clear trajectory. That will also benefit to meet our all the long-term targets or immediate targets by 2030 that we call it NDC. The second important which has thing which has happened is the framework for the Indian carbon market. So the Indian carbon market, now on one hand we are going to have the obligation which will set the trajectory. On the other hand, it will also give incentives for those industries, those entities who are actually going to do it on a voluntary basis, or even they are going to do it beyond their target. All those things, if they really switch in a much faster manner than what the business usually takes time, they are going to be incentivized, because that has to be compensated at least the initial few years, because as we just now talked that the competition between the fossil-based hydrogen and the renewable-based will always be there until the scale is enough to sort the balance and make it equal almost. So in this regard, the framing of the Indian carbon market will actually help all those entities who are trying to venture into green hydrogen, because there will be a clear credit available for them, and more and more we get into more and more sectors similar to EU ETS. The Indian ETS is going to play a huge role in decarbonizing the industry, at the same time supporting the advancement and the projects which are based on hydrogen, both from the supply side as well as from the technology shift on the demand side. All these things can only be possible if we have very clear definitions, as we talked about, clear standards which can be deployed, because at the end, any regulatory framework depends on some kind of monitoring and verification, and we cannot accomplish this particular exercise unless we have the carbon verifiers, unless we have auditors, and of course, they will only do their work if there are standards available. So I look forward for all such discussions, and yes, the hydrogen standards and certification will be a very key area to make sure that we are advancing in the green hydrogen, our mission. But the certification and the standards are going to play a major role, at least for the next 4 to 5 years, until we are settled to a much different ecosystem than what we have today. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you, Mr. Bakre. With your permission, ladies and gentlemen, I'll present the ISA Green Hydrogen Program. I'll take just a few minutes to go over that, and then we'll shift to the panel discussion. Can I use this? So ISA has 9 programs, and Green Hydrogen Program is the latest, which is the 9th. So the objective is to accelerate green hydrogen production, utilization, and trade in ISA member countries. Very straightforward objective, but difficult to achieve, very challenging, but it makes the whole thing very interesting. Now, the role of International Solar Alliance, as you can see here, we've put it in 5 broad buckets. First is enabling our member countries in policy and regulatory framework. Second is identifying technological gaps. As you know, electrolyzer is still evolving. You need a lot of technical upgradation in terms of the materials which are being used and also efficiencies. And identify go-to resources. Now, this can be countries or it can be companies. Facilitating investment environment for commercially viable hydrogen projects. Identification of viable projects pipeline across solar hydrogen value chain. This is very important. And creating global synergies. As you know, it's a very evolving field, so we need a lot of partnerships and public-private sector association. So I'll quickly update you on what's going on. We just started, as I said, that it's a new program, but we have some progress made. Dr. Mathur mentioned, the DG ISA mentioned the report that we launched in the last COP. So ISA and ADB, under the ADB TA program, we are building country deep dive understanding in the green hydrogen ecosystem. And we have developed a framework which we presented in the COP last year. That's the first draft, and we are planning to do a lot of country-level consultations to make it more refined. So that framework was basically dependent upon key parameters for readiness level assessment, and these are the parameters. This report is uploaded on our website. You can have a look. Market overview, green hydrogen pipeline, the number of projects in pipeline within the country was one of the key parameters, screening parameter. Strategic intent of the government, which Mr. Bakre just mentioned. Renewable energy assessment, where installed capacity of RE as well as the potential of the RE of a country, hydrogen consumption, experience with infrastructure. And based on these, we did a kind of study on a subset of the ISA member countries, which are 115 as I speak. We analyzed around 40 member countries and put them in 4 buckets, dependent upon how they fared on the screening parameters. It's all in our report. You can have a look. These are the 2 reports we launched last year. First one I just talked about. Second, we did with the European Investment Bank, and that's the one Dr. Mathur mentioned, that Mauritania, Morocco, and Southern Africa, and Egypt show huge potential in in renewable hydrogen. And then the last one I wanted to mention, we are launching a Green Hydrogen Innovation Center in the G20 Ministerial day after. This, as you know, the countries are developing ecosystem of green hydrogen, so there is a necessity for a knowledge repository that tracks global progress and provides up-to-date information and learning. So this is a one-stop gateway where you get all the information. And basically, it's a knowledge dissemination platform, best practices and learning, where we do a lot of deep dive. We've already finished all the G20 countries and went beyond that to include some non-G20 ISA members, where we did the entire analysis of how they are placed in terms of GH2 value chain. And then, of course, a lot of network and partnership opportunities. And the few unique features in the platform that we are going to launch is a global startup incubation platform is important area where we are giving a lot of opportunity to the startup. We are planning to launch this program along with the platform. It's subsect of that. Then the skill development, where we will be offering certified trainings, where we'll tie up with the best universities, which will give certificates, and then a lot of donors have shown interest in funding that vertical. And country insight, of course, is the key thing that we'll be doing. A lot of data sets, country-level deep dive studies, and much more. So way forward is, of course, building this platform with the help of all of you, and then doing country-level engagements where we will be running our framework through them so that they can self-assess themselves in how they are placed in the green hydrogen value chain. And a lot of road mapping we will be doing for our member countries. And then, of course, identifying ready-to-invest opportunities across various end sectors in the ISA member countries, and provide recommendations. So that's about it for the ISA program on green hydrogen. With this, over to you, Pradeep, for the panel discussions.
Thank you, Mridula. And if I could just invite our panelists over to join me on the dais. I'd like to invite Professor Scott Hamilton, Senior Advisor, Zero Carbon Hydrogen Australia, Matteo Uguez, Director Asia HDF Energy, Ms. Julia Sauder, CEO Long Duration Energy Storage Council and Chair of the Global Renewables and Alliance, Dr. Rahul Walawakar, President, India Energy Storage Alliance and MD for Customized Energy Solutions, and Dr. Laurent Antony, Executive Director, IHPE, or International Partnership for Hydrogen and Fuel Cells in the Economy, and of course, Jonas Moberg, CEO, Green Hydrogen Organization. Thank you all for being here. We've got a really distinguished panel. I'm not going to read through all the bios because of paucity of time, so they're all up on the website. You can look them up. I know, Scott, you need to leave, so perhaps we could have you kick off. I know you've got a slide to show, and then I'll follow up with questions. Wherever you feel comfortable.
Hello, Scott Hamilton from the Smart Energy Council and Zero Carbon Hydrogen Australia. We thank you for having us here, first of all, and congratulations to all the people that have put this together, and a shout out for some of our very close member partners and members, including Fortescue Future Industries, CWP Global, Yara, and as well as New Power. That's one of our very dear friends in India. We first got involved in renewable hydrogen certification, green hydrogen certification, about 4 years ago. And essentially the major driver for that was that our large companies, many of that I just mentioned, wanted to build green hydrogen plants but couldn't get the investors to get the financial close. Yes, the offtake is an issue, but I'll go there another day. And so basically part of that was because investors wanted to have certainty with what they were going to be investing in, what the product was going to look like when it was coming out the other end. And so we actually did a piece of work to scour the world on all the various certification programs that were around. And frankly, there was a lot. But there was also very, very slow, taking years and years to develop these standards and programs. Way too long. And just to put that in perspective, we've got 6 years and 2 days until we will have exhausted the global climate budget for 2030 to keep it to 1.5 degrees. 6 years and 2 days. Standards process are enormously complicated and take an enormous amount of time. So we went and developed our own standard and certification scheme. And I'm very proud to say that we have now certified 3 projects within Australia. We started off with certification a refueling station, which was actually perfect because it was small and it was tight. We then looked at and we did a certification of a green ammonia plant. Yara's plant in the Pilbara, one of the biggest fertiliser plants in the world, is now going to green ammonia. And again, we went in there with Yara and with a certifying body to basically give it the guarantee that what they will be making will be green. And finally, we've actually just last month done another certification project with Frontier Energy that's building a very large plant down in the other end of Western Australia, but also using energy from the grid as well as their behind-the-meter power as well. So it's a different scenario as well. So I'm very pleased to say that we've been able to do that to prove that it can be done. But we need to do this much, much more on a much grander scale. And that's why I'm really so pleased with the Green Hydrogen Organisation sort of approach to work with industry and governments around the world to get this done. We can't wait for governments to come up with the standards and then industry says, oh, that's not going to work anyway. We need to move forward and make it happen. I've got a slide that I would also like to show, just if I've got time. And it is unfortunate that I've got to put this slide up because I'm here at this Clean Energy Ministerial and still hearing a lot about blue hydrogen and carbon capture and storage. And frankly, even if you could make it so that you could capture the carbon dioxide and put it into the used gas wells, you still have significant emissions that are residual, which still have to be dealt with. And I am very convinced, as the chair of Green Hydrogen Organisation says, blue hydrogen is a con. We need to say no. And the standards and the governments need to say no. And the reason why that is because we're also talking about a $1.4 trillion market. That's what green hydrogen is going to be worth in this next little while. So we can't have these holes, leakage, ability for people to scam and play the market in order to get the rewards of the money while the planet continues to burn. The way to do that, we would say, and I'm sure that I hope my panel members would also say, rule out anything but hydrogen coming from renewable energy. And similarly, that doesn't mean that we don't need governments to play a role, because we still need as well behind, well not well behind, but soon after the industry gets out and gets it done. Otherwise, we're going to spend our next 6 years fiddling while the world burns. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. And I know you have to leave. That was a really good perspective, but I think if I could just ask you a quick question before you leave. Can you give us a sense, since you've already started certification programs, what is the cost of certification relative to project cost?
Yeah. So it depends on the project, first of all. And essentially what we do as the independent peak body is we actually employ a certifier and auditor. So Bureau Veritas was the one that we used for Yara, that many of in the room will actually know, to essentially go in and do an audit of its carbon intensity of that particular plant. Now, in terms of that plant, we're talking a first stage plant. It's in the order of tens of millions of dollars, and we're under $100,000, to give you a sense of the perspective. And it's also important, though, if I can just make one other point.
Sure, please.
I really also admire the green hydrogen catapult that includes many of the companies that we've talked about. We can't compete in this area. We need to work together, get behind each other, leverage off each other, because every time you do one of these certification projects, and we've only done 3, and we need to do many, many more, you learn by doing. And that's just so important that we share that learning and leverage off each other.
Thank you very much. If I can move over to Matteo, HDF is a developer, and just wondering if you could, you've started to look at some projects in Indonesia. We've talked a lot about enabling conditions and the right context. Why did you choose Indonesia, and what's attracted you to that market?
Well, thank you, Pradeep, for the question. Very simple question, but complicated answer. Firstly, when we talk about hydrogen, we think about the molecule, and everyone has in mind the potential of that molecule, hence the standards and certification. However, when you think about the markets, the application, you can have a big gap between what we do in Europe. I say we because I'm French. So what we do in Europe, what we do, I know, I have a tiny accent. So what we do Europe, Japan, Australia, US, Canada, and what we can do in developing countries. I say we because I live in Indonesia now. So Indonesia is an important market for us. That's why I'm based there. And we cover Asia from Indonesia. But we try to have a different approach in Indonesia or developing countries than what we would do in Europe, Japan, and Australia. Because if we want to sell hydrogen as a molecule in developing countries, we may struggle. The price is expensive, and we won't have access to subsidies in those countries. In France, for example, you have $9 billion available until 2030 to make the first projects happen, to scale up the industry, to make gigawatt factories, to reduce the cost. That won't happen in Indonesia. That won't happen in Philippines, neither in Vietnam, and so on. So to answer your question, we choose Indonesia despite what I just said, because you have isolated grids. And if you have isolated grids, you have expensive electricity. And you have little alternatives to the diesel genset there. For India, we can give the example of Andaman Islands, for example, Nicobar, Ladakh, and even in the south of India, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, you have some kind of isolated areas too, or grid edges issues. And in those contexts, the hydrogen has a role to play as a storage solution and can bring added value to the grid at a sustainable cost. We don't need necessarily subsidies, even though it's welcome. And I would link that to institutions like ADB, but I can mention World Bank, IFD, and so on. We need the first projects to be materialized soon. So someone saying that we learn by doing, and that is true. The first projects are always more difficult. The EPC cost, the due diligences, the expectation from the lenders. So we need also leverages for the first projects. Concessional loan can be a solution. Grants also, even though we think the projects are sustainable, but it helps to go faster and to look at duplicability. And to rely that to the topic of today, standards and certifications and regulatory framework are key because it helps to address the key factor, and the key factor is the price. It can be green. It's not because it's green there will be off-taker. You know, if the chemical industry or refineries are not forced to buy green, they won't buy if it's not affordable. So those standards and certification should help us also to have a sort of framework, a sort of path for, as a developer, to reduce the cost. That is critical.
Thank you very much. I think having worked in Indonesia and lived there for a few years, there are islands where the cost of electricity can be as much as 40 cents a kilowatt hour. When you're moving diesel on boats for hours on end before it gets to the original the destination. Thank you, Matteo. Julia, if I could shift to you, given your expertise in thank you very much. Given your expertise in background in long duration energy storage and renewables, perhaps if you could comment on hydrogen as a storage solution vis-a-vis other forms of storage, and any perspectives you can offer on that.
No, thank you all again, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. I mentioned earlier on an earlier panel, working with ISA and ADP and Green Hydrogen Organization. These partnerships are critical to share information, to really kind of help expedite the less than 6 years that we have to work on this together. The Long Duration Energy Storage Council has the 4 families of LDES, and thermal energy storage, electrochemical, mechanical, and chemical, green hydrogen. And we have members that are currently working on usually electrolyzers to bring to market. We also have members that are working on compressed air with hydrogen. And so really, again, showing the diversity of storage technologies that are available and the role that green hydrogen plays is really critical. We're also seeing with having standards and market certainty and long-term targets, this really sends a strong message. we need the diversity of long duration energy storage to really make sure we meet the targets. We have, whether it's island nations, developing nations, around the world, we need different choices. And that's why green hydrogen is so important to the portfolio mix. One other thing I'd add is that small scale, large scale, we also need not just the 4 families, but we need the sizes that are applicable. And I think that's also why it's important for us all to work together on bringing the cost down, because there are certain areas where we just need a 5 megawatt green hydrogen plant, maybe with even pairing it with electrolyzers or pumped hydro. Again, having that portfolio approach to help with cost savings and reliability and that flexibility.
Oh, that's interesting. If I could just slightly change the topic and maybe talk about moving away from certification to looking at almost a crystal ball gazing to see when hydrogen becomes ecosystem develops and there's commercial aspects and things are functioning. Can we also think of a slightly more complex system where you've got renewables, large-scale renewables combined with hydrogen, but also looking at some other use cases? It could be aquaculture or it could be marine restoration. Any of that any of your members are working on, or is that something that's a use case?
It's a great question, highlighting, again, the diverse needs. So we have members that are working in all economies. So whether it is cement, whether it's agriculture, industry, there are hydrogen fuel cells that are helping ensure bank security and keeping the lights on. We have a lot of members that are working on agriculture and off-grid, dairy farms, or also pairing with offshore wind in various communities. Jonas mentioned earlier the important role of ports and hydrogen. This is really critical to our membership too, and again, the partnership we all have. Many ports around the world today have their already many systems that are already bringing each other together. So their own little mini systems that need to thrive. So you have offshore wind, and you have refineries, and you have shipping and transportation. All of these different elements in a new plug-and-play connective tissue. And I think this is another role where we really need to see how does green hydrogen work with long-duration energy storage, work with offshore wind, work with the different partnerships. And we're starting to see this happen in various ports around the world. Using existing infrastructure and repurposing it, this is another way that we're seeing hydrogen play a role in partnership with each other. So I think in the next couple years, we have an opportunity to be creative here, but if we don't work together, that creativity and innovation are going to be minimized, and we're going to be stuck with something we don't like. So I think it's really critical to look at, again, the various diverse choices we have, the ecosystems, existing infrastructure, and how we repurpose it. One other thing I'll add is the parallel planning that we need to take in. This can't take 15 years for a new standard. It can't take 5 years for a new plant. We have to look at the whole process together and see how we can really work on, we can take green hydrogen here, we can take storage here and offshore wind and plan it all at the same time to really get the end product in 2 years versus 6 years.
Thank you, Julia. If I could move to Rahul and perhaps get an Indian perspective. I mean, we heard from Abhijit about that, standards are imminent. The government is quite keen on potentially even, delineating offtake targets for certain key sectors. Yes. Your perspective on where the Indian commercial sector is at and your views on the development status?
Sure. So the way we see it is, I think green hydrogen is essential for the industrial decarbonization. And if you think about it from the Indian perspective, a lot of work has already taken place in last 3 years. Various ministries, right from Ministry of Petroleum to MNRE to Ministry of Heavy Industries, all of them are working on this. And right now, at least the initial focus is that almost more than 95% of the target applications for green hydrogen is for looking at existing sectors which are already using hydrogen, and then looking at how you can start with maybe blending and slowly start moving towards maybe at least 25% green hydrogen utilization in those sectors, because that provides the stability in terms of the market. One of the things what we learned in India, where I think there is usually always a lot of excitement about any new technology. At the same time, it's always easy to put a target 10 years, 15 years down the line, and then say, oh, the technology will develop, it will become cost effective, and we'll adapt it when it becomes cost effective. And we end up wasting a lot of time on doing either pilots which have no clear mandates or no clear objective, and you end up losing suddenly 3 years, and there is no outcome out of that, and you're just hoping that someone else has done something and you benefit from that. So I think when it comes to hydrogen, again, with the clear vision set by Prime Minister, I think most of the ministries have identified it early enough, and that's where we as the India Energy Storage Alliance also got excited about this, that this is a part where we are not catching up, where, like say solar, India was 20 years behind the leaders. With batteries, we are trying to catch up now 10 years behind, and we are trying to build the industry. But with hydrogen right now, we are almost at par, or maybe 2 or 3 years behind it. And that's where if we can provide the demand certainty, where already India is one of the largest markets, and with the pace at which, if the green hydrogen, we get the definition, and if we get the international support, then I think this industry can grow very fast. And that's where I think there is a lot of excitement in India about green hydrogen.
Thank you, Rahul. I think a really good point about sort of leapfrogging and not waiting for costs to come down in other parts of the world before we actually mainstream that in a developing country context. We don't have the time.
Yes, so and there just one sort of caution I would mention is that there is this lot of hype and talk about $1 hydrogen. And I feel that's, I think, completely unnecessary. I think we need to be looking at what price you can manufacture it right now, and which applications can accommodate that, and start with blending. Like it happened with renewables and storage, right? We ended up saying, oh, with storage, the renewables cost is increasing and it is not affordable, and comparing it with 2 rupee or 3 rupee solar power, which is just being generated at some remote location at a very large scale, whereas all the end customers are already paying cost which is more than 10 rupee or 12 rupee. 5 years back, still RE plus storage at 14 rupees was cheaper than diesel power. So there were already applications. So rather than deploying technologies, learning from it, because one biggest learning what we have is you cannot expect all the savings just from the manufacturing side. Manufacturing is key part, but that is probably 30% of the learning. Once you deploy the technologies, once you operate it, once you get more optimization from the operating them, that's where you start actually getting the savings on the learnings, on the levelized cost side. And otherwise, many times we have these projects which even with cheaper technologies, and those are not optimized, and ultimately actual usage cost is much, much higher. And that's something which we need to focus on. So even if we start with 1%, 2%, 5% blending, I think it's not going to make any monetary difference. We already see with fossil fuel-based hydrogen, natural gas prices, how much fluctuation we have seen. We have seen 5x fluctuation in the fuel cost. So why would 2%, 5%, 10% cost variation should suddenly become a question that, oh, we should not do blending, we should not use green hydrogen. But if we can provide not just a target for 2030, but a clear path that, okay, this much hydrogen is going to get procured in 24, 25, 26, and that number keeps on growing because you are either increasing the percentage or more sectors are adopting green hydrogen because it is becoming economical. That's where investments will pour in manufacturing. Otherwise, it will be just announcements and people waiting for some miracle to happen, and nothing is going to happen.
Speaking of miracles, IHPE, Laurent, maybe you can tell us a very quick, blurb on what IHPE does and what are you aiming to achieve your members are aiming to achieve in the next 12 to 14 months.
Yes. First, thank you very much for inviting me to this panel, to ISA, Asian Development Bank, and Green Hydrogen Organization. So IPHE means International Partnership for Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Economy. It's a government-to-government partnership created now 20 years ago when hydrogen was not as trendy as today. Who was in the hydrogen field 20 years ago? Just raise your hand. So you see, we are not very much, but IPHE has been created 20 years ago, and as you say, the government need to have a vision. And even at that time, they said we need to work together at government level to facilitate and to support the development of a hydrogen market, to hydrogen economy. And we are 23 countries plus the European Commission, and India is one of the historical partners of the IPHE. And as mentioned, how can we support the development of this hydrogen market? First, to decrease uncertainty. That's a big issue to create a market. And from the government side is to establish strong and durable regulations, to avoid some doubts, some security on regulations. It killed some new technologies over the time. And to do so, the best way is to work together at the international level, collaboration, but coordination of this international collaboration. And that's why at the IPHE we have several working groups, in particular one on regulation, codes and standard and safety. And the idea, we are not developing standards, we are mapping, first knowing what are the regulations which should be put in place, what are then standards we may help to support the development of these regulations to be strong and durable. And standards, international standards, have to be seen as tools to be used by governance to be referenced into regulations. So they are not. So this is why we are working on this mapping exercise. And we've seen that, and this has been mentioned at the beginning of this session regarding hydrogen, we need clear definitions. We need, if people also want to use renewable low carbon hydrogen, clean hydrogen, whatever you want to use as wording, and it is not because you are not using colors that you are lobbying for fossil fuels. The idea is just to ensure that everyone is speaking with using the same words, the same understanding of the words. So first to agree on terminology. And we're happy at IPHE, we've worked with many other organizations, and we will release later this week 101 certification paper just to put definitions that everyone may use and ensure that we understand each other when we are speaking about standards or certification. And then, of course, if we want to create a market, you need also to facilitate trade and international trade, exchanges. Hydrogen has to become a commodity like natural gas. But to do so, of course, we need certificates. But before building these certification schemes, we need to agree on the definitions of hydrogen. And that's why what is the most important, at least from our point of view, is not the origin of the primary energy. So maybe I may be seen as a black duck in this room, but the idea is if we really want to achieve and to fight the climate change, what is important is what are the greenhouse gas emissions reduction that we have to achieve to stay at this 1.5 degrees as target. And that's why the key driver, or one of the main key driver, are the greenhouse gas emissions. And that's why we developed, some years ago, a specific task force to agree at the government level on a methodology on how can we calculate the greenhouse gas emission when considering any hydrogen production pathways, but including then conditioning, conversion, and transport of that hydrogen up to the consumption point. And the approach is to be technology neutral, primary energy neutral, because, for instance, if we would only develop one standard for renewable hydrogen, how would you ensure that you're comparing apples with apples when using non-renewable primary energy? So that's why we need one common methodology, but as transparent, as inclusive as possible, so that we can really compare in a really fair way that everyone can agree on. But as IP, and that's what we've done with this IPHE methodology. But as mentioned, IPHE is not a standardization organization. So that's why we handed over that document to ISO, the International Standard Organization. And I've been heard previously, it takes a long time. But even ISO, IEC, there are some fast track. And for instance, I'm quite happy to say that normally we should be able to publish a draft technical specification of that quantification for next COP. We started this year. So in 1 year to have a technical specification, and by end of next year, we aim having an international standard. So in 2 years, not in 6 years. But it has been well prepared before. So it is possible to have these standards put in place quite quickly. And once, so this is one target. And the other one is now, once we have definitions, terminology, we can move to certification schemes. And this has been mentioned by Mr. Hamilton at the beginning. They have developed in Australia some certification schemes. In Europe, there are different certification schemes. In US, there are different certification schemes. There will not be one unique universal certification scheme over the world. There will be a lot of them. But what is important is to facilitate the trade to come to an agreement on mutual recognition of certification schemes. That doesn't mean this, and this is something we're also trying to work with the COP28 team to have some first, I would say, declaration at a global level that we agree that moving towards a mutual recognition of certification scheme is very important. And if we're all agreeing on that, then we can start to work on the topic by starting, for instance, by making an inventory of the different certification schemes. What are the different parameters, criteria taken in these certification schemes? What may be the common approaches all over the world? And this may be, I would say, a common basis for mutual recognitions. And then, of course, depending on the region you will export or import your hydrogen, then you may have some additional criteria, but at least we may have some common basis which may facilitate and speed up the final certification of the product you want to use as a customer. So you see, these are, I would say, regarding standard certification, the main. Then we also have some mapping activities regarding maritime, because we've seen that maritime is another big topic. But today, if you look, there are not many standards on maritime for hydrogen. Another one is also bulk storage, underground bulk storage. It's nice to produce hydrogen massively, but we will have to use to store it, as we need to store electricity also from renewables. But here, there are no standards existing. So this is another way. What are the missing standards? And then we move to these ISO, IEC international standards to develop these standards. And what is quite interesting is, as IPHE is a government to government, so industry may have the government vision, but ISO, IEC standards are industry-led. So you have, at the same time, public entities and private entities developing in a consensus approach. And this is also something people have to be aware. Why it takes time? Because it is on a consensus approach. And of course, if you are 2 in the room, it's quite easy to have a consensus. If you are 60 in a room, coming from 20 countries, with different private entities, it might be another story. But at the end, we need to find a consensus. So this also, I think, and I would say everyone from industry, from academia, are welcome to participate to all these working groups, to find that consensus and to have these international standards ready.
Thank you, Laurent. I mean, I was actually going to ask Jonas, what are the prospects for a unified global standard and certification scheme, but you already, busted that myth. It ain't going to happen. So where do we go from here over the next 12 to 14 months? What would be ideally your outcome? What do you think where we should be at?
Look, I think the first thing Laurent and I disagree on quite a bit here, but we agree on 1 or 2 things. So let's be clear about this.
It's getting exciting.
No, but we need the IPHE methodology. We are everyone agree that it is an important methodology to measure. We disagree on the extent to which it gives preferential treatment to fossil fuels, where we and a number of think tanks and NGOs, there's just new papers done on it, say that it doesn't. So there is one of the disagreements. One of the other disagreements is we probably need the ISO standard. Even Scott's standard, my standard, we work together, no problems. We probably need the ISO standard. The problem is how it will be used. If it is starting to be used as a way to lend credibility and legitimacy to say, oh, we got some hydrogen here, it's ISO certified, it makes people believe that it is somehow a good product. It is quite likely not. The ISO standard will initially almost entirely be used for gray hydrogen. Well, it will, because there is no green hydrogen being produced. So that's why there are the different colors here, and why. So I think that we need to see all of these standards, and there are many other standards in this space as well that are all equally important. So we will have to push forward and see what works and what gains traction, and ideally have a lot of collaboration between these things.
Collaboration is a word that keeps coming up. So let me collaboratively reach out to the audience. I mean, you've been very patient. Maybe I can open it up and take a few questions. I'm sure you've got a few for our panelists. If you could just put your hand up so that the mic can be brought to you, and identify yourselves before you ask the question. Yeah. Anybody from the audience?
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Hey, my name is Santosh. I represent a firm called Imagine. We do policy work as well as other consulting work on green hydrogen in India. I have a question, I would say, to the panel. I mean, there was some consensus or lack of consensus on blue hydrogen versus green hydrogen. However, what I found is there was absolutely no discussion around additionality or geographical correlation or temporal matching, which I guess I had expected as part of the panel discussion. So I would like to hear at least something on these topics. And for example, Europe has announced something, UK has been announcing, US it's upcoming, but what's the view of the panel on these let's say, contentious topics?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you for an excellent question. Fully agree. No, I'm sorry, I'm not using colors because I'm based on carbon footprint emission, not on colors. But regarding additionality, temporal and geographical, and this is, I would say, the same discussion regarding transparency, avoiding any greenwashing, for instance, and in particular for geographical and temporal. Because the idea is really to ensure that when you are using electricity or hydrogen produced from that electricity, and we say it's renewable, if we stay on the renewable side, that you are really using renewable electricity. Temporality, if you are using a GO, a guaranteed of origin, produced in summer, but you are using your electrolyzer in winter, I'm quite convinced that electron you are using has been produced 1 hour or maybe even less, some minutes before, in your coal plant, nearby your electrolyzer. And if you say, I'm buying these GOs, but from another region or from another country, but you are buying more GOs that your cable can transport electrons, that's also greenwashing. So that's why it's quite important that we have really to create confidence. I said we had to decrease uncertainty, but we had to create confidence to the customers. And so when we put that in place, then you can really be confident that no, the electrons which have been used to produce renewable hydrogen are really renewable, and so we are really using renewable hydrogen. Regarding additionality, here I think personally I may see that as much more, we can discuss that, because I think it should be the market to decide what kind of renewable electricity I have to use. It is only new one, or can I also use old one? It depends on the market. If we want to create a real renewable hydrogen market, because putting additionality may, if not kill, but at least delay the development of renewable hydrogen.
Rahul, go ahead.
So again, my view here is, I think in terms of, again, if you think about it from the Indian perspective, right? India has set a very ambitious target to get to 500 gigawatt of renewables. So the way that in India, in fact, the way I see it is more about additionality, because to some extent in my mind, green hydrogen being seen as a demand creator for renewable energy, which we have already committed as a country, right? Because without having green hydrogen and without dipping into the industrial decarbonization, probably we as a India by 2030 is not going to require 500 gigawatt of renewables, where probably maybe best case, at least based on what I have analyzed, maybe 300 gigawatt could be the maximum cap. So at least in the Indian context, I see that the additional renewable is going to be used for it. But again, I feel that strongly that we need to agree on the definition of green and we need to stick to it, because in most of the cases, otherwise, if you start going with it just by trying to blend renewable energy and banking and start doing it, instead of that, like start with blending the green hydrogen with gray hydrogen, which is already there, which is already the use case. You are using around the world more than 10 million metric ton of gray hydrogen. So instead of like asking for 100% green hydrogen, start setting a clear roadmap for blending, and then that green hydrogen should be the green hydrogen, and that will provide the certainty. Right now, otherwise there is not enough manufacturing capacity. There is lot of innovation, lot of improvements what we need to achieve before electrolyzers or other forms of green hydrogen manufacturing technologies can scale to the hundreds of gigawatt hour scale what is required, and that is not going to happen overnight. Nowadays we think about solar and lithium-ion batteries as two classic examples of great success, which everyone has started paying attention in last 7-8 years or 10 years. But both the technologies have been around for more than 30, 40, 50 years. And it has taken 40, 50 years for the global manufacturing capacity supply chains to develop, where it has become cost effective. And we are really now expecting everything to happen in less than 10 years or even 6 years. That is just not going to happen if we keep on doing the same thing. So we need to have that, but I agree that we have to have that very clear definition. Right now, at least my personal view, I did my PhD at Carnegie Mellon, which was one of the pioneers in looking at carbon sequestration, and I've seen a lot of studies and other things. But everything what I have seen it is for carbon sequestration. The only business case, at least I have studied, please correct me if I'm wrong, is enhanced oil recovery as a business case. So if our entire objective for going for hydrogen is for decarbonization, then I don't see how we can say that, oh, we are capturing carbon and hydrogen is clean, but we are using it for generating more CO2. It's not going to make any sense for meeting our objective. And this is not first time hydrogen. Yes, 20 years back, not too many of us were focusing on hydrogen because we evaluated the business case and it did not make sense. But now, because of the zero emission targets, I think the green hydrogen makes sense. I think general hydrogen, I think we have moved past way back. I think there were times, this is the third green car.
Green energy for green
Traceability.
hydrogen. This is Raji Pillai from India Smart Grid Forum.
There are absolutely, there are a number of tools already available using blockchain for it. So for sure.
But maybe just to answer, I think we do not have to mix the standards and the certification scheme. Standard, as mentioned, is a tool. It's a methodology. It only tells you how you have to do your calculation. Then you have a value. And you know, and you have to be transparent how you did that calculation. That's only the standard methodology. Certification, then you have different criteria. Traceability can be one of these criteria. But it has not to be mixed between certification, and that's why ISO standard
it is very important
will never be used for certification. It will only provide the data which is needed to be certified. So that's
no, it's very important to have certification schema along with the standard. Otherwise, standard is of no use. In 2015, we introduced a standard for smart meters. It took 2 years for certification.
No, I fully agree. So that's why we say we need the standard, but the standard is a tool. Is part of the certification scheme to provide data and to ensure that the data you are using for certification scheme is reliable. That's a one. But of course, we need the standards for certification.
Any more? Sorry. Any other questions from the audience? I know this is getting late in the day, and we're sitting between you and your end of the day plans. I know, Julie, you've been trying to say something for a bit. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, we're coming up on 6:15, which is when this panel was to be closed, and it will be a miracle. Speaking of miracles, if we actually finish on time. So, yeah. Okay, all right. Well, last call for any more questions, pressing questions. We've got a fantastic panel here working on standard certification, partnerships, projects. Go ahead, Ron.
Because this is the one most common question I keep on hearing, either directly or indirectly, where people in Indian context keep on talking about, is now hydrogen the new kid on the block which is going to replace storage? I think to some extent, I think you asked that to Julia earlier. But the way I see it is, it's not competition between green hydrogen and energy storage. The way I see it is, the electrochemical or other forms of gravity-based or other storage technologies together with renewables will enable green hydrogen to make a reality, and that will enable greater decarbonization, what we need to meet as a country. So I don't see it at all that this is a competition. I think many times again people will try with EVs and other things. So I just took a test ride earlier today of a hydrogen-based two-wheeler. I think probably there are going to be few jokes floating around on internet on that tomorrow when people see the photos. But anyway, so those things again, it's perfectly fine for people to try the technologies, but there are certain things where technologies or the markets do not develop just because what governments want.
Right.
They happen when the techno-commercials meet. And electric storage or the advanced batteries, the time has arrived, the technologies have matured, most of the applications are in place. So there is no point in trying to reinvent the wheel and pushing hydrogen into applications where the business case or economics does not make sense. Where instead of that, we just need to focus on the right areas and utilize these technologies to try to make sure that we have a clear pathway where the manufacturing, the supporting ecosystem, the skill development, that's another thing which probably is going to require biggest thing. Even we are seeing right now that on the battery manufacturing in India, where now suddenly we are looking at possibly 100 gigawatt hour manufacturing coming into India for lithium-ion batteries within next 5 years, and there are hardly 100 people who have worked in any manufacturing plant so far around the world, right? Who are present in India right now. So these are things, it's not going to happen overnight, and that's the area where we need lot of activity and focus, and not just classroom training, but hands-on training, application-focused training, so that we are really prepared, and we are already seeing some of the challenges. Like one of the thing in the standards and certificate I was hoping to discuss is safety. I think on hydrogen safety right now, I think we have just touched the surface of it, right? The scale at which we are talking about, because we have gone through the same thing on lithium-ion batteries. Like South Korea overtook US in 2018 as the largest deployer of stationary energy storage. There were 35 fires, and the entire industry has been shut down almost for the last 3-4 years. In New York, there were few fires. New York FDA shut down any installation of grid-scale energy storage within New York City premises for more than 5 years. So as an industry, we cannot say that, oh, we are too early, we will address it once we grow, once we become mature, because the pace at which we are looking at scaling up, we cannot afford those type of mishaps. And the good part is with hydrogen, lot of safety and other thing we don't need to reinvent. Green hydrogen versus other, there is nothing. It just we need to make sure that we are adopting that, and we are not leaving it to chance by just saying that, oh, focus is only on the cost. We need to, by hook or crook, we have to get to $1. So as far as I'm concerned, $1, it's great. Whenever we achieve it, most welcome. But that's not the priority. The priority is how we start developing safe projects, the right projects, learn from it at the current cost, and keep on scaling year on year, so that the investments can pour in to scale up the manufacturing and skill base.
Thank you so much. Laura.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Raul said. This is not about competition. This is really about partnership, because we need green hydrogen, we need long duration storage, we need lithium ion, we need to look in creative markets and really push ourselves, because without doing this together, we're not going to meet our goals. So that is really important, and working on the partnerships, the standardization, and sharing lessons learned is critical. So this is something that we're all working as organizations together to really help expedite this. But again, it's not about competition. It's about bringing down costs for all these different products, so we can really scale up the need today.
Maybe I would just like to react on safety. I think for people not involved in the hydrogen, we do not have to say that we are only starting to work on safety, because we are selling 90 million tons of hydrogen for decades, and safety has always been the highest priority. But of course, we still need to work on safety, that's for sure. And so that's why there are already quite a lot of standards. Usually, if you're working either on ISO or on IEC, for IEC on fuel cells, you have usually installation, safety, and performance testing as standard. Same for electrolyzers under the ISO. So safety is always taken into account, but we still need, of course, to continue. But also when we sell collaboration, we should also learn on the hydrogen community for the industry from two others industry already using hydrogen for quite a long time, and where safety is also more than important. This is nuclear reactors and space. And these two know quite a lot about hydrogen. And if we would like to collaborate with them to increase the knowledge on hydrogen safety. This is also a way of new collaboration.
And just to clarify, I agree that there are existing safety standards. The only thing I wanted to highlight that because now we are looking at new applications, new areas, new industries adopting hydrogen where that capability may not exist. And that's where we need to make sure that, yes, maybe the companies who are already handling hydrogen, they know about it. But suddenly now you are expecting a hydrogen refueling station at every corner for supporting. So that's not going to happen overnight. And those are the things where we need to be realistic on that.
Yeah, I think it's transposing the use applications to new markets, to new end users, where you need to look at some of those issues. Well, look, we can go on all evening, but you know, I think it's been a fantastic discussion. Thank you all for making the time. And if you could all join me in thanking our panelists for their excellent contributions. And let me hand you back to Mridula. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Pradeep, and all our panelists for sharing your experience and knowledge in this very important sector. We greatly appreciate your time and support for ISA's program. I also would like to take this opportunity to thank KPMG team, who's working with us on developing the Green Hydrogen Innovation Center that I mentioned, and also the framework for green hydrogen readiness assessment for the member countries. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the closure of this event. On behalf of ADB, ISA, and also Green Hydrogen Organization, I would like to sincerely thank our speakers, audience, for participation in this event, and we greatly support your value or support to ISA's Green Hydrogen Program. Thank you, and you have a very good evening.